Live and direct, welcome back to the final day of the Quantum Leap Forum 2024, where we have assembled well over 120 of the top thought leaders in the field of personal development, business, and leadership to help this community that's watching us from around the world make 2024 their best year, not just in life, but also in business. And I'm so excited because we're about to kick off in a couple minutes with a panel, a discussion, a conversation that I know our audience is going to appreciate just as much as I'm going to. But before we get into that, I'm going to kick it off by asking some of my colleagues here on the screen, how excited are you? Let's start with you, Ava.
I am thrilled. Absolutely. You know, one of the things that I almost get to expect from all of the events of the Los Angeles Tribune is we're going to grow a bonus day. And so that's the day today. You know, we just can't have enough. You know, we've got more speakers than we can fit into 4 days. And expect a big day today. I'm so excited.
Parisa Rose, NCAA champion, one of the producers of this program and a contributor to the Los Angeles Tribune newspaper. How excited are you, please?
I am super excited today because this is another day we get to all lean in. Not just leaning into making this all happen, but we get to lean in together to learn, to expand, and to just be present with all of like the really rich information that's going to come forward. Super excited.
Alicia, how excited are you?
I'm so excited. As Ava said, we have a bonus day 5. And I love that Parisa said we get to lean in. That is actually the word, or the phrase rather, that I chose for 2024. 2024 is all about leaning in. I believe that is how we truly make quantum leaps forward. We have individuals joining us from all over the world. Thank you, Mon from the Philippines, for joining us today. Please comment in the chat. Let us know where you're joining from. We'd love to hear from you. Today, we are bringing you Quantum Leap Day 5, another opportunity to quantum leap in 2024. We ask that you all engage with us, put comments in the chat, share quantumleap24.com with the individuals in your community, and encourage them to join so that they can join in on your journey, our journey together of quantum leaping in 2024. Mo, how excited are you about today's Day 5?
I'm pumped up. I'm excited. You know, I mean, you guys can't see, but I'm actually levitating right now. I'm not even sitting. That's how excited I am. And Rex, how excited are you?
Well, I'm thrilled because we've had 4 incredible days with lots of incredible speakers, and we've got a 5th day to continue that. And so for myself and the speakers and the guests and the hosts and all, you know, this is going to be another wonderful day. And I should tell everybody to be sure to register. Right now, you can share this with family and friends and others who might not know about it and encourage them to register because you get free gifts. You get bonuses from the speakers and the authors and the leaders who are part of this program. So you want to make sure that you are registered.
Absolutely. And one thing about Rex is he wears multiple hats here at the Los Angeles Tribune. Sometimes he's a co-host, sometimes he's a writer, sometimes he's security, sometimes he's one of the thought leaders.
And sometimes
in the next segment, Rex is actually going to be one of the thought leaders. because for those in this community, you know that Rex Sykes is considered by many a legend in the field of NLP. And David Snyder, who's going to be joining us here in about a minute or two, he is also known by many as one of the pioneers of NLP. I actually knew about David Snyder before I met him in person last year, because he has some videos that have gone viral over the years with millions of views. If you look at the reach that he's had, he's reached tens of millions of people around the world, teaching people NLP. And so a couple of days ago, we had you on an NLP panel, Rex. It was a hit. And so today we're going to have you and David Snyder, moderated by Parisa, continue that conversation. So with that being said, let's go ahead and bring in the first speaker of the day, Mr. David Snyder. Welcome to the Quantum Leap Forum. How are you doing today, sir? First question, how are you? How are you feeling?
I'm amazing, and I'm super excited to be with all of you. This is an opportunity and a great honor for me, so I'm very excited to share this space with you.
Thank you very much, Dr. David Snyder. And I'm going to ask the two of you, and when I say two of you, Rex Sykes and David Snyder, one question, and then Alicia, myself, and Ava will step back and let Parisa lead the way. The first question I have, and I'm going to first ask this of you, David, and then we're going to ask it of Rex. And Rex, you already answered this, but maybe you can answer it again for our community here watching. What is NLP? David Snyder, please.
Well, if you'd asked me that 20 years ago, I'd have touted the party line of this. NLP is the study of subjective human experience, which when most people hear that definition, they kind of go, wah, 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 wah. They have no freaking clue what that means. But what it really is it's about how human beings create their internal world and then communicate that out to the people around them, and how that internal communication can be both interpreted and understood to get to know that person better, but also the information coming in can also be used to change a person's subjective environment in whatever direction the operator wants. So most of the NLP that we understood, especially back in Grandmaster Rex's day, it was all geared towards therapeutics and things of that nature, and it's kind of spread into various applications. But really, it's the study about how human beings create meaning in their mind and bodies, how they create everything from a thought, a memory, a trauma, a fantasy, and how we communicate the internal map of the world outside of themselves. And once we understand how that system works, then it's a very powerful way of influencing it in any direction we want it to go.
So powerful. Thank you for that. Now, Rex?
Well, I love that, David. I appreciate that. And yeah, it's a description of human experience. People are meaning makers and time binders, and we're map builders, essentially, whether we realize that or not. And so we have these internal maps, and we live off of the maps that we've built and convey those to the rest of the world. So what we think is reality really exists within us. Our neurology is such that we don't actually intersect much with the real world, although it seems like it, and for all practical intents and purposes we do, but it really is being facilitated within us as opposed to what we think is outside of us. So if we can make a change within us, which we absolutely can do, then we can affect the outside as well. And it's a number of different ways that we use to live our lives more joyfully and wonderfully and successfully. In the early days, we primarily were teaching therapists and people who wanted to help other people. That was where a huge portion of our attention went. And then it went into business and the military and into all sorts of other things. Shortly after the inception of it, I very much said, this is silly. Why do we want to do things to other people when we haven't fixed ourselves yet or appreciated ourselves yet? So devoted most of my work at that point to, which I had been doing prior to NLP, was to how do we have a successful life first, and then also contribute and help other people.
So thank you for the both of you for those responses, because I think that really helps all of us have a better context to this conversation of NLP, and not just this conversation of NLP, but allowing people to really connect with it, with how it actually shows up for them, with what that actually means for them. And so with that, I'd like if you both could answer, what are some practices, like very practical practices, that can help elevate someone's awareness within themselves so they can start to become a little more aware of that world that they've been creating within themselves. As David, you had mentioned.
I want to step in before David speaks, just to say that one of the things that people should know is David is one of those people who learned NLP and applied it to developing a business and an outreach. So he used the very skills he teaches to help other people, and is a walking demonstration of the power of it. So I'm eager to hear what David has to say.
Wow. I was like Kobe Bryant complimenting the rookie. No, I'm truly honored by that. The reason is, and when I say this, is I literally, like, growing up as an NLP kid, grew up reading Rex's books and his courses and things like that. So every time I get to share any kind of stage or any kind of platform with him, I'm just like a kid in a candy store. So I'm really grateful for that. Yes, most of what I do is about using NLP to achieve specific outcomes. So one of the things that I always tell my students is NLP is a tool of exploration. It's about moving through the world, asking specific questions and looking for specific kinds of data, which is almost always about how does that happen? What's the structure? What's the process? And if you can move through the world with the eyes and to see and the ears to hear process and structure, the world around you will literally reveal its secrets to you, and the world inside of you will reveal its secrets to you. And so the big secret about NLP is about pattern recognition, and it's moving through the world, discovering how does that happen. And so when I work with my students or I work with my clients, I tell them my first job as your teacher, your guide, your instructor, whatever role that is I'm filling, is to teach you how to become progressively more aware. And that's self-aware, and then aware of what's going on inside you, what's going on around you, because without awareness, there is no choice. Anything outside of your awareness is outside of your control. So one of the first things I teach them is that every single program you're running has a body feeling connected to it and a projection from your neurology. So it says behind me, if you can point to where you feel it, you can change it. Right. So one of the things that we do is a variation of something from NLP called submodalities. If you point to where you feel, if there were a picture floating in the space around you, right? Once you make that connection, now you can manipulate that construct, and your feelings in your body will change. So it's something we call the frame game. I don't know if we want to do that here, if we have time to do it, but that would be the first thing that I would teach somebody, is that if they understand how to sync up all the different divisions of their nervous system using a language every part of it understands, then you can create very profound changes very, very quickly. And the first two pieces of that is you have an interoceptive awareness and an exteroceptive awareness. And when we link those, now we've got both brains firing on all thrusters. And if we use our imagination and our attention properly, we can change how we've built all of that in a very, very short amount of time.
Thank you for that, David. I think it's really, really important, something you had mentioned right now, and it may just be something that's super fundamental for NLP, but it's this connection of that every thought you have is absolutely connected to this sensation, like something you're actually connecting to in your physical body. And I say that like this back when I was working, really diving into this for the first time, that was like one of the biggest ahas for me. Because I think a lot of the time when we're focused on learning and we're wanting to understand ourselves more, or we're wanting to understand a situation better, we're overthinking, we get stuck in our head, and it can be very defeating, right? And that defeat only just continues to build and grow and gain momentum. But if you can just pause for a moment and realize that, like, okay, there's something connected in my body that's telling me something as well. Maybe just let me hear from a different messenger. I think that's so, so powerful. And I know at least it's helped me on my journey of growing awareness within myself and being a better communicator, hopefully. But that was such a key part. I'm so grateful that you brought that up. Rex, I would love to hear from you. What piece or what things would you recommend to help people elevate that awareness?
In addition to all the good things that David said, I think of it in a number of ways that at first might seem abrasive to some. One is that NLP is a fiction. It's a myth. There's nothing about NLP that exists in the real world. That said, if you think about it, storytellers tell myths and stories all the time, and yet have very profound effects in their ability to communicate and to elicit responses from people and to get people to be inspired or to motivate or to make changes in their world. So ourselves, as well as others, use what appears to be invisible, a myth, if you will, to make powerful and pervasive changes. Additionally, it's about learning how to learn. And when you are a child learning, you just learn, you absorb, you learn, you model from other people, and you discover nuances and abilities and conditioned for limitations and so many different things. And what we as neurolinguistic programmers attempt to do with people is to help parse that out for people so that they can understand that the impulse behind learning. Now, or the ability to learn easy. And one of the best ways to learn is if you're having fun and you're enjoying it and you're fascinated and captivated. So why is that? Well, it goes back to what David and you just said. You can't have a thought without having an accompanying emotion. You can't have an emotion without having an accompanying thought. Your speech and your emotions and your thoughts are all tied together. And your speech and your emotion and your thoughts and your behaviors are all tied together. Now, we deal with them separately in order to affect changes, but it's like alphabet soup. They're all there, but you can see the different alphabets and letters, and you can see the different ingredients. So we take this soup and we attempt to make sense of it, which we can do, and help people connect all of that intercommunication. I mean, think about it. Your cells communicate with each other whether you want them to or not. They're going on and doing what they do, barring any neurological damage or impairment. So the same thing is true with the rest of us. We learn to more successfully communicate and create that flow of communication so that from within to without, we're able to move more successfully, happily, joyfully, and with more fascination in the world.
I love this so much. This is so good on my end to just receive this rich dialogue and information. So thank you both. So my next question.
No, about David though. David has other skills that he brings to neurolinguistic programming, and that's the best advantage. I mean, some people just are like therapists and they don't really do other things. We had Chris on the other day, who's a musician and an actor and a writer and a producer. David has martial arts and a background in healing and different things that adds to the effectiveness of neurolinguistic programming, and neurolinguistic programming adds to the effectiveness of those things. Again, it's synergistic.
Everything touches everything, right? I mean, whether we want it to or not. So I want to dive a bit deeper on this concept of exploration, and of Rex, you'd mentioned play and fun. Now, with all that is happening in the world, and at every point in time of every minute of the day, there's always something going on in the world. And without highlighting or elevating or pointing out one thing in particular, I just want to let it to be this presence of that there's a lot of heaviness that is being felt right now. So to connect with this necessity of exploration, to elevate our awareness within ourselves, and to allow these lessons and these pieces of awareness to really land through play and fun. How do we connect those two? Because I feel that a lot of people will say they'll have this argument or this belief that it's not time for that. I don't have time for that. It's not necessary right now. It's not important. These things are more important. So I'd like if you guys both could speak on that.
Who did you want to speak?
Go for it, Rex.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, good.
Well, it occurred to me years ago that if you're going to live your life, you're going to want to live the best life you can. And to do anything other than that is simply silly and insane. And yet most people suffer and suffer needlessly in many ways. And I don't mean to diminish the effects of suffering on people, but, as they say, pain is a choice, but pain may be inevitable, but suffering is a choice. And you've heard the statement, how you do one thing is how you do everything, right? Well, it occurred to me that if you were going to set a destination, a goal, or, a purpose or an intention in your life, in the same way that I might travel from where I am to, say, New York, if all I'm focused on is New York, and I don't care about how I get there or anything. When I was a kid, I used to sit in the back seat of my parents' car going, are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there? Because I hated the journey, and many people do too. And what I discovered in growing older was that a lot of people get to their destination and they hate it. It's not what they want. They don't expect it. They're disappointed because they thought the house and the car and everything would fulfill them, and it doesn't. So they're disappointed. So it occurred to me that, and then some people never make it. They die, they transition before that time. So all you have is now. All you have is the present. All you have is the journey that you're on. The key is to make it as much fun and enjoyable as possible. Same thing with learning NLP or anything. Make it fun, make it delightful. People, and I'm going to say this and I'll pass. There's thought leaders out there right now going, look, the world is chaotic and the world is a mess and the world is this and the world, and if you don't do this and if you don't do that, well, what are they doing? They're marketing their fear, and they're preying on the fears of people. Media does that. That's how we all grew up. We're all conditioned by our parents and our teachers and everyone to be afraid of something or doubt something or not like something or whatever. And sadly, or what I say is, how you perceive one thing is how you perceive everything. If you think of something as a problem, it's going to be a problem. If you think of something as a blessing, it's going to be a blessing. You can recode, you can repattern your internal awareness. You can do so many things to look at the world in spite of what's going on and go, wow, what an opportunity, what a blessing, how incredible these days are in spite of stuff, because you're not labeling it or judging it or thinking that it's bad or that you're suffering through it. And that's the power of developing a positive and powerful and optimistic mindset. And when you do that, it floods your body with all the right chemicals for well-being and health and everything else. And so, we have an opportunity to look at the world wonderfully, and yet few will ever do that.
Isn't that the truth? Yeah. Thank you. I resonate deeply with allowing that journey to be one that you enjoy. Even through, as it's not even the hardship, I just call it life. Life is always going to continue lifing along the way. And, all of it, all of the contrast, all of the colors, all of it. So thank you. Over to you, David.
Wow. Okay. Rick, I'm 100% with you on that. I mean, what we choose to focus on is a choice. And one of the problems that we have, and for those of you who are always worried about the suffering and I think a lot of people say, well, how can you be playful when there's this suffering in the world? Well, you're the center of your world. Let me start with that. Okay. And so what you focus on is what you pull into your life. If you focus on suffering, that's going to drag your state down, right? We can't control, most people who come onto programs like this aren't here to have more randomness in their life, right? It's a pretty safe bet. We're here to get more control, more influence. The secret to getting just about anything is about what you do inside your own mind and body. So this whole, first of all, understand that the game is a little rigged. Neuroscience says that you have a 4-to-1 negativity bias in your nervous system. You guys know what a funhouse mirror is, right? Right. If I encounter a good experience, it gives my neurology gives it a gravity of 1. If I have a negative experience, it gives you a gravity of 4. That's the neuroscience. So think about this for a moment, and I'm going to go into why I think playfulness is absolutely critical for the things that we want to do. What if everything you thought was terrible was only 25% as bad as you were making it out to be? Because that's what the neuroscience tells us. The world we live in is a funhouse mirror that's and people are directing our attention to reinforce the negativity because it makes us easy to manipulate. Okay? Fear is a very, very powerful way to create predictable behavior. But there is no situation where having a curious, explorational, playful attitude won't make you more effective. In hostage negotiation, this is from Chris Voss, they discovered that when the hostage negotiator entered into that exchange with the bad guy, right, the hostage taker, and he was playful, curious, explorational, he was up to 31% more intelligent, creative, adaptable, persuasive, and his counterpart was up to 31% more compliant. Okay. I spent 18 years in private practice in Solana Beach, California, dealing with people with everything from child abuse, molestation, active shooters, terminal and chronic illness. And there has never been a time when having the explorational, let's just see what happens energy didn't allow me to help the client to find their way to health and a solution, right? When we get serious, we start to shut down our resources. We start to get tunnel vision. We start moving towards that fight or flight mode. And our reticular activating system starts focusing on the things that reinforce that energy. When we can control our state and we can get back into that playful, curious, let's see what happens energy, now our reticular activating system starts looking for more and more opportunities for change and transformation, for an advantage, and that's actually, when you look at the psychological characteristics of lucky people, one of the first things they do is they identify as being lucky, right? And so the reticular activating system is operating from this identity that the world is a bountiful, opportunity-ridden place, and of course, that's what they find. So the idea that you have to be serious and you can't make a dent in the suffering in the world unless you're serious, it's just wrong, right? You can be passionate about things, but that's not the same as being so serious and so attached to those negative emotions that it locks you down and keeps you from accessing your own resources, right? You're no good to the world disempowered. You're no good to the world shut down. Everybody's here to become their best version of themselves so they can do what? Bring more light to the world. And that involves tapping into your own state, becoming playful and curious about this amazing world that we live in and the opportunities that abound. And if you understand how we build these states, you now have the choice about what to do about certain situations.
I want to add to that. That was beautiful, David. I really appreciate it. There's a few things, and one is physiologically. I mean, David is talking about what happens, how we constrict our vision, and how the blood moves to our extremities in the fight or flight move. It gets taken away from thought, so that you can survive whatever, potential danger there is. So if you have to run or fight or flee or, that kind of thing, your body's prepared to do that. It's not there to think about what's the best solution now, So your critical thinking, the ability to think and look at options is decreased and diminished when you're under stress. Now, I disagree with the notion of negativity bias. I think that's one of those things that needs to be reframed, because it's the concept is okay, but the word is wrong, because it's not a negativity bias, it's a survival bias.
Okay.
Our neurology is trying to keep us alive, so it's looking for dangers and things around us that have a signal value, and it keeps that signal value high, so that we don't make the same mistakes over and over again. So it's really not. I mean, when we say negative, it sounds like it's a negative thing, but it's not. It's really a gift. We're very lucky to have that, and if you learn how to use it, and if you learn to do what David was saying, because we can shift from the stressors to the things that make us happy. Children play, obliviously while things are going around them, because they're absorbed with the fun that they're having. They're absorbed with the feelings they're having, and we're conditioned to feel stress and to feel wrong and to feel all these different concerns through going to school and being told we're wrong, we're stupid, we didn't study hard enough, we didn't do it. So but again, think about that. The fact that we've learned to have all these problems it should astound people. You should go, I never thought of it this way. The fact that you learn to have problems means you can learn to have all the solutions. You're a learning machine, and I hate that to use the word machine, but I mean, that's really what we do. We learn and we change and we evolve. We have patterns, and what David and I do, and is to work with those patterns to affect them in different ways and to free people up so they can find more of their resources and experience less of the hardship. But it starts with your attitude, with your mindset. So I'm going to pass it back over to David or however, but thank you.
Well,
thank you so much. Yeah, David, please.
No, I'm just going to say, in retrospect, I agree with you on the term negativity bias, because the reason that bias is there is because it's adaptive. It helped us survive. It got the meat moving as we were coming out of the oceans and swinging from the trees and all that good stuff. So I think that's a good reframe.
Well, the battery has negative and positive poles, but people don't go, oh, the negative pole is the bad part of the battery. They're useful. So thank you, David.
The two of you get very excited when it comes to NLP. I can tell the two of you like talking about this. So David, final question for you, because I think a lot of people in this community don't understand Rex Sykes and don't really understand his historical role in the field of NLP. one of the things that I have tried to do since I met him is shine some light on the significance of his work that I think has been used by a lot of people that have basically taken his work, not given him credit, used and abused him. And I saw him, and it's kind of like when you foster a puppy and you see this beautiful, innocent puppy that's been abused. That's kind of what happened to Rex Sykes. People have taken his work and abused it. So I'm curious, David, real quick, 1 minute or less before we go to our next segment, what, as someone in your situation, you've reached millions and millions of people around the world, taught NLP around the world. What is the significance of Rex Sykes to the field of NLP?
I think Rex took all the core teachings of classical NLP, and he took them in a very positive direction, and he made it his own. He has a very fun, engaging presentation style, and he's made a topic that for many people is mind-numbingly complicated and made it easy and fun to apply. I remember back when he got a program on cold reading and mentalism that in fact, it became a piece of my Killer Influence course, which is ranked the #1 NLP training program in the world. He is actually one of the sources for the material that I teach on profiling and cold reading. And he applied NLP to all these different places other than therapy. But along the way, he's made tremendous inroads in his ability to help people become more successful. And I think he's always been appearing, but he's never been hailed with the kudos that he should have had. And I'm really glad that he's getting that now.
Wow. Well, I'm touched by both your comments and your thoughtfulness and everything. And I like you, David. So I mean,
it's okay, Rex. You can cry. It's okay. It's okay. You can cry, Rex. It's okay. Let it out.
Oh, it's all very warm. No, I appreciate that. Maybe we ought to do a program together.
That'd be fun. It'd be fun.
Well, if you two do business together, just remember I need my percentage. Okay, we don't do that here. So God bless David and Rex. Thank you so much. And, Parisa, thank you, David Snyder. It's always a pleasure, and we'll stay in touch, my friend. Thank you. God bless. And Parisa and Rex, now I want you to switch the hats and go into co-host mode for a moment here. What an incredible segment that was, Parisa. And I'm very excited because up next, we have another legendary David. We're going from one iconic David to another iconic David. And of course, that is the CEO of one of the sponsors of this program, Top Talent Agency. So if you've enjoyed this event, we have to thank Top Talent. We have to thank David Fagan and all of the work that he has done and continues to do with Top Talent. And we want to bring him up now because he's going to have an incredible group of leaders that are going to be joining him for the next hour. And we want to thank you, David, for taking time. I know you're very busy with your own Top Talent program. The fact that you took time to be here is an honor for us. But before we get into David Fagan, Parisa, Rex, I know the two of you have met David, experienced his work, interacted with his material. What are some introductory? I hope that's a word. What are some introductory words you can say, Miss Parisa Rose, please?
Well, hi, David. Good to see you. And what I would say is that one thing I've experienced from David is that he's one of the most observant humans I've been around, but he doesn't need to say a whole lot to be in that observer role. So when you have someone that's an observer, they're noticing all these pieces and parts, and they can speak to them with concise, just like precision. And that piece to me lands so powerfully. So I love hearing you ask questions, David. I love when I hear when people are asking you questions, because I'm always so enriched by everything you're either asking or sharing.
Incredible. And Parisa, you have a fan. Mon says you are so beautiful. Rex, what are some comments you can make about David Fagan before we give him the reins for the next hour and have this incredible panel that he's going to lead for us? Rex.
Oh, it's an excellent question. We just had the other David on, David Snyder, and NLPers or Olympic coaches, they have an interesting job. Their job's not just to instruct what moves you forward, but to help eliminate those things that hold you back. And I would say that that is so true about David Fagan, that his astuteness and his ability to coach people and to guide them to success is based on his ability to see what's missing or what they're not doing that they need to be doing, and then help add that into them. The biggest problem with David Fagan is getting him to stand still, because he's all around the world helping so many people, but he is truly a dedicated force to helping.
Thank you, Rex and Parisa. And again, thank you, David. Thank you to Top Talent for being one of the sponsors of this event, and the Tribune. And so we're gonna step back and have David Fagan lead the way, and I'm gonna go have a quick lunch. I'm tapping out, boss. I'm on lunch break. I'll see you guys in a
Sounds good. Sounds good. All right. Well, I definitely have some people to bring up here. I noticed that I didn't maybe log in the way that I should have. So I could kind of control some of this and bring some of these people up. So I guess you guys will have to help me here, get some of the right people on here. I didn't even know the two of you be on here. I didn't know they were going to give me such firepower here, because I got all these other people coming on as well. So thank you for the introductions. If you ever want to make someone feel really uncomfortable, sit there while somebody else says, hey, say something nice about this guy. And then you watch them struggle to well, let's see. There's got to be something. So good job, guys. Good job. I appreciate the effort. You did wonderful. We've got our own event going on. We've got some people coming over to Facebook to watch it. We're also streaming it live into our Zoom room where our event's at, with some other people. We got about a 50-person mastermind going on. I think we had 70, 80 people on there yesterday. We actually try to keep it a little bit smaller so everybody gets a chance to talk. That's always our commitment. Everybody gets a chance to talk. But I did handpick a few people from that mastermind to come on today. I'm going to bring on Karen Kamba, who has her own show, The Karen Kamba Show. She'll be helping me interview some people. We're going to bring on Linda Fisk, who's quite impressive and has her own show and a very diverse, big background in TV, news, reporting, shows. So we've got some big firepower there. And then we're going to talk about a couple of new premieres. We just had the premiere of Beyond Physical Matter, and that's probably been discussed a little bit on here. But I'm going to have one of the producers come on today. I'm going to have one of the people, that was a star in Beyond Physical Matter. And then we also have a book, a client that we're involved with that was literally turned into a movie, went the distance. The movie's called Bosco, and it's featured on Peacock Original. And, Peacock is with NBC. It really went the distance. Very exciting story. So we've got a really cool lineup over the next hour of premieres and stories and interviews and all kinds of good stuff. So we've got here Karen Kamba of the Karen Kamba Show. And Karen's been a friend and a client. She's been to Kenya with me. She's been to New York City, NASDAQ studio, some of the big shows. We've had her featured in USA Today. Several other interviews coming up with the DC Chronicle, London Digest. So it's a pleasure to have Karen on here. And then we have Linda Fisk over here as well. And Linda's kind of new to me and quite honestly just blew me away. She's helping judge one of our competitions like Karen has in the past.
Yeah.
She's judging one of our contests right now because we're about to award the next show host. We're doing some talent scouting. We're about ready to award the next show host. So Linda, let's start with you. I'll let you expand on your introduction there. Why don't you tell everybody a little bit more about yourself, just kind of like you did yesterday with us in the Zoom room before the contest. I would love for everyone to hear that about you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, David. And what a pleasure to be here. So thank you for this opportunity. I'm Linda Fisk. I am currently the chairman of a impactful community of extraordinary women in leadership around the globe called Lead Hership Global. We've developed a comprehensive methodology that's designed to really unleash the full potential of high-performing, growth-oriented leaders in a confidential, supportive, and private community. But before I had the honor and privilege of serving as the chairman of Lead Hership Global, I actually had a really rich and diverse career, starting off in media, where I served as a reporter and an anchor across both Knoxville, Tennessee and Dallas, Texas, working with news organizations like WFAA TV in Dallas, Texas. After a long and I think incredibly exciting career in media, I decided to move forward and go ahead and get my master's and PhD, and I chose clinical psychology. So I received a master's and PhD in clinical psychology. And after that, I was an active therapist, serving as a psychologist for people dealing with depression and anxiety. And after a stint actually doing quite a bit of therapy work, I moved into corporate America in marketing. And so began building marketing teams within huge organizations like Susan G. Komen, YPO, Gaylord Entertainment, lots of organizations like that, which led me to this idea that really I saw the most impressive leaders in the world accelerating their success by coming together to solve problems and to accelerate the ability to make impact. So now I have the privilege of helping women all around the world accelerate their success by defining their vision, growing their leadership, expanding their influence, and truly leaving a lasting legacy.
Perfect. So I'm going to ask one more question, and then I'm going to give Karen a chance to ask a question too. I know she's dying over there, but I get one more question before Karen gets to go. So this whole program over the last several days that the Los Angeles Tribune has been so great to focus on is titled Quantum Leap. And so I just want you to kind of speak to, how does lead her ship, and I see how you do that in all capital letters there. How does your group, how does your community of women help those women make a quantum leap in their lives, in their business? Tell us about that. How does it help them do that?
What a great question, because really it's the how that makes the difference. And we believe that we've been able to unlock the secret in allowing women to harness the knowledge, the influence, and the trust of other high-performing women from all over the world to stimulate idea exchange, to support creativity, to provide resources and tools, and really accelerate both personal and professional growth. And we are very intentional, very purposeful about the women that we involve in Leadership Global. We invite those women into membership that want to celebrate other women, that want to lift them up, that want to connect them to the kinds of opportunities that many times women don't know about. So we've been able to embrace the passion of high-performing women all around the world to positively impact their lives and accelerate their success by integrating self-directed learning, right, with impactful small group experiences, and then expert-led coaching and mentoring like you provide, David. And we know that being able to align with extraordinary thinkers, incredible speakers, authors, thought leaders all around the world help women not only become more self-aware, but they help them map the path to success from wherever they start off to where they want to be.
Nice. Karen, go ahead.
Well, good morning. Hi, David. He's my hero, Linda. So I will tell you, you're in good hands. He's incredible. He's an incredible man. So I could stay on David for an hour, but I got to get over to you. And I am dying to ask a question. So Linda, if I take it you have events or people, so I'm going to have a couple questions here. So do you have events that women attend, girls too? I would think high school girls would be good to get into your clutches before they get older. So do you have events where women can go to start in? And then if they do start in, do you stay with them? I mean, are you saying that you stay with them so as they're going through their journey, they don't go into an event and say, wow, that was wonderful. And then an hour come in and feel deflated. They don't know what direction to go. So what, two parts of the question there, Linda, if you could.
We absolutely have events, and we absolutely stay with that woman throughout her entire journey. In fact, we have a whole team of member concierge that work with that individual leader so that she is clear on her mission, her vision, how she defines success. She understands her roadblocks, her obstacles, the places where she needs to grow and develop as a leader, and the kinds of resources she needs to be connected to. Sometimes that's funding, sometimes that's a media opportunity, sometimes that's coaching and mentorship. So we absolutely partner with every single member of Leadership Global to ensure that we are helping her accelerate her vision of success. And at Leadership Global, absolutely, you have access to 10 different leadership boards every single month. There are 2 Accelerate webinars every single week. We have a council meeting once a month. We have in-person roundtables every single month. We have in-person networking. We have virtual networking. We have one virtual networking opportunity that really does unite the world, everyone from Australia, New Zealand, all the way to Canada and the United States. So this is a place where you get to meet inspirational leaders and create lifelong friendships and truly be surrounded by people that are invested in your success, people that really want to advance your success as they grow their own. So what we have found is that women that are part of Leadership Global are inspired and motivated by other women in leadership who cheer them on, who provide counsel, who support them to greater levels of success and freedom. And that is really, I think, the secret sauce.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We're going to bring a few other people on. Linda, quickly, what's the name of your show? You've got a show. You've got all these years in reporting and news and everything else. And so I'm sure it's probably tough for you to get the show bug out of your system. So you still have a show. What's your show, real quick?
Yes, we have a television program called Leadership Global. And we also have a podcast that is one of the top 10 podcasts in Europe, Africa, Asia, and one of the top 20 in the United States, also named Leadership Global.
Nice. Nice.
Oh, very nice.
So I'm gonna have you and Karen stay on. I'm gonna bring on somebody else here as well. We're gonna bring on Tony. Some people might call him Sir Anthony. I'm gonna call him Tony. We're that close. I'll let Karen and Linda, I'll let you guys ask questions. I already probably know some of the answers, but you can help me quiz Tony. Now, here's what I want you to do, Karen and Linda. I want you to throw hard. Like, do not take it easy on this guy, okay? But Tony is one of the producers of a new documentary called Beyond Physical Matter. Beyond Physical Matter. And I just got to go to the premiere. There's a lot of impressive people in it. Tony, I get the first question, and then I'm going to turn you over to the attack dogs. I mean, to the professionals, and then they're going to grill you hard here. But I'm going to give you the easy question first here. All right. Now, Linda was just teaching me yesterday, David, we don't want to pander to these people too much. No one likes to listen to pandering. So I don't want to give you anything too easy, but I'm going to give you the warm up before they really come after you hard. So I got to go to the premiere. Tell us a little bit about the film, like imagine like a little bit of an overview and drop some names. I want to give you permission to drop some names, and maybe we'll even have, one or two of these people, come on as well. But tell us a little bit about it and tell us a little bit of some of the names of the people that are spotlighted in this documentary, Beyond Physical Matter.
First of all, buddy, thank you for having me on. And, I've never been scared of you, but I am scared of you ladies, from what he said. So pleasure, Karen, pleasure, Linda. Really, I love this guy so much. He's, in my opinion, he's the next Ryan Seacrest, but we'll talk about him later. But it's really an honor truly to be here and to have, basically to have this phenomenal weekend that we just had. We had a great weekend Friday. We had, maybe 200 people in the house. Yeah. We have people from Marvel, people from Disney, people from Star Wars, right? This movie has legends like that. I was just texting him, Marie Diamond, from The Secret, these legends that really, I say, skyscraper can only grow as tall as the foundation is built upon. And we honored them from stage speaking about that. They literally created the, foundation, if you will, that we built upon almost 2 decades ago, right? It has new legends in the quantum space, guys that may not be as well known, but in their space, very well known. Jason Estes. I'm at his 1010 building as we speak. This is the largest rooftop in America. I'm not on the roof, but I'm looking at the roof right now. And it's 2 acres, 20,000 people on this rooftop. And they have a quantum spa that's coming. And they did a soft launch, and the hard launch is going to be in June. And Jeremy Hoffman. We have people like the actor Sir John Sartorius, right? Who's a legend in Dubai. I've been out there. We filmed at his gorgeous 12K studio. He has a wraparound green screen like the Star Wars Mandalorian tech. And he lives like Bruce Wayne in Dubai. Never seen a man live better in my life, I'll tell you. And we have just these wonderful people. Barbie Layton, who's a quantum healer. So many people. Sir James K. Robinson, who's a spiritual healer, retired attorney after 30 years, had a breakdown, speaks about, basically, from a quantum perspective, it was the best thing to happen, and he said, right? Because it caused him to elevate and energetically, rise up, and now he's able to help others, right? In that situation, and him and Dr. Joe Vitale have this program where they're helping attorneys all across the world right now, right? So we have so many amazing human beings, and really, honestly, this is, in my opinion, I think The Secret was the 101, 102. This was the 103, 104, and there's really more to come. But, an overview, synopsis is really about, being able to create your own reality, right? That this, this matter.
Yeah, your Wi-Fi is breaking up just a little bit. We are making out what you're saying, but your Wi-Fi is a little bit unsteady there. I'm just going to highlight a couple things that you said just really quickly, because you're mentioning some people that are regulars on here. Joe Vitale is a regular on the Los Angeles Tribune, good friends with Mo Rock. Of course, the Los Angeles Tribune was also, at your guys' premiere and luncheon. Marie Diamond, also, a regular on here. John Asseroff was in the film. So a lot of really cool people. Linda, I'll give you the first question. There's so many things that we can start to harass Tony. I mean, we can start to ask Tony about here. Like, I still don't even know what this film is about. Do you, Linda?
In fact, that was going to be my first question. So, Tony, if you were able to just summarize the big takeaways that anyone that is not really familiar with quantum physics, someone who's not really familiar with The Secret, someone who is just beginning to understand that maybe there's something greater, there's a connectedness between all beings. What is it that you could describe this movie as? What is the real takeaway essence of the movie for someone who's a newbie, someone who may not understand all the lingo and all of the terminology? What is the reason that they should spend time with the movie, and what is the big takeaway that they're going to receive?
I love that. Thank you. So that was a much better question than David's, but no, I love that. Thank you so much. Really, you both on each other. We love each other. Really, this film, I truly believe, if somebody's a newbie, like I was, almost 20 years ago, sitting in a network marketing conference, when films like The Secret were just starting to come out, this movie is really, I believe, the entry gateway into the law, like the rules of possibility, right? Knowing that, we can go past what we believe is true, right? What we've been told in our school systems, what we've been told in, even by our parents, right? Passed down and so forth, right? That we can really create anything that we want, and the science that's showing how we could create what we want. See, The Secret spoke a lot about the law of attraction. You think and then you kind of create. There's a scripture that says faith without works is dead. You have to take an action to it as well too, right? And, just like a tuning fork will vibrate, right, with resonance with another vibration that is equal, right? A tuning fork 4 to 32 hertz, 541 hertz. So in a nutshell, if you're watching this, right, and you are intrigued just a tad bit, and if you're not quite happy in any aspect of your life, like Orrin Woodward says, right, the F's of life, your faith, your family, your fitness, your footprint, your fun, your friends, your finances, right, then you need to really watch this, because what's going to happen is you're going to understand, like Simon Sinek wrote the book, It Starts with Why. I believe it starts with what, it's fueled by why, it happens with how, right? But the who gives you the how, right? And learning from these people, we won't use the term guru, because another Tony said, hey, I'm not your guru. So, at the thought leaders, we'll use that term, thought leaders. These thought leaders have gone through it, right? They literally can give you 2020, foresight, so to speak, right? Because they've already have walked that walk. So you don't have to have that 2020 hindsight. So it's just standing on the shoulders of people that have already done it, and just showing people honestly at the end of the day what's truly humanly possible.
I love that. Thank you, Tony.
All right, Karen, what are you thinking?
Thank you for
Tony, it's an honor to meet you. Thank you for sharing space with me today. I feel really honored about that. So you don't have to be scared of me. I'll pick on you later. So I have to ask, is this like health, healing, and longevity? Am I correct on that? So it's touching on them bases. And if you could kind of expand on, I kind of can wrap my head around the health and the healing. I've studied a little bit about that, but the longevity is still in question in my mind. Can you kind of expand on those three for me?
Absolutely. We have people that are in this film. Baroness Cara Dentley, I call the better half of Sir James Dentley, Baron James Dentley, which we all know, right? She's a neuroscientist, right? She speaks truly about the science of all of this stuff. If you look at, years ago, it was the traditional allopathic, medicine, right? And then there was the holistic, right? And then there was the functional. And now they're getting to this, next level energy medicine, the quantum. And when you think about it, it's very interesting, right? So like your heart pumps, right? Your brain puts out electrical signals, right? And when it does that, that supersedes a biochemical reaction. And a biochemical reaction is the hormones that are pumped out and things of that nature. But if you can work almost like on a higher frequency, like a pulsing frequency or a 0 point, what that in a nutshell, basically, it's like going to an acupuncturist, hitting the right point, and there's a blah, 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 right? What happens is it's a spider web effect. And this film really starts to talk about that, and of course you don't make any claims or anything like that, people healing themselves, but we know with people like Dr. Joe Dispenza, right, what can happen in deep meditation, right? There's a science. It's not, just like hoot and hurrah. It's not just magic. There's actual literal science there. Some people have said there's really no such thing as Newtonian law. It's just a quantum and everybody's just entangled. And, it really explains that in a way where it's, like a fifth grader can understand, to be honest with you. And it touches on, yes, all these, these, I say the F's of life, but you very aptly put it, the health, right, the wealth, attracting. I know we have, I believe, well, I don't want to share our next guest, but I believe our next guest is on, and he has attracted wealth in such a vast amount very quickly, coming from a breakdown to a breakthrough. And he literally had nothing in 2008 after the market crash. And I'm not going to share his pocketbook, but, at the end of the day, to amass a tremendous amount of wealth, just like John Assaraf from The Secret talking about the vision boards. He's the father of the modern day vision board. We have a lot of those takeaways in this movie, in this film, and I really want to give a shout out. I have to, because without them, the movie wouldn't have happened. Sir Don Boyer, Lady and Lady Melinda Boyer. These 42 books. If you can think of a name, from Jim Rome to Bob Proctor to you fill in the blank, they've worked with them in either a book or a movie. And they are really, the people that have put this together. It's an honor for me to be with them. I've had some great mentors. I've got to work and mentor and coach some of my heroes growing up. And but at the end of the day, they are the people that really, put this together. It's their brainchild. But this film is really touching, again, like on a level that it's going to, if you have a pulse and if you watch this film, you will have probably 10, 20 takeaways, but you have at least one. And that one takeaway, that little bit of a nugget, if you apply, because, faith without works is dead, we say, right? But at the end of the day, knowledge is not power. Applied knowledge is power, right? And applied accurate knowledge is true power, right? If you apply what you learn into your life and inculcate that, you truly can have a better life, and that ripple effect will help touch everybody around you that you love and care about.
Okay. Oh, how wonderful.
So I know you've got somebody that's actually been in the film. We've got them backstage. We got a couple people backstage. We're gonna get them up. I'm gonna give you a little break, Tony. We're gonna bring up Doria Cordova. We're gonna throw you back in the green room here. We're gonna bring up Doria Cordova, and then I'm gonna bring up Tony and one of the guests from the film. But we've been talking about Quantum Leap. The Tribune's done a very special on that. We've brought on some great people that really specialize in quantum leaps, and they celebrate people in the quantum leap, and they facilitate quantum leaps. And, Doria knows this world very well. She very easily could have been in the film, Beyond Physical Matter, in my opinion, just because she's that kind of expert. She knows Marie Diamond and Joe Vitale and all those people. Those are kind of her people, similar in the sense of, bringing a lot of things to the world. Robert Kiyosaki, list goes on and on. But there's a certain prayer that they kind of discuss from Beyond Physical Matter. And I know it, I learned it first from you, right? So I thought it'd be cool to have you on. I know you're a friend of the Los Angeles Tribune and that community. So I'm going to give you a chance to sort of lead us through this. But before we do this, I just want you to define this. Tell Karen and Linda about this. They may know about it. They may not know about this. But I just want you to give everybody listening, as well as Karen and Linda, a definition of this very special kind of prayer here. What is it? What is it not?
Okay. Aloha, everyone. I'm back. I started this event about 5 days ago. Let's just take a deep breath, everyone. And this will give you a sense. Let's just deep breath. And David, thank you. And Mo, about everyone, thank you. So this particular beautiful prayer I learned back in 1984, 40 years ago. And it is a combination of a Hawaiian tradition called Ho'oponopono, which is to make things right. But it also is a bit of a hybrid with some Christianity in it, because the woman that was given to put it out in the world, Morna Simeona, in the 70s, so that there was so much upset out there. So what the prayer does is cut these aka cords that we have amongst each other, between each other. The more that we love someone, the more that we quote unquote hate someone, the bigger the cord. So these energies hold us down. And the way through it is through forgiveness, releasing resentments, but also is a beautiful, it's practiced in many ways. I learned the prayer, and it is designed for you to go 100% taking responsibility for the energy that you're putting out, for the creation, that all the creations around you, how you are reacting. And many of you know that I'm a CEO. I own a program called Money and You Accelerated Business School. So I have this whole other business side. And this is the secret. This is the secret behind it. This is why so many people that are so big, like take Kiyosaki, he used to come running in and say, let's do a Ho'oponopono for my next real estate deal. I said, dude, you got to do it with me. I can't just do it for you. So today we're going to do a little very short version of it. And it is, you are uncomfortable for a little bit, but we're going to release, and literally in the quantum field, we begin to separate and begin to cut those cords that hold us down from all those upsets, from all those hurts, from all that loss. Very nice.
All
It's
right.
peaceful.
Yes, I like it.
Okay.
So Karen, Linda, any quick question, or should we jump right into it?
I think we jump right into it, but Doria, I have to tell you, I'm such a fan. I've been watching you on Top Talent as David's guest for a long time, and it's an honor to meet you and everything good that you're doing in this world. It's very, very wonderful.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Linda, anything?
I am excited to experience this, Doria. So I'm excited to meet you. Thank you so much for that introduction, and let's dive in.
Yeah.
So very quickly, part of my Ho'oponoponos is the fact that I didn't even know that I was coming back into this particular platform. I was supporting David. I didn't even know these guys had put on a 5th day. And here we are doing it all together. So what I'd like you all to do, to just close your eyes for a minute. There's not much for you all to do. And I'm going to do the very, very short version. All right. Usually it's about 20 minutes. We're going to do half of that. So let's take a deep breath. Close your eyes. And let's take another breath. The word ha in Hawaiian means breath. And aloha means I love you, thank you. And it also means I share breath with you. That is what we all do. So you can keep your eyes closed, or you can just lie down, whatever you would like to do. And if there's any way that we could put up my screensaver, it would be wonderful now. But if not, no worries. So what we're going to do is we're going to be aligning the inner family, the Amakua, the inner father, and that is like the great spirit. Then we're going to be aligning the Uhana, the mother, the conscious mind, and then we're going to be aligning the inner child, the Unihi Pili, that carries memories from the beginning of our creation, not of this life, but our soul's creation. And what I'm going to ask you right now is for you to allow yourself to be uncomfortable for just a few minutes, And I'd like you to start bringing up into your consciousness everything that disturbs your peace right now. Everything. Just start bringing it up. Those money challenges, business, relationship, health. And for me personally, this life has been about handling loss. I came to this world. I have had a lot of loss, couple of miscarriages, and I still miss those little girls that would have been 53 years old now, but never got to be with them. And you see, I'm very calm because I keep including my past. So I'd like you to just bring in all the things that are
uncomfortable for you right now, that bring up a lot of emotions. But because we are in some business masterminds right now, particularly all your energies feeling like you cannot, connect with the right people. You don't have the ability to joint venture with people. You don't have enough cash. You don't have enough capital. You're not more beautiful enough. You judge yourself how you look. Just all these things, just bring them all up. And we want to include everyone in all social media, in all Zoom, in all StreamYard, everywhere, everything. Actually, we're going to include the whole world. And we're going to align our inner family, and we'll begin an inner connection. And then I'm going to jump right to a very short, another little prayer, and we'll complete. So right now, the Ho'oponopono, it begins with the mother talking to the inner child, and then the Great Spirit responds. So, Divine Creator, Father, Mother, Son, as one, oh my child, will you forgive me for all my errors in thoughts, deeds, and actions? I have accumulated and subjected you to over eons of time. As your mother today, I forgive you for all my errors in thoughts, words, and deeds and actions. I have accumulated and subjected you to over eons of time. As your mother today, I forgive you for all your errors, fears, resentments, insecurity, guilt, and frustrations. Let love flow from me to you and from us to the Father. Let Divine Creator embrace us in the circle of divine love. Now the child speaks. I am a child of God, allowing divine love and intelligence to move and express in and through me. My affairs, both personal and universal, balance, perfect ideas, perfect relationships, and perfect right environment at the right time. I am and will always be in my right place and time for my own individual growth, personal success, and happiness, to allow me to fully use my talent in this lifetime for my good and others. Right conditions, relationships, and ideas for a constructive future can and will be achieved through my complete acceptance, enthusiasm, faith, and humbleness of mind for my divine creator, fathers, and oneness of all life, my Alpha and my Omega. I will know and truly understand and experience a fulfilled life, for I deserve to have the water of life to sustain me now and always, for I am peace. And now the Father, the Great Spirit, nature, whatever you want to call it. And by the way, Ho'oponopono prayers are done by people of every walk of life. I have very atheist friends of mine that love this prayer, and they just connect to nature. Opening prayer, I am the I. I come forth from the void into light. I am the breath that nurtures life. I am that emptiness, that hollowness beyond all consciousness, the I, the it, the all. I draw my bow of rainbows across the waters, the continent of minds with matters. I am the incoming and outgoing of breath, the invisible, untouchable breeze, the undefinable atom of creation. I am the I. And now what we're going to do is we're going to do just one little part of it, and then we'll do the closing part. Take a deep breath. Divine Creator, Father, Mother, Son, as one, I, and say your name out loud. Our families and relatives wish to do a Ho'oponopono with all the people that came to mind, with all the upsets, with all the violence, with all the offenses, with everything, anytime, anywhere, whether I did it consciously or unconsciously, when I hurt another, when I offended another, when I stole from another, when I created energy, I gossiped about another. I include all of that in the same thing that happened for me when someone actually directed. And we include not only all those people, but also all of the places where they occur, where the violences occur, where all the places from the beginning of anything that ever happened and all those losses that we have experienced.
we include all those who have left this world. I always include all of my beloveds and all of your beloveds that are no longer with us. We include all of our fears, errors, resentments, guilt, angers, violence, attachment, especially with all the people that are coming to mind. And if we forget anybody, no worries, because they are in our unihipili and they are included. Everyone, even if we're not consciously aware of it, right now, our whole being is being cleansed. And all the places where these violences occur, past lives, home ties that contribute to the cause of any of our current problems. Cleanse, purify, sever, cut, and release all the negative and unwanted memories, blocks, and energies we have created, accumulated, and accepted from the beginning of our creation to the present. Transmute all these unwanted energies to pure light. We release them to pure light as they release us. We are set free, and it is done. And we're almost done. It's 11:11. We're almost done. So now what I'd like you to do is to visualize the Haleakala Mountain, and you can do this anytime, anywhere, and you can do it before retiring. So your unconscious is learning the Mahiki process of Ho'oponopono prayer. So imagine the Haleakala Mountain, 10,040 feet high, one of the most holy mountains on the planet. And it has a crater that's 24 miles long. And above it, I'd like you to imagine this huge indigo bowl. Huge. It's your own indigo bowl. And what I'm going to do, I'm only going to be silent for 1 minute, but we're going to include anything and everything that needs to be included. Everything that has been mentioned, everything that has been brought up, everything. So as you can see right there, thank you, that looks so beautiful. You can see the mountain right there, the crater on the left-hand side. And the middle one is a picture that I actually took. And it looks like this beautiful white bowl, but it's actually, we want it to be indigo. And so what I'd like you to do right now is take 1 minute and put everything in there that really bothers you, that any abscess or hurts, everything we had mentioned. Let's do that very quickly. Keep breathing. Let it all go in. That thing that's really hurting you and bothering you, put it in there, put it in there. All political upsets, all the angers, all the hurts, put it all in. Deep breath. All the losses, all the why did this happen to me, put it all in there. Thank you. Remember, you can do that anytime. And so we placed all of our problems, including with self, family, relatives, ancestors, pets, land, animate and inanimate things into this indigo bowl. And they will be moved from indigo to ice blue to white colors, and the divinity finishes the treatment. And now we go to 2 more little tiny sentences. Release. Sure. Divine Creator, Father, Mother, Son as one, say I, and your name, Michelle. Our families and ancestors mentally detach ourselves from all involved in any challenge, any problems we have in our lives. We cut all aka cords and it is done. And finally, the cleansing. We mentally bathe ourselves from the top of the head to our toes with the following colors: indigo or purplish bluish light 7 times, emerald green 7 times, ice blue 7 times, and white 7 times. And lastly, I leave you with the peace of I, which comes, part of it comes from the Bible, and then Morna Simeona went ahead and kind of edited the peace of I. So you surround everybody that you love, everything that you love. We surround everyone. Always when you bring me into this mastermind, into these platforms, I surround everyone with the peace of I, the I am. Mm-hmm. Peace be with you, all my peace. The peace that is I, the peace that is I am. The peace for always, now and forever and evermore. My peace I give to you. My peace I leave with you. Not the world's peace, but only my peace, the peace of I. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doria.
Thank you.
That can be tough to sit here and just with so much going on to try to quiet everything. So I'm impressed, Linda. I'm impressed, Karen. I'm impressed with myself. But Doria, you did a great job. That's the first time I've ever experienced your short version. That's really impactful. You could only imagine if you were, doing it, longer or in person or all these other things as well.
It's perfect. Perfect length. David, it's perfect length. That's all you need. In the middle of the busiest time, you just need a minute. Ho'oponopono. Just say Ho'oponopono, you're done.
Well, that's hard for me by itself. I'm not sure I've said that word right once yet. But thank you, Doria. Thank you, Linda. I know I've got to let you go, and Doria, we're going to let you go. I know you're doing other things as well. Me and Karen are going to bring back on Tony and one other person, but this is perfect because we're going to continue the conversation about beyond physical matter. And what more perfect thing than what you just did? What you just did was beyond physical matter. Linda, I'll give you kind of the last word before you take off and we bring up the next person.
I just want to, again, thank you, David, for setting up such an impactful conversation, such a wonderful exchange, such a really transformational opportunity for us to discuss have conversations and discuss issues that are really transformational. So thank you for allowing me to be part of today's conversation. And thank you for providing such an impactful platform that everyone benefits from. So thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Linda. We'll see you later on this afternoon.
Yeah, in just a couple hours. And Karen, so wonderful meeting you.
Nice to meet you.
And,
nice to meet you too. I hope we see each other again.
I'm sure we will. So thank you so much, and we'll speak soon. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everybody listening. I wanted to bring back up Tony and his guest. I have his name here, but I wanted to make sure we let Tony help, introduce. This is one of the stars of the new film, Beyond Physical Matter. Do we have him backstage as well? Tony's a guest there. Oh, you got to take yourself off mute there as well, Tony. Looks like you got put on.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, there you go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
So, hey, I just spoke to Sir Dr. John. He was on, and then he got bumped off somehow. So he's trying to log back in.
Okay.
Yes, I know Jeremy's going to be on shortly too. Jeremy Hoffman, one of our stars. He just texted me as well.
Sounds good. Yeah, Jeremy Hoffman. He's the one with the new facility downtown. We got people all over the world listening to this, but for those of you that are in, that kind of LA community, Jeremy Hoffman has a new facility downtown that is, based in the quantum. You can do all kinds of cool things at this new facility. Tony, you were talking a little bit about it, but speak very specifically to the actual things that you can do inside his physical building, his facilities there.
Well, you know me, I love to do things out of the box. So let's do this whole MTV Cribs thing, right? I will do better. I will show you. How about that?
Okay.
So if you could see right now, I'm not on the rooftop as I almost fell off the roof. That wouldn't be good. This rooftop right here is the largest standing rooftop in America. It's 2 acres. It's gorgeous gardens. You could fit 20,000 plus people. It's a party to say the least. And it is anchored. The wellness spa is anchored on that rooftop. It's anchored there, and it's also anchored when you first walk in. So this building, believe it or not, is where Google was founded, YouTube was founded, PayPal was founded, SoundHound was founded, I believe Grubhub. This is the Unicorn Building, the famous building at the 10 Town in LA, in downtown. Crypto.com arena is right down the street. And so the modalities in this are absolutely out of this world. It's way past scalar technology. It's quantum. What I've learned from these brilliant human beings is when, and I forget exactly what the barometer is, so forgive me if Jeremy can elaborate. But, when you look at basically these waves and so forth, like EMFs are a 44, right? And I believe scalar is an 88, if I'm not mistaken. Time and space itself is 144. And quantum is 188. What does that mean? It means it exists outside time and space, right? So all things are truly made of at like a nano level. So these guys have technologies here that are truly just absolutely unbelievable. There's a quantum bed, for example, that basically you start with session 1, you eventually bump up to session 12, and you can't jump ahead. You do about 5 to 8, I should say, sessions of innocence, which is track 1. And you're on it, you have, the whole headset, the whole deal, just similar to a brain tap. By the way, there's brain tap here. Dr. Patrick Porter's company, he's a good friend, he's a great guy. But these quantum beds, and you start basically at level 1. You do it for an hour, and it's called innocence. And some of the testimonials, even by Sir Don Boyer, right, the executive producer of our film, he said it brought him back. And this is a guy, by the way, that wakes up 3 in the morning for 27 years. That's been doing energy work for 27 years and does a 3-hour modality every morning. He said he had this pattern of people kind of taking from him when he was younger, and he cleared it up in 1 session, right? So, it's incredible. Then we have other people that were dealing with some physical pain, things of that nature, and scale 1 to 10 was like a 9 going on, and they went down to like a 1, if at all. So you can't make, of course, health claims, but when the body comes into balance, it's able to do incredible things. Go ahead.
Yeah. So if you're just now, joining us and listening, you're listening to Tony here, producer of the documentary Beyond Physical Matter. And Sir Tony here, he's a wild connector. He knows a lot of the same people that you guys are all fans of. Sir James Dentley, Cara Dentley was also in the film Beyond Physical Matter. Dame Dee Dee Wong, another good friend of his. That's who connected us. Now, Tony, can I blow your mind for a second? Now, I'm going to kind of go for it. And so if this doesn't blow your mind, I'm going to look kind of silly. But you brought up Patrick Porter and Brain Tap. Did you know that Patrick Porter is a past client of mine, and I'm the one who I branded and named Brain Tap right in my house. He came out to my house in California. He sat right in my room. We whiteboarded all these things before it was called Mind Something Else. I'm not going to say what it was to confuse you, but I'm literally the one who branded it Brain Tap and built the initial website and program and profile and put them a bunch of places. Didn't even know that, did you?
I'm pretty sure you built this building too. I'm not surprised because I always find out you're like the wizard behind the Oz. She's the guy behind the curtain.
True story though. Patrick Porter, Cynthia Porter, his wife, stayed right there at my house, and he came to me and said, "David, we got to reach more people." 2015, we literally rebranded, redid, relaunched the whole entire thing. Thank you for giving me that segue for that not so humble brag. Thank you very much.
I love it. I love it. That thing. Why am I not?
You know about Newcom?
I'm so impressed with you, buddy.
Do you know much about Newcom or Jim Poole? You need to find out about Newcom and Jim Poole. They're big time regulars here on the Los Angeles Tribune. Work with cancer patients and professional athletes but anyways, it's the only patented kind of technology, and they get into all that kind of megahertz stuff. So you're going to see a lot of fans on here. Both platforms are really good. Anybody that's getting into the quantum, anybody that's looking to, heal beyond the physical is going to be on the right track. But that's my homework assignment for you, Tony, is to go find out more about Newcom as well.
I will. Beautiful, my friend. Thank you. And I'm not surprised. It's amazing. I always love the stories of the Rick Frischmans of the world. That's like the catalyst behind Jack Canfield. Like the people that are really help the people to make, their message get out to the world. I love that. And I love to, be one of them. Thankfully, a lot of people share, but you are behind literally so many different things. It's amazing. I'm not surprised. And, your gift in this world, man, has impacted so many people. So thank you for that.
Thanks. I couldn't resist. I just had to bring it up. So you are working with Dame Dee Dee Wong. You guys have worked on some other projects. The three of us have even talked about some upcoming projects. But one of the things that she has coming up is the next ceremony. She's a part of a royal order. Same one as you. Same one as the Baron James Dentley. And there's going to be some more people being knighted here in March. And she's a part of that. I know that you and your wife are both a part of that. What can you tell us? I know some stuff's kind of top secrets and under wraps. I know there's some big names involved. What can you tell us about some of these quantum leap type people that are going to be celebrated there at this event?
It's just that. These are the people that, have, in my opinion, quantum leap the world. Not just my opinion, over 1 billion people's my opinion, right? Some of the greatest, in my opinion, NFL football player in his position, the greatest runner of all time, one of the greatest swimmers of all time, the top 3 greatest wrestlers of all time. And not just sports, right? That's just one category, right? There's incredible human beings that have done incredible things from a philanthropic standpoint, that have given so much, that have blessed people and blessed this world, right? And the world's better because they're here. What I love about the knighthood is that it's the royal's order, the oldest royal order, basically starting from Emperor Constantine in 350 AD with his mother Helen the Great. And they would honor people that were not of basically noble royal blood and give them that title as a royal for doing one of, at the time, 6 acts of valor. Now there's 8 of them. And whether it's, entrepreneurship now, a health and medicine, great sports athlete, like Michael Jordan or somebody of that caliber, and so the people being knighted, there's 15 of them, are just the absolute top Mount Everest of their respective sport or business, whoever that might look like. So it's an honor. My wife and I are on the committee. Dame Didi Wong is one of our dearest friends, as you know, introduced us a couple of weeks ago in Miami. I feel like I've known you so much longer. It's so funny, 3 weeks, whenever it was. We've done so much in that period of time. I feel like every day is like, forget it, from New York to LA, all over the place. But we're doing it at the Cruise Building. And the Cruise Building is, in my opinion, one of the most royal, ornate buildings that I've ever seen. My beautiful wife has been helping Dame Didi to, get everything, to up to par and, make it royal. But the decor, the building itself is incredible. And we're going to have 150 guests. It's an invite only. And again, it's just an absolute honor to do it in Miami, in Coconut Grove, in that section of Miami. It's one of the most beautiful areas in the world.
Yeah. So for those of you who are thinking about that, Miami Cruise, this isn't where the cruise ships are at. This is Cruise, C-R-U-Z. So if you look up the Cruise Center, C-R-U-Z in Miami, Florida, yeah, very beautiful on the inside. Looks like something out of Bridgerton or something like that. Very, very royal, very, very fitting. Yeah. But yes, that's where very it's going to be at. Yeah, there you go. March 16th. So, yes, thank you, Karen, for coming on. Earlier, we're going to let you go. I know you only had so much time. Linda, thank you for coming on. That was great. Dame Doria, that's pretty cool that you kind of helped kick this off 5 days ago, and now you got to be here in the end. I know that we're letting her go as well. We have one person that's in the process of getting on. We'll speak to them, but we're going to be wrapping this all up. We're going to be done in less than 5 minutes here. 6-7 minutes probably tops. But Tony, what did you think of what Doria did? I know that you have had some experience with that prayer, if you will. But have you ever experienced it like that before? Or have you ever, what did you think about that?
Phenomenal. I mean, very, very powerful. I mean, I think the power of prayer is the strongest, modality in the world, in my opinion. We have these newer that have been discovered, epigenetics, modalities, the resolution therapy, the process healings. Shout out to my dear friend, Kristen Connell, rewiredmind.com. She helped me tremendously at the rewiredmind.com when I was healing for 5.5 years after stem cells and so forth from a bad accident. But I think prayers like that are so powerful. You mean, like they literally resonate at such a deeper level. And that's the quantum, right? That's what the quantum is. The quantum is what ties this giant fishbowl of everything together. In my opinion, just my humble opinion is that, go please.
So we'll have John up here in a second, but I'm going to issue a challenge, and everybody at home, we can see. I promised Tony a tough question. So here's the tough question. And Tony, if you can answer this question, I'm going to give you $100. And everybody listening now will hold me accountable here. I'm going to give you $100. I'm going to see you at the premiere of this movie tomorrow night, Bosco. $100. Now, are you ready for the question? Are you ready for the test? Can you spell?
Is it because I didn't shave today?
Can you spell Ho'oponopono?
Whoa!
Can you spell?
Can I call my lifeline? Can I call Rex?
You cannot phone a friend. You cannot phone a friend. You don't have to get the apostrophe in
bumped
there.
Him out right when I was going to phone. Can I text out to Joe Vitale?
No. Okay, I knew it. Who can spell it? Wow. Somebody drop it in the comments. Who can spell this thing? Only Tony gets the $100. Yeah. I'm not issuing $100 to just anybody who can spell it. You guys will just be Googling it. Rex, people backstage. Was John able to join us? Oh, there he is. Okay, good.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, we got Sir John
I
on
think
now.
so. The man, the myth, the legend.
Never give up.
Sir Dr. John
Never give up.
Faktoris.
How are you? Thank you for
Very, very good.
We're
Hopefully
good.
your camera will be able to work here. Rex, do you know much about this movie Beyond Physical Matter? I know you know some people that are in it, but did you know much about this documentary that just came out?
I don't. I mean, I haven't seen it. I've heard only good things about it. And so it's very exciting that again, the world is being offered an opportunity to explore this topic through a new movie and through new voices, some old and some new. So it's really very cool.
Yeah. For some reason, John, your camera doesn't seem to be working. We've only got a few minutes left. We'll see if we can get that fixed. Rex,
there
thanks.
is an issue.
Oh,
there is an
there he
issue
is.
with
There he is.
Oh, here he is.
Can you?
Yes, we can hear you
John
now,
Stengel.
and we can see you, Sir
Great,
Dr. John. All right, you've got all kinds of impressive accolades there. So you're one of the people that's actually interviewed in this documentary, Beyond Physical Matter. Can you tell us just a little bit about it and what you talked about in the film? Like, what did you talk about and focus on in this film, Beyond Physical Matter?
When you look at the movie itself and who are in it, you will find a variety of people with experience, and we all beyond the positive thinking. There is always the power of the energy that every human being has. Everybody wants to find this magic trick or the word or the system how to improve their life. And positive thinking, the law of attraction, the vibration, the quantum physics. And it's so important to hear different people's view, because at the end of the day, we all have an amazing willpower that will go to work only if there is a burning desire. People like to change their life, but however, most of them are lazy. To change your life, it takes some kind of effort. Even the thinking part, it takes effort. It takes planning. Life is not going to change by itself. So when you look at the movie and you look at the people in it, there is amazing information about the power we have and hold inside. But you have also open your mind to accept there is something beyond just what you see and touch. It's also what you feel and what you think. And the thinking is energy. The words are energy. The connection with someone else, even from a distance, is energetic. The way you shake hand, you transmit and exchange energy. Your body language, everything, every human being, we have the ability to improve our life massively.
Thank you. I know we're running out of time.
I believe that this movie will help a lot of people.
Yeah, I believe that, and thank you. We're running out of time, and I know I'm gonna take off. I'm just gonna say goodbye. I'm gonna let Mo and Rex do their thing and wrap up. You guys have been amazing. Thank you for having me on.
Thank you.
Talk to you guys real soon.
See you, David.
Much love, buddy.
You know what I would love to add is the notion, Sir John, that they went away. But, everything, Mo, is energy. And the interesting fact, energy can't be created or destroyed. It can only be transformed. And it's ongoing, ever present. There is no past and future in the world of energy. But human consciousness, the interesting thing is that we can classify and categorize, we can label and judge, we can ignore or accept whatever's going on. And that's one of the beautiful reasons why we get to have problems as well as opportunities and solutions, is because we have this mind, this ability to look at certain things and ignore other things. But we're just as much
I couldn't
energy
agree more, Rex. That's very well stated, and what you've just experienced this past hour, 2 hours now, is exactly what we stand for here at the LA Tribune, a free speech platform that can convey ideas that you are not used to hearing. And so whether it's supporting documentary films that support unconventional ideas, or whether it is having speakers that are sharing ideas that can make the world a better place, that's what we stand for as a free speech platform dedicated to changing the status quo. And Rachel Weaver is a leader that also stands for making the world a better place by leading other leaders. And so we're going to bring up Rachel Weaver now, because Rex, you and Rachel are going to spend the next hour with a group of TED speakers. And we here at the Los Angeles Tribune love the work of TEDx. We love TEDx Utah. We love the TED platform, because there are ideas worth sharing and worth spreading, which is what we're also all about. And we appreciate that mission and vision. And Rachel, we're going to give you the floor for you to share a little bit about some of these speakers that are also going to join us here live on the virtual stage in a couple minutes here. And what can people expect? I know we have Dan, Matthew, Melanie in the green room. If you could go ahead and share a little bit about these incredible speakers before we bring them up. Rachel Weaver, please.
Thank you so much, Mo. Such an honor to be here. Typically, I would not be in my car, so thank you for giving grace for that today, as I've had a small family emergency. I'm actually in the parking lot at the hospital, but happy to be here with all of you and super excited to bring on some of these speakers, which even includes Mr. Mo Rock himself. I had the honor and pleasure of working alongside Mo, Dan, Matt, Melanie, Marcus Black, and a few others that should be joining us here shortly to talk about their passion behind wanting to give a TEDx talk and how they've leveraged that TEDx talk to be able to get their message out into the world through other stages. So Rex, I'm excited to host this with you for the next hour.
Rex is so excited he's on mute. So we're gonna bring up Melanie, Dan, and Matthew, and I'm gonna step back and have Rex and Rachel lead the way. And Rachel, if you have a first question for this incredible panel, the floor is yours.
Well, before she does, I want to say that it's exciting to be able to co-host with you, Rachel. I appreciate that. I want to thank the last people who were guests, the producer of the movie, and then one of the guests of the movie, and say that it's exciting. But I want to remind people that they should share this program and they should register for this program, because when they register, they get free bonuses and gifts from the speakers, as part of the free registration. So always remember to, when you share, to encourage people to register. And with that, I'll pass the mic over to you, Rachel, so that we can begin this important conversation with.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Rex. Hi, Melanie, Dan,
hello,
Matt. Such an honor and pleasure to have all of you with me today. Okay, so first question, I'm going to go ahead and ladies first. I'm going to talk to Melanie, and I'm going to ask you, Melanie, what was your passion behind your TEDx talk? What drove you to feel the need and the desire to put that talk into the world?
Thank you, Rachel, for letting me come on today. And working with you has just been absolutely fantastic. Appreciate you so much. The TEDx talk gave me an opportunity to reach others that were experiencing loss. There's so many people in the world that don't talk about it on a regular basis, or they may be holding back some feelings. So when I was able to share the story I did, I was given an opportunity to reach out to those, and I've had such good response. I've had people that have lost family members, or even lost a job, or lost a relationship, or even lost a parent to dementia. There's so many ways that people lose something, and to be able to share and to help people overcome those losses and give them inspiration to have the life they really want from now on, and to excel after a loss.
I love that. So important. Tell us, what was the name of your talk?
Horsepower, Healing Through Grief and Beyond.
Horsepower, Healing Through Grief and Beyond. Very, very powerful, because I think that we look at grief in ways that are just so awful. But really, when we understand the different ways that we can grieve in a healthier way through leveraging nature, animals, things like that. And you've been a master at teaching people how to do that.
Well, thank you very much. So I talk to the TEDx talk about the healing power of horses, how I helped a horse overcome her fears and anxieties and to heal, and how she, of course, in turn helped me walk through the grief of my loss of my infant daughter, my teenage son, and my husband. It was a magical experience, and I offer that to other people to come here to the ranch and have that experience with me.
Love it. Thank you so much, Melanie. I'm going to switch over to Matthew. Matthew, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
Matthew also gave his TEDx talk recently in St. George, Utah. And tell me, Matthew, what challenges did you have to face with having a learning disability in order to find the courage to be able to speak on stage?
Wow, I had to learn that sometimes our superpowers are not, written, and it could be in a sense of speaking. So I found early in my college career that I could maybe not spell. I spell at a fourth grade level, read at a fourth grade level, and I flunked a lot of college classes, but it wasn't until I got into public speaking class that I found I had a gift to get on the stage and pull people in by telling stories. And I think that's what motivated me, that I found storytelling was, and then I went on and did film school. So I actually became I'm doing a documentary now, as you guys are talking about documentaries. And so I found just the power of storytelling was my superpower. I guess that would, to answer your question.
Fantastic. I have seen firsthand your growth as you practice your talk throughout the process, because speaking on a TEDx stage is a little different than just showing up
just
on a normal stage or on a film, if you will, because of all the strict rules and guidelines.
Yeah.
So that challenge for someone who struggles in a lot of ways is, in my opinion, a pretty big obstacle that you overcame utilizing some of your superpowers.
Yeah, it was a pretty interesting process. I had to rely in school on how to memorize things. So that was a good thing, because I just kept doing the talk every day. I practiced for about 3 or 4 hours, just memorizing it. My kids and my wife got sick of it after a while, but it was okay. I was given the speech anywhere, everywhere, in the shower, everywhere you can think of. But that's what I've learned over the years. When you struggle in one area, you just have to make a strength another. I think, Rex, you said it when you got on. I have it on my wall right there behind me, never give up. And that's been my mantra throughout my life, is just never give up.
Well, that's so beautiful. Matthew, what is amazing is, the brain actually has redundancy built into it, so that if certain parts of the brain don't work the way other parts of the brain, do, parts will take over and do it. It's kind of like people who lose a limb, their dominant limb, the other limb obviously becomes dominant. So what I love when someone like yourself says, I had an area that I wasn't really very strong in, and I may not even still be strong in it, but I've developed these other areas, and I've gone on and I've made the kind of life that I'd like to have. I speak, I'm a filmmaker, I'm doing these things, because you don't let it hold you back. And in that way, it's a gift, because guess what? You may never have spoken or been a filmmaker, had you not discovered, through this process. So it's very beautiful. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thanks.
Very, very good. So, Dan, you have been a serial entrepreneur and have experience in a lot of different things. So can you share with us, what have your experiences in innovating new technologies and new ways of thinking been able to help you leverage gaining that TEDx stage?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, appreciate that question, Rachel. As you guys might want to guess here, Matt and I are brothers. So unfortunately for Rachel, she got a double package when she found us from a TEDx perspective. But anyway, we in innovation or leadership in general, in my journey with the companies that I coach or that I've ran and owned, I've always held a torch for empathetic leadership or for collaboration as well. I believe that these principles are really the bedrock of true innovation. And I think the TEDx stage is definitely a stage of innovation. It's a stage of thoughts. And it allows us to touch people in a larger setting, in a world stage, if they find your talk. In a business setting, I think that what kind of gave me this foundational belief is that in the business setting, empathy is fostering a culture of open communication and trust. It's where creative ideas are nurtured, not put under a rug. Collaboration, on the other hand, brings diverse perspectives together and sparking innovative solutions. And again, with that foundation, the TED stage becomes the perfect stage of how to open a culture of open communication, or foster that culture of open communication, to allow collaboration to occur, to let diverse perspectives happen and innovative solutions be talked about. And I think when I work with leadership teams in the coaching that I do, I emphasize these values, shaping strategies that not only help them drive growth, but cultivate a more supportive and creative workplace, which again links back to the TED stage. And I think by leading with the heart and intellect, ensuring that innovation is just not a buzzword anymore, but it's something that we can do as a lived experience. And the TED stage was a lived experience for me, for us to be able to have that chance.
Love that. Super powerful. Rex, did you have anything you wanted to say from that?
Well, I was curious if they work together as brothers or if they work independently in different careers and occupations, doing different things for different people.
I'll take a little bit of that. At the beginning of our careers, we were definitely on different paths. I was in law enforcement and spent some time in that area, and Matt was in human services and helped a lot of people. And eventually, my path in law enforcement verged into human services, and then we eventually came together back in 2017, and we've been working together since. And now we're active, active on coaching businesses. So,
can I just ask what type of, or what do you coach in with the businesses particularly?
Let Matt jump in. What do you got, Matt?
Yeah, so good question, Rex. So what we do is we come in over the decade, we learned that the leadership or the executive community is the most important part of the team. And so we actually come in and teach skills to help them have a communication and a streamlining operating system. So we actually teach them how to run effective meetings, do quarterly pulsing, know what a KPI is. Because here's the reality is a lot of people get thrown into leadership but never had training in it. And we were guilty as executives for a decade. We'd give promotions, but then all of a sudden they were like, well, thanks for the promotion, but what do I do now? And anybody that's ever been promoted, even CEOs, if they're willing to be honest and forward, being a CEO, you can have the title, doesn't mean I mean, I went to business school and it's that theory. So what we do is we just come in and we sit with you every quarter, and it's a really simple process. The journey is 1 day, 30 days, 60 days, 90, and we're pulsing with the smallest version of your leadership that makes decisions. And the outcome and the ROI is just huge. It's huge. I think the best way, Dan, I don't know if you want to jump in, is just it's a communication operating system. It teaches you how to streamline and get everything in order.
Nope, perfectly said.
Absolutely. Well said. Thank you.
Yeah.
Actually, Marcus, it's been a while since I've been with you, Marcus. How are you, sir?
I'm doing incredibly well, man. Good to see you, my dear brother. Always a pleasure to share space with you and all these incredible thought leaders.
Absolutely. So, Rachel, right after you mute, would you like to ask a question of Marcus too? And
Sure. I apologize. I didn't realize there was a little bit of a delay. Welcome to the stage, Marcus. Happy to have you with us today. So, Marcus, you also have seen the TEDx stage as well as many stages across the globe. With it, when it comes to making an impact, a positive impact, how has creating a TEDx talk helped you to elevate the talks that you give to leave a bigger impact on the audience after your TEDx venture?
Yeah, I think that's an incredible question, and it's one that's definitely pertinent to the conversation. As you said, I've been on hundreds of stages in front of hundreds of thousands of people at this point, which is really cool. But there is no stage quite like a TEDx stage. It is very particular. Anyone who's done one, including all my counterparts here, can tell you like it. Just the parameters, the prestige, and the way that you approach that talk is totally different than any other talk. So it was outside of my comfort zone, to be honest. It was like so different, but that stretching is something we all need because growth is a lifelong process. So it never stops. You never stop. And so if you're going to elevate, you need to be stretched and put in uncomfortable situations and positions. And so it did that for me. But just attention to detail, as well as just being able to fit inside the parameters of something else that's outside your comfort zone, is all leadership 101. It's all stretching. It's all making you better. It's sharpening your tools so that I'm not for everybody. But if you can fit inside TED parameters, you can go and find ways to communicate with audiences who may not typically or traditionally be into you or your style or the way you typically communicate. And so it definitely sharpened that way. It's opened doors, provided opportunities, and some people, and that credibility piece, because there's still a demographic that's always like, I have had conversations to be booked for some really big stuff where they ask specifically, have you done a TEDx talk? And I said, well, actually, I have. And they're like, boom, okay, they didn't care nothing else. That just gave them everything they need to know. If you can do that, you can work with us and our people.
I absolutely love that. It's so, so true. And Marcus, you have shown thousands upon thousands of people, millions of people probably across the globe, what is possible when it comes to overcoming fears, overcoming objections, overcoming a lot of hardship and pain, putting that aside because you know the power and impact you're going to make on the audience. So share with us a little bit about what it feels like to know that you've overcome these things and now you're changing lives across the globe.
I mean, if you wanted to make me cry, just say so, man. When I think about that, I've been overwhelmed a lot, even here recently. I just got back literally yesterday from South Carolina, Myrtle Beach, an incredible event with some incredible speakers there. But every time I get off a stage and I see people, there's probably some of you watching right now who aspire to be like Matthew and Melanie and Dan and Rex, like, and Rachel. You're like, how do I get there? How do I get to the platform? How do I get to the place where it's my voice that I get to share my experience? Because I've been through some pain. I've been through some things. I learned some lessons that have prepared me that I think can help somebody else. And so you find yourself in that place. And I know there was days where I found myself in that place, hoping and wondering when it would be my time, wishing that I would just have an opportunity. And so now to keep persevering, to not give up when other people told me it wasn't possible, to not give up when my own lived experiences told me it wasn't possible, to not give up when everything around me said I should, and to see the end result of me continuing to get to stand on stage after stage after stage and tell people there's no difference between me and you other than I didn't quit and you ain't got there yet and your day is coming. To do that, nothing feels greater. Nothing feels greater than knowing I found a way to give my pain a purpose by packaging that and being able to uplift and edify and encourage and inspire other people. So there's no greater feeling in the world than that.
I love that. Well, you inspired me even today. Full transparency. I'm really hard on myself and I would never come on to do an interview in a car. But as a lot of people in the audience know, I've got a very ill family member that I've been tending to, and we had an emergency situation today. So I thought to myself, I can say I can't do this panel, or I can show up to highlight these incredible speakers
even if I have to be in a car setting, because no one's typically seen me in a car setting before on any event virtually. So because of you, I thought in the back of my head, Marcus, literally your voice in the back of my head, like, you're not going to show up for these people who are supposed to be on stage because you're in a car? Like, how selfish of you. So here I am in the car, showing up. But I only bring that up to say that the point is true. All of us, every single one of us, Rex, Melanie, Matthew, Dan, Marcus, we've all been through experiences that have pushed us, that have challenged us, that have brought us to our knees. And when we start to stand up and share little bits and pieces of our message of overcome, I'm not talking about getting down and dirty about the pain we've experienced, but I'm talking more about focusing on some of those overcome pieces so that we can inspire and encourage other people that are still on their knees to get up, because if we did it, they can too. And so, Melanie, I want to bring this back to you really quickly, because I know that you are one of the most strong, powerful, heart-centered, happy individuals that I have ever met in my entire life. Yet, the amount of loss and grief that you've had in your life, in your adult life, most people wouldn't survive. But you show up inspiring people every day. What helps keep you in that positive mindset that you can show up smiling and serving others?
I have a true faith in God, and that wasn't a topic we were able to talk about on the TEDx stage, but it is so true. And I have 4 sons who, of course, I am tending to as well, as mother of 6. That's a really big why in my life. Why am I getting up every day? I'm getting up for them. I'm getting up for others. I'm getting up to help other people that I've met and talked to. So there's so much that I want to give. I want to go out of this world with nothing left in me to give, but I've used it all up. I want to use my full potential and use everything that God has given me to help others.
Wow, that's beautiful. I want to say thank you for that, and thank you to each of you. We're not going anywhere, but I just wanted to say thank you to everyone. And to my brother Marcus, I miss being around you, man. Your enthusiasm and excitement is so infectious. And what each of you demonstrate, what you did, Marcus, when you spoke is, and Melanie just now, is you show that the power of caring about other people uplifts ourselves. So many people focus on the problems they're going through, and it makes sense why we do that as people. But when people are able to say, yes, but there's somebody else besides myself who needs help, and put your attention and energy on them, it takes the attention off the problem. And the benefit is that when you help another person, you actually help yourself. And it's so amazing. I mean, the one, as a parent, being able to help our children, some people go, oh my God, I can't believe I have all these, responsibilities. And other people go, let me have these responsibilities. This is why I'm here. So a big why, is so very important for all of us. I'm just going to pass the mic and say, how else can you help facilitate that with the people that you are around, whether it's family or business or friends? What else can we as viewers, people, do to lend a helping hand and to, in doing so, also evolve ourselves? And whoever'd like to go first, I'm not going to.
Yeah, I'll jump in, Rex. I mean, one of the things that I feel is important in my experience, what I've learned at least, is advocating for holistic success. That things that transcend just mere financial metrics. Where a lot of people are chasing the dollar and they're looking at what that looks like. You talk about how you're helping people, or how you're waking up every morning to support your kids. That's adopting a holistic view of success. And that's something that, I spend a lot of time working with people on, is about creating the value that resonates on multiple levels, not just one level, multiple levels, whether it's with your employees, whether it's with your customers, it could be with your entire community. what can transcend multiple levels where you can have a holistic view of success. And, you know, when you're guiding companies or you're working with people on their strategic plans, it's important that they look past the moment. They look past this quarter and they try to figure out, what can I do to look beyond maybe the financial pains or whatever is going on in their life. Focus on building a culture where everyone's feeling valued. Strategies are starting to serve a wider community. Practices are starting to ensure long-term sustainability. It you know, holistic success starts to shape a different view. It becomes a more comprehensive approach where success is measured not just in like the dollar, but in the well-being, in the social impact, in the longevity of what's going on with people. And this perspective, I think, has really helped me to be able to, you know, find common ground with clients or those that I'm around, for them to figure out, what does it really look like to have sustainable growth that's balanced and deeply fulfilling, and not one-sided. So.
You know, and just to add to that, I think the biggest thing is what Viktor Frankl used to say is you got to find a cause greater than yourself. And when you find that cause greater than you, the dollar, if you chase the dollar, you will fail. I don't care how wealthy you are, because if you don't have content, and if you don't have, I shouldn't say content, if you don't have purpose, you can be as rich as you. We know a lot of rich people that are unhappy. I know a lot of them. I can introduce you. So to piggyback off what Dan said is that we have to have, what is your BHAG in your life? Like, what's your big, hairy, audacious idea for your life? And go get it, because you have to have that purpose. So I just wanted to piggyback on that.
That's great. That's beautiful. Thank you.
Rex, I'd like to jump in. So I'm also able to help businesses. And so I'm taking what I've learned on loss and going out to companies and using that as a background. We don't lead with that, but we're leading with how to help people become top producers. And within that, they've got some things in the past that they want to overcome that might be limiting them. So as they think about this, I will pull that out and give them the opportunity to overcome those things. But now I'm able to go out into companies. I've worked with Fortune 100 companies in my career, and I look forward to stepping them through all the things we're doing. I'm doing an NLP with sales training and also artificial intelligence woven in, because I'm an engineer by training. So I always kind of keep on the latest edge of how we can give those tools to salespeople and to help them grow so they can become top producers. And so that's my why as well.
Yeah, man. Listening to your question, I try to, ask even the question behind the question. So as you talk about what all of us are here to do, which is serve others, I just try to simplify that down to what is the simplest form of this question? And the question that I often ask people that I'm in communication with is, what is it for, man? What are we here for? Why does this matter? Why does this stream matter? Why does your calling matter? Why does your voice matter? Why does your business? Why does any of it matter? And the answer to that question is, at the end of the day, we are the greatest gift to each other. That is humankind. However, we don't always function that way, because we get distracted and lost in the sauce of all the stuff that's happening in the world, that's happening in the news, that's happening in me, all the stuff that's happening in our home life, that's happening in our personal community. You can go on and on and on and on, but those things pull us out, and then we become me-centric. I got to figure out how I can get ahead, how I can get just a little bit further, how I can protect me and what I have, rather than realizing that if you just serve the person next to you. I heard somebody define it like the word hope itself as helping one person every day. If you can figure out how you can help at least one person every day, nothing warms your heart more. Nothing makes your own soul light up. Nothing refuels and replenishes and revitalizes your mind, spirit, and soul more than helping somebody else. And if you can help at least one, you can help a whole lot of ones that are just like that one. And then you have a business. You solve somebody's problem by helping somebody, which thus feeds the cycle and helps you reach your own goals. But it all starts with, what is this all for? Which is figuring out how you can help somebody else's load be a little lighter and help them find success as well.
Wow, that's powerful. I want to throw something out there and then have you again respond, each of you, however you'd like to respond. Napoleon Hill talked about the fact that he got to interview and model 520 of the world's wealthiest men at that time. And toward the end of his life, he wrote that almost all of them either went broke, became a drug or alcoholic, had issues, health issues, were put in insane asylums, committed suicide, and that their children often were a mess. And he said there was only one out of the entire 520 that had a really good life, and that was John Burroughs, the naturalist, because he sought peace. And as a result of seeking peace, the wealth and everything else came to him. So sometimes what happens is we chase the dollars. There's nothing wrong with money. But what I would say is this, it's all of our life is a fiction. None of what we're pursuing today was written at the dawn of humankind. We evolved to do what we do today, but it's just a fiction. It could be completely different tomorrow. One of the beauties of cultural anthropology shows you that what's true for this society is not true for that society. What's wrong in that society is right in this society. That everything is kind of relative to where you are. So sometimes we believe lies and think that it's truth. And yet what we can find is that, so my question is how do you find your peace? How do you find your gratitude? What do you do to celebrate the things about life as opposed to buying into all of the things that are wrong and everything else? You're helping people, but in order to help people, you also have to stay a little bit outside of it's like you don't jump into quicksand in order to help people out of quicksand.
Yeah, I'll go ahead, Marcus. You got it?
I feel like we'll all get it, but I'll start and then I'll tag you in. We'll just tag team. I just have a very simple process that I use that's helped me. One of my incredible mentors, shout out to you, Mr. Trent Shelton, is huge on peace. Peace is paramount to you finding success in your own heart and your soul. But it's a very simple process for myself. And it's 3 things that I do, and I do them every single day, and they change the game. And that first one is silencing the noise. So you got to silence the noise. What is the noise? All the stuff that's in your ear making you feel stress and anxiety and turmoil and all these things that are pulling you to the side. So first thing I do is there is no notifications. There is no phone. There is no TV. There is no other input where I can quiet that noise. And for me, it's prayer. For some people, it's meditation. I often do this. I have a happy place. So you can go to a virtual happy place from inside your home. You can imagine it. Or I go to a physical lake that is within driving distance, and I don't have any distractions. So once I silence the noise, I can now give my soul peace. And the second thing I do is practice gratitude. That means I literally make a physical list of everything I do have instead of focusing on what I don't have, how far I've come instead of how far I have to go. And those things start to rise joy inside my spirit. And the third thing is to live in the now, be in the moment. Okay, I got 10 things happening, and last week I had 4 speaking engagements in 5 days, and they were in different states, and I'm like, oh my God, how's this gonna happen? Okay, that's cool. But in the moment, what am I doing right now? Who am I with right now? Nothing else is more important than where I am at this exact moment. And between the gratitude, the power of now, the present, Eckhart Tolle, and as well as just silencing all the noise is how I've been able to do exactly what you said, which is find peace in my own heart and my soul. And now I got to tag team my brother so he can light it up as well.
Not much of lighting. You did well, and I piggyback and just say I agree full-heartedly on all that. I think the biggest thing, Rex, to find peace and happiness is, as a high performer, we're tough on ourselves. I think Rachel said that. We're tough on ourselves, right, Rach? And we expect high. Melanie's been there as a high performer. We got to talk a little bit, Melanie. As high performers, we think we need to be all in. And I think the biggest thing is, like what Rex said, live in the present, not the future and not the past. And if you drive a car looking in the rearview mirror, you've all heard that, you're going to crash. So you have to be in the present and to find peace. And hey, as a short bus kid, growing up as a short bus kid, I lived with anxiety like there's no tomorrow. Every day was anxietous. And I had to learn to find peace and calm the storm of the anxiety. And what I think I did is God's first. He's given everything. And number 2 is I don't care if I lose everything tomorrow. As long as I'm healthy and well and I have that strength, I can start all over again. And I think it was one of the greats. I've read a book. If you can get over the fear of losing something, or the loss of something, you can start all over again. And I think to find peace in that, and I liked what you said, hope. I now am going to steal that from you, Marcus, is hope. And that's been my philosophy, is if you help people, and that's all I've done in my career, is just help, without any asking for anything in return. And it's found peace, because I know every day when I wake up, that's my mission. I don't care who you are. I don't care where you come from. And I don't want to give up on humanity. I think we need to love one another and stop fighting and using all this crap that's going on, and just be with each other. And that's where I find peace. I'll throw it back at you or whoever else.
I absolutely love that, Matthew. It's so true. Finding that peace is critical. I would love to hear what Dan and Melanie both have to say on this, because I know both of them also have their own journey that they've overcome, and their insight is going to be really, really helpful.
Melanie, you take it away.
Oh, thanks, Dan. Well, I'll jump in there. Well, when we said peace, peace like a river. So one of my true joys is to go out next to my house. I have a waterfall. I have 2 creeks on my property, and that beautiful sound. Well, peace like a river doesn't mean like peace is still, because God really has us moving in the flow with him to the ups and the downs that go with it. But we have that peace. And then to experience loss, you've heard about the loss of my family members, but I've also lost in other ways. I've been down to my last 8 quarters. And just like Matthew was saying, when you have experienced that loss, but you can get back up again. And believe me, I must be the queen of resilience, because resilience is a gift that I have. Being able to just say, okay, let's start again. And to really use what the resources that God has given us to and then the who's, like, there's so many things I've learned the last couple of years about who can be instrumental in your journey. So I'm blessed beyond belief to know Rachel and others on the stage right now, because even Marcus is helping me write a book. So go Marcus. So he's so talented in many different ways. So there's many opportunities to just get back up there and do it again. And I had an instance today where I had to do a mindset reset. I had to do that, to wipe it out, because there's some things that you have to encounter on a daily basis to really just say, okay, I may not be something for everybody, but I am something for myself and the right person that is going to be what I need to do. So you can kind of eliminate some of those beliefs in your system too.
Yeah, and for me, well said with what Melanie said there, is that, and for me, I think that the landscape around us is always changing, right? As Melanie said, she woke up today, some got, right in her way. Rachel's in a car because, something hit her today. And the landscape is it's constantly changing, and agility is key. I think that, to me, that's the most important thing that we can look at, is like, how do we adapt a mindset of adaptability or continuous learning? And in my journey, continuous learning and adaptability seem to be fairly key for how I overcome a lot of the things that are being thrown at us in life. And I think it starts with embracing change, not as a threat, not as a threat. Change is here. I'm right here. I'm ready for it. I can make this happen. And look at it as more of an opportunity. We want to be developing all these flexible strategies around us, so that in any moment we can pivot to a response of something that's dynamically happening in our life. What can we do today to prepare ourselves to pivot tomorrow? And the only way we can prepare ourselves today is by continually learning. And that's a crucial part of this, is being able to stay curious, seeking new knowledge, what's around the corner, being open to, again, innovation, and encouraging those that are around us to foster this learning environment, this culture of learning, so that they're upskilling continuously. They're always looking for, what idea can I welcome into my life today that might change it tomorrow, right? Or even this moment, don't wait until tomorrow, but welcome those ideas. And I believe that this type of approach is what allows you to survive in a changing world, where you can thrive in that world.
Wow, wonderful. Wonderful.
Yeah.
Rachel?
Oh, thank you. No, I was just going to respond. Such a great question, Rex. Thank you guys all so much. Such powerful insight. I agree with every single one of these speakers. They know a little bit about me and my story, and I would agree with you wholeheartedly, Dan. Being agile, being willing to move, but also keeping your mindset on point is key to everything. The way I start my morning is the same every day. It doesn't matter what's happening because it is critical for me. Now, not everyone believes in that, but I truly think that if we start our morning with a routine, doing some of the same things like gratitude, practicing gratitude, because when we have gone through loss in life, or losing everything, maybe relationships and financially all at the same time. I know I could share a little bit of that kind of situation, but really it takes focusing on the things that we do have around us, the things that we can be grateful for, the people that have added to our lives, the people who are still there when we were on our knees, and leveraging our mindset to be able to be agile, to be resilient, to move forward, even when it feels like we can't, is something that I think is such a profound and special gift that a lot of us as entrepreneurs do tend to carry. So thank you for that question, Rex.
Well, it occurs to me that, there's a song, a saying, give peace a chance. And for so many people, they don't do that. What Dan just said about keeping an open door, an open mind, and each of you are, exemplifying how you stay open to change and possibility. I'm always reminded that if it's possible for one person, it's possible for any other person. It's possible for me, and the sad part about growing up sometimes in any society is we're taught what we can't do and what we don't deserve and how we're not good enough or anything else. But if one person can break through, another person can break through, and that person could be you, it could be me, it could be the person next to us. So if we keep that in mind, I have a moment here where it's so funny, because if I go, I can't do it, you know what I'm saying? I mean, in other words, we have to become aware of the fact that sometimes we just talk ourselves out of things, and that what we're saying is counterproductive to what we actually would like to do. Oh, I'd really like to do that, but I can't afford it. I'd really like to do it, but I'm not talented enough. I'd really like to do it, but I don't know how. Once we start hearing what we're saying and becoming aware that we're putting our own foot on the brake, oftentimes we can take our foot off the brake and we can start moving in the direction that we want to do by having that open mind, by keeping those possibilities open, by giving peace or giving love or giving whatever a chance. At least create that doorway, because a tiny little opening is enough to, if you put water through it, creates great force, and a drip can become a river. So we just have to stay open. So I want to thank you each for what you said in that regard. And since we're continuing, feel free to add in whatever you'd like to add in. See how permissive this is? You can do it A and B, whatever you like.
Okay. Go ahead, Marcus.
No, I'm just taking it all in, my friend. I'm just loving learning from you incredible leaders. So grateful.
Me too. Super grateful. I couldn't agree more with everything you just said, Rex. And being at peace is something that's so key. It's also part of what we have to learn. And I think what a lot of us have mastered, and I know that I've heard Mr. Trent Shelton, you bring him up, I've heard him say this multiple times, and so many great leaders. Rex, I'm pretty sure I've heard something similar out of your mouth as well. And it really is truly, when we talk about our health and taking care of ourselves, it's not just what we put in our body as far as the food goes. It's the energy we surround ourselves with, right? It's what we allow into our space. It's what we read, what we watch, what we allow our brain and our ears to be able to be subjected to. And so for a lot of us, we've come from dark spaces, or we've come through a lot of hardships or challenges, whether it be in business or our personal lives, or our childhood. It doesn't matter. We had to get there not by feeding ourselves with unhealthy things, but surrounding ourselves with positivity and people who were going to breathe life back into us. So thank you so much, Rex, for allowing this space and for helping co-host this incredible group of leaders with me.
I want to thank you and all of us, and I know people watching are holding out for the best outcome for you and your family members, whatever's going on, and the fact that you showed up anyway. I mean, that you're here serving while you also have your own needs at this time. So, our hearts go out to you, and we send you love and light and positive energy to you and to those around you who need it.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Really, truly do. And super grateful. This is what gives me strength, right? Being able to be here with such incredible heart-centered people, watching on the Facebook, the Los Angeles Tribune, feeding my mind every day when it could be easily going down. I could be saying, well, it's just time for us to make these bad, hard decisions and sit down and cry, but I'm choosing to stay positive. I'm choosing to live in prayer and let God lead the way. I believe in faith. My faith has gotten me through this far, and it will continue on. And He has a plan, regardless of the outcome of what happens. So, thank you all for your prayers. Love you all so much. But it was really hard for me because, like we said before, we're really hard on ourselves. And the whole time I've been battling this whole conversation, like I'm in my car. It's okay. I'm still here and I'm present and I'm with you guys virtually, but my mind, my spirit, I'm with all of you. So super grateful for this opportunity. Even though I happen to be in the car, I feel as though I have to look at the perspective that the alternative was. I would have missed out on this powerful conversation.
Rachel, if you're an entrepreneur, we've all done meetings in the car, so don't worry.
Thank you.
Don't worry. In the rain.
Rachel, we love you. Thank you for doing this. You're a beautiful person inside and out, always.
Yes, girl. I want to say something to you, and you know that I'm always coming for you. and what I think about is this. And I even, to some of you who are listening, all of us have all types of credentials, and we've invested resources and coaching and certifications and this, that, and the other. But I don't want you to allow anything you don't have to be a barrier from you serving and helping somebody else. Because when I first started coaching was before I got some certifications, and there's never been a person who was at the end of their rope and was in a place of need who said, hey, can you tell me what your credentials are? All they want to know in a crisis is, can you help me? And if you can help them, they don't care about none of that. They'll give whatever it is to get the help they need. Rachel Weaver. There are a bunch of people who are watching us all over the world, and they don't care where you are. All they care is that your smiling face showed up, and because you showed up, we showed up, and they got a lifeline or information or something to help them further themselves in this life. It does not matter where you are. The fact is, you showed up, and nobody cares about where you are. They just grateful that you showed up, just like we're grateful you showed up.
Preach your brother, Marcos. Amen.
Beautiful.
Spot on.
I don't want to step on anybody. I want to give you some moments. We're gonna wrap up in maybe 5 minutes or so. So what I'd like to do is give everyone the opportunity to spend at least a minute each, sharing a thought you'd like to leave the audience with. And but I don't want to step on any toes. So again, go ahead. I think Dan, if you wanted to say something, because you were.
Yeah, no, the only thing I think, letting this conversation continue to build on itself, we started with talking about ourselves and what we're doing to feed ourselves and keep ourselves rolling and moving forward. At some point, as Rachel just displayed in her own way, we end up, now that we're in a place where we can be strong, or what we decided to be the definition of strong that day, it's now our responsibility to show up for others. And I definitely think that there's empowerment through leadership. So just kind of moving and evolving this conversation from us to what it looks like to be a leader, and taking that moments. It could be a leader in your business, it could be a leader in your home, it could be a leader in your own life if that's a certain level that you're at right now. But focusing on cultivating that leadership style that's rooted in empowerment. We choose to be a leader, and Matt used to say this all the time: being a leader sucks at the end of the day sometimes, you know what I mean? And so if you make sure that your leadership is rooted in empowerment, you go outside of yourself. You wake up every day saying, how do I nurture, how do I recognize those around me so that their strengths can be seen by others? How do I encourage autonomy so that they know they have a choice in this moment, and foster a culture where they know that they are trusted, they know that they are respected? And, you know, that's where true leadership shines, is knowing that you can tell them, hey, you own this certain part of our business, or a certain part of my life. You know, it could be your kid, it could be your wife. You look at them and you say, you own this part of my life, and I trust you and I respect you for that. And I'm going to encourage you to be innovative in that role. And hopefully you as a leader then spark or ignite personal growth for those people that are around you. And that's empowerment. That's what is at the root of leadership, is creating environments where empowerment is not just a concept, it's a daily practice. And that leads to more engaged, productive, and motivated people, which is your next responsibility. Or as Rex might say, you're living life on your own terms, right?
Thank you.
That's all I have.
Beautiful,
Love.
beautiful. Was that you, Melanie? Were you about to say something?
Jump in, Melanie.
Oh, I just was thinking about some things, and I have a URL I reserved many years ago and turned it into the company name Excellence Daily. And it doesn't mean that I am excellent every day, but it means that we're striving for excellence every day. So everything that we have, whether it's our mind, body, or spirit, given the opportunity to grow and to improve, it's a responsibility, but we can also help others along the way.
Yeah. I'll jump in and I'll let Marcos jump in. I think the biggest thing, and just to piggyback off it, the thought I'd leave with everybody is servient leadership. It's getting up every day and saying, how can I serve? Because if you're in a sense of leadership, you should be serving. We've all heard that before, but I've been in circles of all types of different leaders, ones that are not too kind and ones that use power, and they don't have a good following in the long run. And leadership is like what Dan said. It could be in a political environment, could be in a business environment, could be in a home environment. But I think it's this thing: do the right thing every day, step up, and know that you're serving human beings. That could be your mother, it can be your sister, it can be your grandma. And that's what I've always done when I've had employees. I go on to my whatever business it is. How are you doing? What can I do for you? Are you okay? How's things? I want to know who they are, because they're helping build the vision I created. And I'm trying to get them to understand the vision so that they can carry it on. And you do that in your home with your kids. I think sometimes we forget that. And so entrepreneurship, you're going to fail, but fail forward, learn from the failures, get up, dig deep, and go back at it. Or if you succeed, it's your duty to help somebody else and lend a hand and pull them up. That's what I'd have to leave. Yeah. Brother Marcus, take it home.
Yeah, I keep pushing the wrong button, man. Wow, that's how I'm impacted by you guys' profound wisdom and what you're sharing. I know you guys are as blessed as I've been, all of you watching all over the world. And I leave you with this thought. On your journey, you're going to have to fight a huge enemy along the way, but it's not anything or anyone outside of yourself. I heard it said, I don't remember who said it, but they said it, and I know that I believe it's very true. And they said, the biggest enemy you will ever face is the inner me. The inner me is the biggest enemy you'll ever face. And so that is you telling yourself you don't have enough time, you don't have enough resources, you don't have enough connections, you don't have enough followers, you don't have. And I just want to be a pattern interrupt to stop you from doing that to yourself. All you have is all you need. These are the words that were said to me when I first started my journey, and I didn't have fancy cameras and lights in the studio where I didn't have a tenth of what I have now. All I had was a voice, a camera phone, and a heart. And all I had at the moment was all I needed to show up and serve somebody. So stop focusing on what you don't have and focus on what you do have and make a conscious decision to show up with what you do have and to put it on the table to help somebody else every single day because you can. Thank you, man. And thank you for allowing me to be a part, family.
Pastor, I'm going to call you Pastor Marcus moving forward.
Indeed. I'm going to share just a brief thing and then back to Rachel. And that is this, one of my favorite quotes of Henry Ford, and everybody knows that, if you think you can or you think you can't, you're correct. But the one that I love the most was he said, and I've adjusted for it. So I'll tell you the way he said it, and I'll add my little adjustment. He said, I never let what I cannot do prevent me from doing what I can. And I've only adjusted it this way. I never let what I think I cannot do prevent me from what I can. Because when it all comes down to it, it's the things we say to ourselves, the things we think about, that overthinking process, the doubts that we have that stop us from the true greatness that resides within. So keep the faith and keep thinking right. Rachel.
Thank you so much, Rex. So powerful. Such words of wisdom. I know everyone on here is listening and thanking each and every one of you for all the nuggets you've shared. Really appreciate you incredible TEDx speakers for being here and sharing some words of wisdom. We did share a little bit about the power of speaking on stages, but in reality, what this conversation needed today was our energy of positivity. So what I hope that the audience got for some of this is they feel inspired. If you have dreamed of being a speaker or you have said, I need to grow, I'm here to tell you, speaking on stages will catapult you and your branding of your business and your personal brand faster than anything else. Showing up, being out there, being brave, overcoming fear. Marcus Black, you hear how incredible he is? He used to be terrified to speak. Rachel Weaver, I used to be terrified. I mean, so many people. I am trained. I studied it in school and I still get nervous. But we can overcome those things. So do not let fear stop you. Fear is fear, I believe, comes from the inner me also, right? The inner me. So stop being scared of that inner me and take action. Every single one of the people here today, they're all mentors, coaches, consultants. They can help you in big, powerful ways. So don't hesitate to reach out to us. We're happy to help you. And just so grateful to the Los Angeles Tribune, to Rex, to Mo, to Ava for allowing us to come on and share today. Thank you so much for your time, all of you watching in the audience. And definitely be sure to share out all the incredible things the Los Angeles Tribune is doing. Ava's done such an incredible job of bringing the top thought leaders together to create these special events. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
It's beautiful. And I'm expecting someone to jump in, Mo or Ava or Alicia or someone. So we'll see what happens. But no, that's very powerful. And I want to remind the viewers that these people are experts and they're leaders and they're great speakers and presenters, and they help people in countless ways, as Rachel was saying. And the point of that is that you, if that's what you desire, you can do it too. You let them serve as an example and give yourself a chance to be who you want to be. And Marcus, we're together with Mo.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you, Marcus. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you to everyone on that remarkable panel. I'm going to bring back up NCAA champion Parisa Rose, because we're going to have a segment up next with an incredible thought leader, Parisa, and the two of you are going to talk about mindfulness, because I know something that helped you become a record-setting NCAA champion is your work in mindfulness. And a lot of people may not realize that there are tangible results that come from discussing the intangible. And here at the Los Angeles Tribune, as a free speech platform, we love to discuss ideas that you usually don't see mainstream companies cover. And so because you're somebody, Parisa, that I know personally, and because I know your records have still not been broken as an NCAA record-setting swimmer, the point is you have shown tangible, data-driven results. Records are numbers. Numbers don't lie. People do, but numbers don't lie. And you have attributed mindfulness to your personal experience as being a record-setting champion. So you're going to have a powerful conversation with Christina Rendon. People in this community are very familiar with her. She's been in our newspapers. She's spoken at our events. So we're going to welcome Christina, who's also a champion in mindfulness, to the platform. Welcome, Christina. Rex and I are going to step aside, and Parisa, lead the way.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Mo. Thank you, Rex. Good to have you, Christina. Good to see you.
Great to see you as well.
So let's just dive into mindfulness, shall we? So one thing that this is stemming from something that Mo just mentioned right now, and that is that with my past, my career history with being an athlete, being mindfulness is everything with as I approached my entire career. And one thing that I really faced a lot was something that I can't do anything about is my height. Okay. I'm 5'3". Now, typically swimmers, which I used to be a swimmer, swimmers are really tall and I'm not. And being that I couldn't fix that, I couldn't change that, I had to completely orchestrate and craft and curate a mindset that worked for me so that I didn't receive my height as something that was defeating for me. So with that being said, to kind of create some context for what I'd love for you to dive into is if there's anything, and it could be from past experiences that you provide an example for or not, but is there anything that as people may have their own like default, like things that they cannot change? What's one way that people can change their mindset around it to really get around it so that it actually is beneficial for them so they can leverage the mindset over the non-controllable? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I love the example that you used. And I mean, I think that's a big topic on its own. It's looking at what we can control, what we can influence, and what we can't control, and navigating life with those, using our strengths and maybe our perceived weaknesses to help and support us to move in the direction that we truly aspire to move into. For me, when I think of mindfulness, the first aspect of mindfulness, and also coincidentally, one of the first aspects of transformation, is awareness. And I think just having an awareness of ourselves, whether that be, our attributes, our characteristics, but then also what we truly want, can help us to have clarity in how we can move through some of those challenges. And then I think the other aspect that comes up for me in the story that you shared is how much our beliefs influence us and how much our beliefs filter through the opportunities that we see or the closed doors that we see. And for somebody who's really led by that place of vision and inspiration and cultivating that sense of mindfulness, they'll be able to navigate those closed doors into opportunities and to transform those situations. And I feel as though, this has happened time and time again in history. Once somebody reaches a certain threshold, once somebody breaks a new limit, it kind of opens doors for other people. And I think the people that really create change in this world are the people that look at those limits and find ways that they can be the one that set their standard to achieve a new level or a new standard or a new possibility.
Right. No, that's so good. I remember that when I was swimming way back when, I would get out of the pool after a race and people would always remark, they'd be like, wait, that was you in lane, whatever lane I was swimming in. They'd be like, wait, that was you? Like, what? Because they couldn't wrap their head around how significantly short I was to everyone else. I'm like, yeah. And the thing that for me that I always came back to, like, why not me? Like, I got to focus on everything else. Everything else, I got to really focus on my technique, my angles, all of the things, all of the training outside the pool, everything. So that I made sure I wasn't missing anything so that my height wasn't an issue. But ultimately it was like, why not me? So to speak to that, what you just mentioned about, really changing the way one person changing the way they perceive something or the way they orient something really helps change it for others as well. And the why not me is not something I came up with. It's something that I heard from others. Like, why not me? And why not me now? Even in, I'm not swimming anymore, but why not me now with different things, different endeavors that I'm diving into right now? Why not me? So I would love if you could shed some light on the why not me mentality, because it is a very intentional, it's a very mindful thing to do and to like really sit in and lean into. If you could lean a little bit into that.
Well, I like the why not me for just the simple premise that it's a question. I think so much blossom stems from the questions that we ask ourselves and to life. And that leads us down the path of, discovering what's a real truth and what's, for lack of a better word, a lie that we're believing. And when it comes to why not me, I mean, when we really start to question that and start to ask ourselves who does put the limits on me or who does have ultimate judgment over me, we start to be able to move through things with a little bit more sense of connection to our own voice, our own, developing confidence in that. So
I love that. Yes. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I was going to ask you to say more about the why not me as well. What comes up for you with that?
Good question. Why not me? All comes down to, if I were to peel back all the layers, the questions, and when I say that, I mean, I ask myself, like the annoying toddler does at 2, 3 years old, why? When they keep asking why. So I will keep asking myself why. If I feel like a block, or if I feel whatever it is that I feel about something, I'll ask why. And then whatever that response is, I ask why. And I keep going down at least 5, 6 times. And if there's a limitation within myself, the bottom line why is always because I'm not connected with my worthiness. And because I know I'm worthy of a lot of great things. I'm worthy of the things that are the desires of my heart. I know that I'm worthy of, because we are inherently worthy by being alive, being born. We are worthy.
Yeah.
So if I'm not operating in that worthiness, that's where I'm shifting into, well, why not me? Because the why not me is a very approachable way for me to enter into situations or things or conversations or whatever it may be. It's a very approachable way. And I feel like it's almost like a middle ground kind of way to go into something, to really shift how I'm experiencing something entirely. So the why not me is completely a statement of like, well, why not me? And of course me. Mm-hmm. Of course me, because I am inherently worthy of. Yes, I get to show up to do the work and show up to all the things. Absolutely. And let the work ethic and the heart match for sure. But why not me? Why not you? Why not anyone else listening to this?
I love how you're tying it back to our inherent self-worth. I was saying, I love how you're tying it back to our inherent self-worth. And I think so many limitations, self-imposed limitations, do come from a place of losing touch with that inherent self-worth. And also so many, some like that deep sense of unfulfillment, but a lot of achievement also comes from that lack of self-worth. Mm-hmm. And I think it's looking at not only how do things look and what are we achieving, but also how do we feel within. And that really is one of the key components of mindfulness as well. It's just bringing things more in alignment so that we feel congruent in our lives and with what we're creating.
Right. You know, as you were talking right now, I'm like, oh my gosh, the biggest thing for the why not me mentality has been, for me, has been let it be easy. Okay. I think that, so this is going to be a very like personal perspective, and the people that I've talked to about this are like, oh my gosh, I totally get it. I feel the same to an extent, is that with the way I was conditioned and in my upbringing, it's that everything is hard. Not that you're going to have a hard life, but you have to work hard to be successful. You have to work hard to experience the things that you want to experience, right? So with this working hard, and this is very common with in immigrant families or anyone that is more like entrepreneurial based, that kind of thing, this like really hard work mentality is always with it. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I value hard work. I value work ethic like crazy. And that means that literally you are prescribing everything to be hard.
Yeah.
And the why not me mentality has been so woven into this place of like, why not me? But like, why not me? Like, not that I have to work for it to be me, but like, why not me?
Mm-hmm.
Like, ease into it, allow it, receive it versus force it.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I like
So let
how
it
you're
easy.
the mentality, you know, that influences us growing up. You know, I can relate also having an immigrant parent and just kind of that mentality of what it took for them to climb to a certain place. And also how we're on this precipice of just being more congruent with our hearts. And, you know, it's like not so much hard work, but it's about the energy that we put into things. And so how much are coming into inner alignment, getting it in, you know, getting an understanding of our values and doing a lot of behind the scenes work can make things seem easy, you know, because it's just kind of
right.
falls into place.
Right. People only see the highlight reel, right? But you're like, no, actually there's a lot of work involved in this. Question for you. For right now, being that you have a pretty solid foundation of mindfulness, like knowledge, awareness, training, education, you've got this really strong foundation, right? That you operate from on a daily basis. What is it that still rings true for you every single day in terms of like a mindfulness mentality, a mantra, maybe like an absolute truth, any of those things? What thing continues to remain true for you over all of this time, no matter how much knowledge you have, but something that just continues to be true?
That is such a great question. And I've never thought about this exact question in that way. And I'm definitely going to take some time to think about it even more. But the first thing that comes to mind is to continue to know myself and that it's an ever evolving journey. I think that's one of the foundational principles that guides my mindfulness practice is to continuing to discover who I am and applying that into life more authentically.
Discovery. That's huge. Because I think that, well, I'm glad I could provide a question that you haven't yet really thought of in that way. I love questions. I remain curious as a human, and it's one of my like highest values is just to remain curious. And that's exactly what I feel like you were saying, and just being in that place of discovery about yourself. You know, and I think that also, dare I say, I think it definitely ties to worthiness. So I think that we often lose that curiosity within ourselves about ourselves, to go within ourselves, because we're not really connected to that thing of like, no, I'm worthy of discovery. I'm worthy of curiosity. I'm worthy of the exploration of what really makes me tick, but also really like what allows me to feel fulfilled. Yeah. And that direction to fulfillment.
Yeah. Or it's maybe doesn't seem as high of a priority for various reasons. And
True. No, I like that. I'm going to sit with that for a while.
I just wanted to jump in because it's such a powerful conversation with two thought leaders that I have so much respect for, and I could take notes all day. And I know in a couple minutes we're going to be joined by Alicia and Ava that are going to take over. But I think the message here, there's just so many things to take away. But you know, let's not forget that there are tangible results that can come from untangible ideas. Right. And I know a lot of entrepreneurs that are watching this are go-getters and they have certain personality types, but they don't really care to listen to conversations about mindfulness until they realize how relevant it is to their actual results. And so before we bring up Alicia and Ava here in a minute or two to lead the way, I'm curious, Parisa, Christina, what are some final messages you'd like to share with our audience about this idea of mindfulness? Please, Christina, we'll start with you.
So I love how you always just tie it back to, the results and how it's impacting us and our ability to make an impact. And going back to the last thing that I was talking about, becoming more authentically, expressed in our lives and knowing more about ourselves directly reflects into how productive and how fulfilled we are as entrepreneurs or just in any area of life. Is when we feel like we are a direct reflection of what we really want to be in those different areas of life. That helps us to be more powerful, more productive, more effective, and to really save energy in a lot of ways too.
Absolutely. And Christina, I loved how you shared with our audience that the most important journey is knowing ourselves. That's why I think at the Temple of Delphi, when you entered in the ancient Greek city, it said, know thyself. Parisa, please.
So for me, this will all tie back to really tapping into the belief of that what you do actually matters. And there's something that I say often, and that is that your reps matter. Now you can think about it as an athlete. Each rep you do, if you're in the weight room, if you're in the pool swimming, each stroke you take is a rep. But everything you do matters. And the moment you allow yourself to truly believe that what you do matters, that becomes everything, because our lives every single day are the sum total of our actions. So the way we look at ourselves in the mirror, to the way we're driving in the car, to the way I'm looking at you guys right now on screen, what I'm doing matters for me. What I'm doing matters to me. And if the moment we can value that, the moment we can value the littlest things, it becomes those external results, the things that people don't even equate to the valuing each and every little moment. It's the value of these moments that I've been able to achieve the things I've achieved in my career. And it's the waking up every day, choosing to find value in everything that I do, even when I don't feel like it. Because a lot of the time, I don't feel like it. But it's a choice. So activating that power of choice, the mindfulness of choice, the mindfulness of value in everything you do. Because you're worthy.
Beautiful. Thank you so much to Parisa and Christina for taking time to share with our audience the power of mindfulness. I think it's a very important subject matter that, quite frankly, doesn't get discussed enough. And so I'm very excited that here at the Tribune, we're able to make a space to talk about it. So thank you, Christina.
Thank you.
God bless. And Parisa, we're going to be joined momentarily here by Ava and Alicia in about a minute or two. But before we do that, I want to talk about, since we're talking about mindfulness, a healthy mind is pointless without a healthy body, right? You could have the most incredible, beautiful, magnificent, brilliant mind in the world, but if you don't have health, of what use is this beautiful mind? Since these are temples for our minds. And, for 7,000 years, there has been a group of people alive on this planet, and they have survived 7,000 years of civilization, despite wars, despite other civilizations coming and going. They're still around. And I think we can learn a lot from ancient civilizations that are still around here on the face of the earth. Of course, I'm talking about the ancient Persians, one of which you happen to be a member of this club. And I want to talk about one of the sponsors of this program, lavashack.com, a little bit before Ava and Alicia join us here in about a minute or two. But talk a little bit about what is this company doing to help change snacking here in the United States as well as around the world, please.
Well, thank you, Mo. And yes, I definitely am a part of the club, the Persian club. It's been said, and don't quote me on this, but from what I understand, the body sends the brain 10 times more information than the brain sends to the body. So the better, the more sound, the more, the stronger, the more nutritious way you are strengthening the physical body, That's going to be the quality of the communication and the information that's being sent to your brain. And as much as this entire summit has been about how we can quantum leap, well, we can quantum leap by literally tending to our physical body. And like I just mentioned in the segment, like it gets to be easy. We get to allow it to be easy. And earlier, I think it's David at the very beginning, he had mentioned that the way we allow ourselves to really learn about these things is to allow it to be fun. And that's exactly what Lava Shack Lovers is all about, is about bringing Persian goodness, Persian happiness back to the table, literally the table. And to allow people to experience this snack, which is fruit leather, ultimately, to really just enjoy something that's been around for thousands of years. It was loved then and it's still loved now. And it's appreciated now so much because of how spread out everyone is all across the world. And like you said, there's a lot of stuff that goes on in each group, each cultural demographic. There's a lot that goes on. And with all of the intense, the really unfortunate things that go on, we also get to be mindful about bringing the goodness around too. And why not bring the goodness of Lava Shack around? It's good for you. I think it tastes amazing. I'm not obsessed. I love it. I don't like to be obsessed with things, but I genuinely love it. And it brings literally the community together, not just the Persian community, but those that we get to share it with as well. You're on mute, Mo.
I absolutely agree, Parisa. And I've been eating Lava Shack for years. And I attribute a lot of my success directly to eating Lava Shack because, you know, we're here talking about mindfulness. We all need to have a moment that we could, you know, take a break. Kit Kat famously said, give me a break, give me a break. Give me a break with that Kit Kat bar. But with all due respect to Nestle, Kit Kat is not as healthy as Lava Shack, right? So, you know, as much as I enjoy Kit Kat, Lava Shack is really the way to snack because you don't need to feel guilty about it, right? You can actually know that you're doing something healthy, you're consuming a healthy product, all natural fruits, something that we don't consume enough of, and yet it's still absolutely delicious. So I love Lava Shack Lovers. I think it's a phenomenal product, and I highly encourage folks that want a healthy snack. How can they get in touch with this product, Parisa?
lavashhacklovers.com. So it's LAVASHAK.com. And you can use the code SUMMIT20 at checkout if you'd like to place an order. And also on Instagram and TikTok as Lava Shack Lovers. And I will say that when I'm talking about the goodness of bringing people back together for this goodness, literally that's what you get to see on these two social platforms, is that people are posting reels and TikToks about it and they're going viral. And the point is not about the virality. The point is about the connection, the level of excitement and joy and goodness that people are witnessing other people eating it online. You're not even with the person, but you're seeing it online, and the excitement that you can see everyone is having with one another. It is just like the coolest thing. And to then bring it out, not just online, but offline as well. Like that's what it's really about. Just bringing everyone together.
Absolutely. And Alva Manuel says, I got to have that Lava Shack. Beautiful. And
okay, just Lava.
And absolutely. And thank you for that. And again, I want to remind folks to register at quantumleap24.com. We will be sending out more information about Lava Shack to all of the folks that registered at this event. So be sure to register because you're going to get free gifts from speakers. You're going to get free resources, thousands and thousands of dollars worth of resources, education, knowledge, wisdom you can apply to your life, and consequently an opportunity to also become healthier by consuming healthier products, something that the Los Angeles Tribune stands for. In fact, we've never endorsed a food product before until Lava Shack, because we're very serious about our endorsements here at the Los Angeles Tribune. So because we know they use high quality fruits, and because we all know that we need to eat more fruits, we publicly endorse Lava Shack. It's a fantastic company, and keep up the good work, Parisa. And let's bring up Ava and Alicia now. Ava, Alicia. I'm very excited. Parisa, can you send me some more pencils? Because I'm going to need them when these two remarkable leaders start talking and start leading. I just start writing. And so, Ava, Alicia, I'm going to give you guys the floor. Parisa and I will step back. Thank you.
Well, Mo, thank you so much. And Parisa, I could not wait to get my hand on that lava shack and my mouth. So thank you for introducing us. Well, folks, it's been 5 days of the Quantum Leap 2024. Last night, as we were on the 9th hour of our day 4 of Quantum Leap 2024, I was like looking at the chats, and there was someone watching from Germany at 4 a.m. Just grateful for the opportunity to be able to be part of the broadcast. And right there, it landed for me the impact of what we are all doing here in Quantum Leap 2024, including our audience who are writing the comments, who are sharing the show, who are loving and also sharing their thoughts and encouraging one another. It's so fun to watch the conversation where other people like respond to others' comments. It really is a community that we're building in here, Alicia. What's your favorite thing about Quantum Leap 2024 so far?
So many insights shared during Quantum Leap 2024. I think one of my favorite things is that we've been able to bring such a large community together to share insights on how our community can quantum leap forward. There's truly power in partnership. There's truly power in collaboration. That is a big part of how individuals, organizations, can forward. So it's just been so amazing to host over 100 speakers from all around the world across various industries. We've had individuals talking about mindset. We've had individuals sharing financial advice. We've had individuals sharing how they work in relationships with partners. I mean, the conversation has been so. Miss Dame Doria this morning did a powerful prayer with us all. These are reflections that we can only get on a stage such as Quantum Leap. And so it's just so amazing to have our audience join in live, to share comments with us, to ask questions to our speakers. It's just very, very exciting that we all can end the first month of the Quantum Leaping together.
And you know what's coming up next that's really, really exciting is, talk about quantum leaping and also contributing. We have one of the living legends that's coming right up in our show in the Quantum Leap 2024 as with a surprise award that the Los Angeles Tribune has given him already in the past, but right now we are going to present you the presentation of that award. And with that, we're going to go on a quick break, and we'll be right back with that interview, that surprise guest with Mo Rock and Rex Sykes. We'll be right back.
Stay tuned.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Why do you do what you do? Why have you dedicated your life in the service of others? Because we know that there are people that have not dedicated their lives to the service of others, but you have, and you've made it look so easy and effortless. Please, Mr. Les Brown.
Well, first of all, I want to thank you so very much for having me here. And Mo, I want that voice of yours, that very white voice. I want you to know I'm coming for you, okay? What a great voice you have. And Rex, thank both of you. I think that we all should live a life that we love and love a life that we live. When you begin to think about all the stuff that's going on in the world, one of the things that come to mind now, that evil prevails when good men and women do nothing. There was a speech that Dr. King gave called I Have a Dream, we all know. But the speech that a rabbi gave afterwards, I thought was even more powerful. And he said, when something happens, there's a perpetrator, there's the victim, and there are the witnesses. He said, Lord, don't let us become a country of witnesses. And we have created, unfortunately, a culture where people would feel okay videotaping atrocious crimes and not interfering, not saying, come on, that's not who we are. And this is a time that we all, I believe, should be committed to live a life that will outlive us. I believe that we were preserved and born for such a time as this, and that all of us have the opportunity to make some impact. As a high school teacher who made impact on my life when he told me, young man, when I agreed to the students who called me DT, the dumb twin, and he asked me, why do they call you that? And I said, because they say I'm educable, mentally retarded. And he said, someone's opinion of you does not have to become your reality. And so he could have just witnessed what they were doing, how they were bullying me, calling me DT, the dumb twin. I have a twin brother. We both were adopted. But I was identified as educable, mentally retarded, and put back from the 5th grade to the 4th grade, as you are aware. And I believe that all of us, just like what you're doing, you're taking a stand to recognize those who don't have a voice and bringing them forth and allowing them to be recognized by others for the work that they're doing and showing appreciation for them, which gives us all the inspiration to continue. That's my story, and I'll stick it to it. At 78, I get to have a stand. And I never forget my doctor, Dr. Alfred Golson. He said, young man, I have something to say to you. I said, what is it, sir? He said, you have prostate cancer. Your PSA is 2,400. And I asked him, what's PSA? He said, your prostate specific antigen. 1 to 4 is normal. Yours is 2,400. And I asked him, I said, is there anything else? He said, yes. Cancer is metastasized to 7 areas of your body. And I smiled. And he said, did you hear what I just said? I said, yes. He asked me, why are you smiling? I said, man, 7 is my lucky number. I'm one of 7 children. I was born February the 17th. Joshua marched around the walls of Jericho 7 times. Naaman dipped himself in the River Jordan 7 times. I said, 7 is my lucky number. I asked him, I said, is there anything else? He said, yes. I said, what is it? He said, you're ugly too. I said, come on, man. This is a serious matter. And he said, I never tell my patients they're terminally ill. What I say is that my abilities and my skill set has terminated. A diagnosis is not a prognosis. It's not a verdict. Now, you and God determines the prognosis. You got a fight on your hands. And I know that you're not a warrior, that you are a warrior, and you can handle this. And I said, thank you for that. I appreciate that very much.
That's so beautiful. That is so beautiful. Congratulations on a job well done, Mr. Brown.
Thank you. It's better to be seen than to be viewed. Well, I believe that people should use traditional medicine as well as alternative. You know, Jesus walked the water, but he went out there to boat. So it's important that you not only create a shift in your thinking and focus on the reality that a diagnosis is not a verdict, but also you have to have social support and you have to have choices that represent your saying, I want to be here, where you begin to shift your thinking to eat to live, not to live to eat, and have a mindset and saturate your mind with things that will empower you. Every morning when I get up in the morning, I live out of my imagination. I say every day in every way, I'm getting better and better. I thank God I am healed 100% today. I say that several times during the day, I thank God. I am that I am. I am healed 100%. And so as I'm talking to my body, our bodies hear the voices that we speak to it. And eating live food is very important. It's a discipline. And most people won't participate in their own rescue. It's been proven scientifically in a book called, it's called the Whole Decision to Live. And that most people just won't do the things they are told to do that can keep them here longer. To me, you got to be hungry to be here. And I'm hungry to live a life that will outlive me. I have 10 children, I have 15 grandchildren, and I have 4 great-grandsons. And I believe that at 78, I'm in overtime. And I plan to be young at 100, continuing to make a difference in life.
Wow. That is so wonderful because, you know, you not just talk it, but you walk it. And you've got the evidence of it. And when people are worried that they might not be able to get through or over that hump or even leave, as you would say, their comfort zone to do what's required for them to live a successful life, what might you say to just encourage them to explore a bit differently, you know, to think differently?
Don't worry. Do not worry. Don't put energy into worrying. Put energy into being a warrior. Life is a fight for territory. And once you stop fighting for what you don't want will automatically take over. So see yourself as a warrior. We will always be going through stuff. There's a scripture that says, think it not strange that you'll face the fiery furnaces of this world. You will, not you might. You will have tribulations. Life is cyclic. Sometimes things go well, sometimes they don't go so well. And so things are going to happen to you, going to happen to me, and going to happen to people that we care about. And so the key to it is begin to know and to affirm. Remember that play, Lion King, Simba, you are more than that which you have become. That we are more than that which we have demonstrated thus far. And it's up to us to be a warrior, to do the hard work, to do the things that we know that represents the highest that is within us.
Wow, that is so beautiful and so applicable for people to begin to understand. Now, we've caught you traveling too. You're not home. You're in a hotel. You're traveling. You're visiting city after city, apparently.
Yes, well, I don't travel much now, but I'm in Miami. I couldn't wait to get down here because this is where I was born and raised with my twin brother in an abandoned building. Because at that time, Jackson Memorial Hospital did not receive what they call colored patients. And I'm colored. I remember, you know, a friend of mine, Tony Robbins, he had an infomercial on television supported by Gunther Rinker. And I sent them a VHS, okay, so you can tell how old I am. And they said, you have a very inspiring story, but you're Black, and we don't believe that the world is ready for a Black speaker. I wrote them back. This is before text messaging. And I said, thank you for reminding me that I'm Black. I never would have known that if you hadn't told me. I said, I'll see you from the top. And so life, this thing for life, life will be lifing. We have to learn to live, but most importantly, we have to discipline our minds to focus on what we want, because this is called the distraction economy. There's all types of distractions are going on right now. And this is a time that you have to discipline yourself to keep the main thing, and continue moving forward, taking steps in the direction of your dream, your purpose, and the impact of what you want to do with your life.
You know, you raised so many really important points. If you don't mind me asking another question, because I want to get to why we're here too. But this is so wonderful. Is that there are so many people of color, and there's such great disparity, and there is such great distraction today. And yet back then, that would have been probably late 80s, early 90s, when you were, when Tony started his infomercials, that it didn't stop you. I mean, you may have had to turn or travel a different route sometimes because people might not accept you for who you are or for the color of your skin, but you had this passion inside you. You're hungry. You decided, I'm going to do this. And you are actually, if not the top speaker on the planet, you're at least in the company of all the other few rare top speakers on the planet. And you know what I mean? You didn't let the opinion, the prejudice, or the power of other people keep you from accomplishing what you wanted to accomplish. And you've been a voice for all of these years and an example for all these years, for the people who were there on your rise and the people who will come after you, the people today who right now can make a difference in the world when it seems like the world is against them.
Well, you have to be hungry. Remember, I say that, and I give an example of being hungry. Just think about the reality. In Milwaukee, there was a report that came out recently that said that a white high school dropout will create 3 times more wealth than a black college graduate, even from Harvard. And so when you live in that kind of culture, you can spend your time and energy talking about what's wrong, or you can spend your time and energy finding a way to break through and to win. It was Frederick Douglass said, power concedes nothing without a demand. And so people who are hungry are willing to do the things today others won't do in order to have the things tomorrow others won't have. I read 3 to 4 books a month. Why? Les, you're 78. Yes. I don't need the money. I don't need the speaking engagement. But as long as I'm here, I'm going to continue to grow. Robert Schuller said something I believe very strongly. He said, you either expand or you are expendable. And so to me, life is about living, loving, and making a difference, providing some impact, providing some service. The greatest among you will be your servant. When you live a servant-driven life from your heart, where your heart is, there your treasure is also. And you give your all. To me, I'm not a religious person. I'm a spiritual person. Religious people are afraid of going to hell. Spiritual people have been there. And hell to me is what you experience when you die and you meet the person that you were supposed to become.
And here we are. I don't hear anything.
I can hear you, Rex.
We can hear you, Rex.
Well, what a powerful, one of the things that I love about Les, talk about making everything fun and playful, right, Rex? He has that fun, playful spirit that no matter what the rejections are, and no matter what the comments are of other people, he laughs at it. He has that superpower, the ability to laugh about, one of the funny things is like, thank you for pointing that out. I would have never known I was Black if you didn't point it out, and then laughs about it. I'm like, if we can only learn to laugh about things like that, we would be limitless, right, Rex? What are your thoughts about that?
No, I agree. It's funny. I became aware of Les in the 80s. He did a PBS special. And, when you watched it, you could get the videotape. And so I ordered the videotape and I got it. It was about a half hour long of him giving a talk. I put that videotape on in all of my presentation skills, trainers trainings, for speakers, and showed everyone, Les's talk and said, look at this man, look at his laugh, look at his energy, and become that. Because this is a person whose message is himself. It's the delivery that he has. It's the person that he has. It's the affect that he has. And so, people can say all sorts of words, but unless the body language and the energy is behind it, demonstrates it. And Les just walks that, and he is that. And it's always to be in his physical or his electronic presence is a treat.
Absolutely. What are your thoughts, Parisa?
Okay, first, the joy piece was everything for me. Every time I listen to Les, I'm always reminded about how much joy I can genuinely incorporate in the given moment, no matter what the moment is. Just like you had mentioned, like he just like laughs these things off, and what a gift that is. Really, like what a gift that is. But the other thing that I really took away from it is the statement he said a little bit towards the end. And he said, I wrote it down because I'm a note taker. I will send everyone else pencils as well. Is that we get to discipline our minds to focus on what we want. It is the most simple statement that could be made. And it is the most challenging action to follow through with. Because it's a minute by minute basis. And you've got like the narrative, you've got the demands, you've got the tasks, you've got family, you've got all the things pulling at your attention. And yes, everything can be the priority, but just to actually understand what the discipline looks like is to really self-examine and to remain committed to that. Like such a good reminder, and it's so simplified. So yeah, that was my main takeaway, aside from the joy piece, because I am always reminded by his joy.
You know, we've got Alicia coming up, but I first of all, Rex, I want to thank you for that interview, and thank you also for making a way for us to be able to have Les Brown on the show. It's not easy these days, you know, so thank you for making that happen, for that powerful interview that you had. And Parisa, thank you. Your words are the perfect segment to what Alicia and I are going to be talking about. So Alicia, I'll still ask you about what your thoughts are on Les, but I want to say thank you to Rex and thank you to Parisa. Thank you for joining us. And we're transitioning to our next segment. And while we do that, Alicia, what are your thoughts about Les's segment?
Yes, thank you so much, Ava. And like Parisa said, Les's joy is truly infectious. He said something that I find myself saying often: lives. We never know what is going to occur in any given day, but how can we show up in those moments? And that joy has to come from somewhere within, because if you allow whatever is going on in your external circumstance to drive that, you just never know how your day is going to be, because there's so much that happens. And it was like Rex was talking about earlier, enjoying the journey and not just thinking about getting to the destination. It's truly important. Like part of the journey is kind of surrendering to whatever is going on in the moment and allowing how we feel within to be truly driven by ourselves, our mindset. Like Parisa was saying, it's like in each moment, it's a choice. You have to make that choice to really say, I'm going to feel joyous today, in spite of anything that is going on around me, not despite of it, because you just never know. So, I mean, Les's words were so powerful. Oh, what a powerful interview, Rex, that you did with Les. Mindset is truly everything. And it is just really, really impactful. So really, really thank you, Rex. Thank you, Parisa, for joining us today. What a powerful segment. I always like to say, I like to live life in joy. Not enjoy, but enjoy, because you just never know. So that was great. So thank you so much.
May I add something to all of that? You know, it's beautiful to be able to have Les on the program, but I want to thank Les and each of our guests, because, you know, I can say, will you be on the program? But it's up to the other person to agree. And Les has agreed, you know, and been with us a number of times. And I truly appreciate him and each of the people who say yes to us and show up and serve others. That's truly wonderful.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Rex. Thanks, Parisa. Parisa, I see that
Thank
you're on
you.
mic. What are your words?
Yes, I wanted to just say thank you. And I will say thank you with joy and from a place of joy. It is always a joy to come here and to be present with you all in whatever capacity that may be. But yeah, it's always a joy. So thank you. It's been a good run this summit.
And as we transition to the next program, I just wanted to, like, Parisa, especially what Parisa just said. You know, there was something about how Les said that we are in a distraction economy. And, you know, we gotta have the discipline and the focus to major on the major, make the important things important, because so many are vying for attention. Talk about quantum leaping, right? And I love how Rex, educated us very, very slightly the other day in passing that quantum leaps are technically very, very tiny leaps, but they're very tiny movements. They're very tiny motions that has significant effect. Talk about a lever, right? So this section that we're heading into is the perfect segue, I believe, from those words, like make major things major. What are in business? Alicia Magnus Lewis is our business strategist in the Los Angeles Tribune. He said it's an MBA graduate, have worked with Fortune 100 companies consulting and maximizing, their productivity, their efficiency, their effectivity in business. And now, she's made this choice, and I'm not going to put words in her mouth. I'm going to have you say this, Alicia, but she has made a choice. It's always been in her heart. What I heard when we first met and interviewed was that it's always been in her heart to bring her skills, her talents, her education to serve small businesses and small entrepreneurs. And so that's what this section is about, is business strategy. So Alicia, tell me, what brought you coming out of, working with Fortune 100 companies? And I mean, seriously, having worked, even your work presenting directly to the CEO of JP Morgan Chase, right? The top 23 biggest company in the world. And that's the standard and the level that you come from. And now you bring that skill set to businesses that we work with in the Los Angeles Tribune. What was your heart behind that decision and that move?
Thank you so much, Ava. So it was really about making an impact for individuals, entrepreneurs, solopreneurs, to be able to really be self-sufficient. I mean, growing up, my grandfather, he came from Haiti, I'm Haitian, was an entrepreneur in Haiti. He was a photographer. He created concession stands at the movie theater when that didn't exist. He brought photo IDs to schools, to the police force when that didn't exist. It was all about innovation and creativity. And he was an entrepreneur for so much of his life. And it's just beautiful when individuals can economically empower themselves. I think there's so much opportunity for creation in this world. There's so much opportunity for impact in this world to be innovative. And I've had an opportunity to work with and at some amazing companies, but I truly wanted to work with entrepreneurs, with solopreneurs, with small businesses and businesses that are maximizing to scale to help them have an impact. I always say, I invested a lot in my education, and I didn't want it to just stay in my head. I really wanted to be able to share the knowledge that I've received, the knowledge that I've received from the individuals within my community, to help empower, inspire, and uplift businesses. And I just love that what we're doing at the Los Angeles Tribune, because we really are about positive news, but really empowering, uplifting, and educating our community members, and empowering small businesses, empowering entrepreneurs, empowering individuals to be able to do something for themselves and not be reliant on somebody else to provide for them. And so that's really where my passion comes from, in working with small businesses and entrepreneurs, and really just sharing the knowledge that
I know you also work with startup companies, right?
Yes, I worked with tech startup companies as well. And I think it's so interesting, especially in the advent of technology. There's so many AI tools going on here, but there's so many people have creativity within themselves. And the last couple of years with the environment that we've all been a part of have been challenging, but I think something that is truly beautiful that has come out of what we've been experiencing over the last 3-4 years is that so many people took a leap to start a business. I've always had this idea in my heart, and I've always wanted to do it. And I took the time to reflect when I was home, or when there were changes at my work, to figure out how to actually bring them to life. And so many people have amazing ideas in their mind, and how can we create that infrastructure, that foundation for them to bring that idea to life? And sometimes people get scared, right? They have an idea, they're like, I don't know how to bring it to life. But that's when it's important to partner with people that can help you bring those innovative ideas to life. So I think it's truly powerful to work with startups and small businesses, because we all have so much creativity within us.
So good. Thank you for putting that all together in just one sentence, almost one paragraph. I'm just reading the comments. We've got Kenyelle, who is part of our friends of the Los Angeles Tribune Network, who says, "Wow!" And this is the most funny thing that I always encounter, because even our friends who are close to us are surprised about how much we do in the Los Angeles Tribune. And we've got another comment from John Suleiman, such a wonderful, impactful mission and group of professionals, and that's really what we're about. A lot of people, a lot of even our friends in businesses doesn't know that the Los Angeles Tribune has expanded beyond news and media, and we're actually providing solutions. Because one of the things that I'm encountering as the editor-in-chief of especially the Special Thought Leader Edition. The Special Thought Leader Edition is my baby. This quarterly edition where we feature experts, leaders, and professionals, businesses, in a way that they're the ones who write what their value proposition is to the world, what they're contributing to the world. I'm very passionate about that, and I meet with the businesses before they write in the newspaper, except for when they're writing through our partners and directly through Mo. But if it's a business that's advertising with us, I meet with them and I look at what are the ways we can make your investment, your advertising investment, really work for you. And I could tell you the truth. I've said more no's than yes to people and businesses who wanted to advertise with us, because if I don't see that you are positioned to be able to really turn eyeballs into clients in a way that you can really serve, then promotion doesn't do any of us service, right? It won't serve your clients. I remember the funniest thing that I heard was from the course actually that Rex Sykes is doing with Ben Gay III, one of probably the only people who was the individuals that was directly mentored by Napoleon Hill. And in that conversation that Rex Sykes was having with Ben Gay III, he told Rex, that guy, he cost me millions of dollars, because he's a life insurance guy, and I lost millions of dollars through him. And Rex asked, how did the guy lose you millions of dollars in insurance? Like, what could he have done fraudulently to make you lose, millions of dollars? And he said, well, because he didn't land his communication with me and I didn't buy it, So what happened was I lost millions of dollars because I wasn't enrolled. I didn't opt in. I didn't see the value because they didn't land their communication well. So us, especially in media, in advertising, in marketing, it matters that people land their communication, that they land their message, that people are able to hear them especially when they're creating a significant impact and change in the world. It matters. And so we started to create business solutions that normally are stopping them. So let's talk about that, because we'll be rolling in a panel of solutions that we put together in the Los Angeles Tribune. We now have rolled out the Los Angeles Tribune CRM, which is a client relation management system. And so in this section, we're not marketing LA Tribune CRM, but we want you to have the tools, the strategies, the tips on how to run a business that is sound, that when you invest on advertising dollars, it will give you great returns. Dame Doria's on the chat, our very supportive mama who's always in the chat supporting us. And one of the things that she said is that people are promoting, but they lack the commitment and the action. So to monetize, and that's what this strategic session is about. We're bringing folks who will support us in being able to do that. But let's start with you, Alicia. What are some of the strategies that are necessary for businesses to succeed when and take their business seriously beyond just promotion?
Yes, thank you so much, Ava. So, your promotion is only as good as your ability to be able to connect with the individuals that have heard your message, have heard your story. And so what business structures foundationally do you have in place to be able to accept the scale of individuals that will be joining you? So do you have a website? What does your landing page look like? If your clients are trying to connect with you, how are you connecting with them, engaging with them, capturing their contact information so that you can follow up? Are you always reaching out to individuals for an ask, for a buy, or are you just educating them? Are you sharing with them? Are you letting them know what it is that you have going on with your business and sharing almost life updates, but business updates, right? How are you reaching out to your customers and to your clients? So it's really important to have an idea and have a business. It's also important to have solutions in place to manage that back and forth engagement with the individuals that you are serving, because at the end of the day, normally when entrepreneurs create a business, it's to serve, it's to have impact with your community. So how are you actually engaging with your community? Is it a one-way conversation, or is there two-way engagement? And there are definitely a lot of solutions and tools that can help businesses with that client engagement, with those client interactions, so that as you get your message, your idea out there, as you put your personal story out there, your brand story out there, that people are able to connect back and forth with you. And so really excited for today's panel, because we're going to be talking about some of those tools today. I loved our session that we had yesterday around branding, because it was, you know, the outcome of that was that your brand is your perception. It's not what you're saying, it's how people receive what it is that you are saying, and how they feel when they're connecting with you, when they're engaging with you. And, you know, there are tools to be able to enhance those connections. And that's what today's session is all about.
Awesome. And before we roll in the rest of our panel, I want to acknowledge our CEO, Mo Rock of the Los Angeles Tribune, who had the vision for the Special Thought Leader Edition and the whole Los Angeles Tribune to be such a solution, you know, to a lot of not just people who are looking to be visible, who are looking to be credible and looking to have authority, but even like really looking to thrive in business. And that's what we're putting together. And that's the vision of our CEO, Mo Rock. So with that, you know, I'm going to exit out of here. I am an editor. I am a writer. I am not a geek. Alicia is. So Alicia, I'm going to have you introduce who the members of your panel are.
And thank you so much, Ava. But before you leave, please stay on for a moment, because Ava, we want to acknowledge you and all that you do with the Los Angeles Tribune, and also acknowledge you for seeing what some of the barriers are for the individuals that you've spoken with, that, you know, it would be amazing to tell their story, but also recognizing, like, how are they going to support the scale of the eyes and their awareness, and seeing gaps, right? Seeing that, oh, maybe you don't have a website, or maybe you don't have a system to be able to engage with your clients, and not just taking that from an awareness perspective, but trying to do something about it, trying to provide end-to-end solutions so that people have that infrastructure to be able to connect with their audience, so that when their message, their services are shared and they're trying to connect with their clients, they have that platform. And it's not a no, it's a let's see how we can uplift you and help you build your business so that you can further connect with more people. That's so important. And leaders like you truly, truly matter, because you saw a need and you just didn't say, oh, that's interesting, and then end the sentence there.
Thank you for pointing that out, Alicia, because it's true. Thank you so much, Alicia, for pointing it out. It's truly not a no. I would spend time with them and tell them, here are the places that you can improve. These are the places that when you've got this in place, come back. And guess how many have come back with the recommendations that I gave? You know, distraction economy, right? 0. So I started like gathering people and saying, well, when it's their gap, let's provide it in the Los Angeles Tribune instead of sending them away and say, come back when you've got it. And that's the panel that you're going to see now. You know, we've grown the LA Tribune CRM in a way that we've envisioned, you know, having our own app and apps for our clients, you know, having groups that are an alternative to Facebook, being directly linked into your CRM, your client relation management system, and also, you know, different alternatives, including having text message technology. I told you I'm not the tech person, but I understand it in this much that it serves our clients, and that's what I'm about. Because I stand by, if anything matters, then everything matters. It matters. It's our responsibility that you're seen by the people that gets to hear, that gets to be served by you, whose solutions you hold. So it matters. And with that, Alicia, I'm rolling everything out to you for this panel.
Thank you so much, Ava. So glad to be joined here today. We have individuals. We have Ron Martinez from Chat Advise. We have Trevor and Matt Thomas with Actionera. And we really are excited to bring these individuals to the platforms because they're creating tools that help individuals connect more directly with their clients, with their audiences, which is what it's all about. It's about being able to connect. It's about being able to share messages back and forth with your clients so that you can serve. So I would love to welcome Ron, Trevor, and Matt to today's stage. And I will go with starting with you, Ron. Thank you so much for joining us. Ron, I know you have a background in finance, but you have chosen to work with Rob to create Chat Advise. What is Chat Advise all about? If you could share with our audience today.
Yeah, so we are, thank you so much for having us and having me, in particular. This is a huge, opportunity, and we love the partnership that we've been creating. So thank you first off so much for that. So I would say, we are a business texting platform. We work with customers in the home service space, in the mortgage space, in the event planning space, with public speakers, with a vast array of clients. And what we do there is we ask ourselves, based off the interaction that they're having, should that interaction have been a phone call, an email, or a text? And if it's a text, should it be automated? And that's really where we specialize. We want to be the best business texting platform that customers can choose, regardless of what CRM you are using. AKA, you should be using Los Angeles Tribune, right? But if you're using them, then we want to take that last mile. We want to help it make it frictionless for you to reach your customers. And there's a lot of cool things that we can do with that once we get under the hood of what the client is really looking to accomplish. So we take that consultant approach, use my banking background, and then use our resources within our company to really fit their business like a glove. And we like to say across our platform, people use Chat Advise very differently. So because we have so many use cases, we feel very comfortable being able to take on clients that have unique situations and things like that.
Thank you so much, Ron, for that. And talk about taking a quantum leap. I think it's interesting, and Ava and I talk about this often, email, right? Do you check your emails? In an information overload society, how many emails are we checking a day? But our messages, our text message, that's something that we do check. We do look at our phones, we do check. And so it's very interesting that you've created a tool that is really focused on being able to connect and meet your customers and meet your clients exactly where they're at. And there are so many opportunities that can come out of leveraging text message outside of email to truly connect. And, it's very, very powerful, the tools that you're creating, and also the unique and dynamic features that leveraging Chat Advise provides for your clients. So thank you so much, Ron, for sharing. And we're gonna come back to you, but I would also love to further introduce Matt and Trevor from Actionera to talk about what they're doing to help support businesses, solopreneurs, and entrepreneurs further connect with their audiences. So Matt, I would love to pass it on to you and then to Trevor.
Sounds good. Thank you, Alicia. It is so great to be here at this event, and I love what you guys are doing, the idea of being at the forefront of technology and innovation and what's helping businesses, what's helping entrepreneurs and individuals really excel and expand their reach and engagement and ideally their income, growing income. So what we do here at Actionera is we recognize the need of a content delivery platform. The gold standard for that for a long time now has been websites. I think everybody knows you need to have a website if you want to have a business. We believe that that is evolving. There are more phones in people's hands and in their pockets than there are laptops in front of people. And we want to give our entrepreneurs and our business owners the opportunity to be in those individuals' pockets, like directly in their hand, direct engagement through push notification, through content delivery, directly into an app that they own that represents their business, their service, their message, so that they can be a ripple of change in this world and have the greatest reaching effect in an accessible and affordable way. So that is the goal of Actionera.
And that's so powerful, because I think when you think about an app, it's, I may not have the budget to be able to work with a developer to create an app. So it's wonderful that you all have a solution where individuals that might have a new business and want to connect with their audience, with their community, want to provide resources to their community, don't need to have that full-on tech background to be able to actually have an app that is very accessible on someone's phone. Talk about taking a quantum leap. I think sometimes what can be scary as an entrepreneur and as a business owner is I don't have the budget to be able to create the things I want to create, or I don't have the tech knowledge to actually be able to create an app or hire someone that has the tech knowledge to be able to create that. But what you're doing with Actionera is truly creating an opportunity for people to almost like self-service the creation of their app, pick the features that they want to include on the app, and work with your team to actually get that built. And I don't want to take too much away from what it is that you'll do. So I'll pass it on to Trevor to kind of further introduce himself and more about the work that you do at Actionera.
Thank you. So in addition to working with Actionera to help build app designs, I also happen to be related to that last guy that was talking. If you couldn't tell from our last names,
all
we're
the brothers
directly
on the
related.
broadcast today.
That's right. And in addition to working with apps, I also help build community platforms. I have a community platform builder that helps people create post-program engagement around their events and their programs. And essentially what that means is, like, if you look at the event that you're putting on as maybe a coach or a speaker or an event planner, and you're also looking at your funnel, usually the event is the end of the funnel for most people. But I think of it as the beginning of the actual integration process for whatever it is that the people that attended that event are trying to bring into their lives. They just had a really transformative experience at your event or your program. How do you keep people engaged long-term so that they can stay connected with each other and with you around your message so that they can actually learn how to integrate what they got in the event into their day-to-day life? And so what I've done is I've created a community building platform to help people do that, which also, as it happens, integrates really well with the app that we do over at Actionera. And, you know, the point behind, I think, both of those things is, how do you connect with your audience in a bigger way? How do you keep them more engaged? How do you actually reach them through a system that they'll actually look at? And at Actionera, the answer is apps and push notifications. And at OnPath, which is my company, the answer is community platforms to help people stay connected after the event is over. So I really think that's the most important part, is like, it's not just what you got at the event. It's how do you actually bring that into your day-to-day life and create lasting change so that you can get the most out of your investment into that program.
That's truly amazing, Trevor, and truly inspiring, because what I've heard you all talk about today is how do you engage and nurture your community? And what's really, really cool about what you said is, you know, I feel like I'm the notorious use case person for this. You know, oftentimes it's to create a community, it's join a Facebook group. But what if you're not on social media, right? What if you're not on Facebook, and that's not a great way for you to connect? So how do you build community spaces outside of just an email or a live event where people can interact, people can engage? And then how do you connect that to an app like Matt was talking about, where you can send, if you have resources, if you have an update, if you're having a live event, instead of sending emails to people and people may not be checking that email, you can just send a push notification and someone can opt in to receive it or not opt in and not receive it. And I think what's interesting in an information overload society is that there's always information coming at us at all times. So it's like, how do we actually opt in to receive the information and the messages that we want to receive, and then kind of pull back when it's not something that we're want to engage with in the moment or ready to engage with? And what's really amazing about all of the tools that you all are talking about, Ron with Chat Advise, Matt with Actionera, and Trevor with what you're building with the communities, is the integration piece. A lot of these new tools and solutions that you're creating can be integrated, which is amazing, because now we're kind of streamlining through technology, streamlining ways to connect with other individuals. But also, as a business owner, you're limiting the amount of touch points that you have to manage to be able to connect with your audience. And, you know, that's something that's really cool about what we're building with our LA Tribune system is, you know, the connectivity of going to one place to be able to connect. right? Because there's a lot of logins. You know, how many logins does an entrepreneur have for every single piece of system and technology that they use? That takes time. That maybe creates frustration, but the ability to streamline and centralize the ways in which you connect with your audience, with your clients, lets entrepreneurs really focus on what it is that is their creative zone of genius. Oftentimes as entrepreneurs, we're spending all this energy on things that aren't what it is that we do best. And so how can we outsource those experiences to tools that can help us? Ava, I know that you're back in, so I'd love for you to join our conversation.
I am. You know, everything that you're talking really gets me excited. You know, I've met with all three of them individually. And every time, you know, once they start talking about their programs, like my eyes light up. You remember how my eyes light up, and I just like, you know, I see the vision and the possibility for what can be created for our clients to be able to streamline, you know, their business processes, to be able to support, you know, their business expansion. And I love the support that you guys provide. Thank you for the work that you do. You're so behind the scenes so much, trying to figure things out, you know, and one of the things that people don't know is like Alicia, you know, has her, is it your master's in data management and something like that? But I know you do coding too. So the beautiful thing about bringing Alicia into this mix is she makes it all kind of like, she gives the input, like with Ron. I know that you were back and forth, you know, working in the integration, you know, coding and being able to make it, you know, what's the word? Integrated with the LA Tribune CRM, and even with Matt in the enterprise. You know, you talked about enterprise, Matt, with Actionera, right? Is that with Actionera or something on your own?
No, that is, so the enterprise app is sort of our most upgraded feature of the choices that you could choose for the type of app that you want. That's the one that's sort of a central hub that features multiple points of connectivity if you're wanting to do like an experts directory or that sort of app.
And that's amazing.
Right. And so what I loved about that, you know, what I understood from you, Matt, is that, sorry.
No, sorry.
Alicia
go ahead.
and I are big thinkers, and we usually like
go for it.
So you go first, Alicia.
Okay, I was just gonna say what I will
No, I
love
was
about
saying when I talked to Matt, I saw this vision.
All you, there's a bit of an internet lag, so I will take a 10-second pause here and hand it off to you.
No, I was saying that with what the vision that I saw from Matt's enterprise app was that normally it takes a long time for people to be able to get their apps approved, you know, get a developer approval. But with the Los Angeles Tribune CRM, we're able to shorten that process, and we're able to shorten that wait time. Is that right, Matt?
In essence, yes. Part of the challenge of getting an app approved, there's a number of different things that need to be in place to be able to do that. With Actionera, when we work with you and when we're working with the LA Tribune and any of the clients that may come through you that want to do an app, then we're essentially doing a done for you process for getting the app approved. And we have a number of steps in place because we've launched over 200 apps, and we know how to do this process and how to streamline it, and have created a sort of cookie cutter formula for getting that done. And so, Alicia, you spoke to this earlier. We want to keep people in their own creative juices, doing what they do best and really stepping into that light, not feeling so overwhelmed and burdened with all the different technological aspects and trying to keep all the balls in the air of what it takes to juggle being an entrepreneur in this day and age, because it is challenging. But we're also, there's a gift now there that we have so much ability to outsource and connect with others and innovate and use technologies like ChatGPT. So it's becoming a lot more accessible and available for entrepreneurs to just elevate their level to such a high degree. And having somebody in your corner to help you do that is essential. And Ava and Alicia, they've got your back. We've got your back. We want to help everybody just elevate themselves so we can all elevate each other. So.
Thank you, Matt.
Yeah, it's so wonderful, Matt. Matt, Ron, and Trevor, what you've shared, and for entrepreneurs that are out there, whether it's technology tools like apps or technology tools that build communities or technology tools that let you text and connect with your clients, like there's so much out there. There are so many tools out there that you can leverage so that you're not stuck and you're getting frustrated, not working in your creative zone of genius. So it's like, how do you build relationships with the right partners so that you can really quantum leap and push your business forward? And sometimes it takes reflection, right? I think it was Rex earlier in the program was talking about how awareness is key. Through awareness, with his session with David, everything else comes, right? So it's taking a step back to figure out what is the impact that you're trying to create with your community, with your clients, with the individuals that you're coaching. How are you trying to get there? How are you trying to connect? And then who are the partners that you can bring in if you don't have that support within your own organization to help you get to that point of impact? Sometimes it can be hard and difficult to try and do everything on your own, but there are so many tools, so many resources out there. And so we really wanted to bring this panel together to show you how we have individuals that can support you, but there are so many tools out there as well. Back to you, Ava.
Well, I'm going to be the advocate of everybody who's overwhelmed with everything that's out there, okay? Because that's the problem, is there's so many things out there, and that's my problem, So my solution that I came up in the Los Angeles Tribune is have one place and one person and one company that you can trust that has all of the affiliations for you. And that's what we're seeking to do in the Los Angeles Tribune. We're positioned so well that we are affiliated with many business solutions, including we've got another partner with AI, we've got another partner for executive assistants and virtual assistance resources, so that all of the solutions are in one place. That's my heart. But in this section, I would love to be able to give, Trevor and Matt and Ron the time and the solo time to be able to give your tip. What's that one thing or two or three, however that is, maybe in like 1 or 2 minutes each. What's that one or two things that a business can do to quantum leap their business, their life in 2024? And I'll give you the floor, starting with you, Trevor.
Well, I would say the most important thing from my perspective. So let's say you're a business that does events, programs, courses, things like that, and you're trying to keep people engaged long term. Engagement drops off as soon as the event's over. People go back into their daily lives. They think, well, I got the thing. I got whatever I could out of it. That's great. I'm going to move on to the next thing, whatever that next thing is. But the key to any sort of engagement, getting any sort of return on what you put in terms of your investment in is immersion, finding ways to anchor in the experience that you had in your day-to-day life. And some of the easiest ways to do that are using goal planning tools, having a support system. My favorite support system is the one that you went to the event with. So if you can find ways when you're putting on events or programs to get people to stay connected afterwards, and I don't just mean like in a passive Facebook group because people don't participate in those. I mean, get them involved in maybe accountability calls, get them connecting with each other, supporting each other around actually achieving the goals that they created for themselves at your event or during your program. The best way to get them enrolled in that system is to do it at the event or the program. So my first tip is, if you want to get people plugged into a support group or a mastermind or anything that follows your event, is get them enrolled in it at the program. Get them thinking about what do they want to be doing differently when they get back home at your event or your program, starting to create goals for themselves, starting to find accountability partners and support systems. Walk them through a process at the event where they reflect on it, they set intentions moving forward, and then they build a support system with the other attendees so that they can move forward and actually achieve something. Once you've got them doing that at the event, then the next step is consistency. Get them plugged into a group that they're continuing to connect with on an ongoing basis, where they're checking in with each other and supporting around the goals that they've created at the event and their progress on them. And that's going to be your best way to retain your audience long-term after the event's over and help them get the most benefit from your event or program afterwards.
Well, I have to to tell you, Trevor, I am in love with all of that. You know, and this is why I was the personal, you know, I personally connected you with Alicia. I'm in love with all of that, because the best program that I took, the best program that I had, the best transformation is actually one of Forbes Riley's pitch program. And the difference was that she established an accountability partner during the event. And then the course that followed after the event, we had an accountability call every week. And although I would be distracted and I wouldn't be able to do it, if there wasn't someone that I was accountable to meet with, I would get it done before the call. And I got the most benefit. That was the program that I completed. That was the program that, you know, I showed up. I did my Facebook Lives. I did my homeworks, because that community was set up. And that is so powerful in terms of, like, we don't just sell courses. I mean, I know that our coaches, our mentors, our educators aren't solution, and creating communities is just genius for me. I'm in love with all of it. With that, Matt, let me hear you. What's your tip to make 2024 the best year ever for our audience?
Awesome. Before jumping into that, I want to give both Ava and Alicia a shout out, because I met them for the first time recently, less than a month ago. And while we were at this event, all collaborating and talking, we had a sit down. Trevor was there too. We talked for a while. And one of the things that really impressed me was how sort of the gears were turning. All they wanted to do was focus on how they can relieve stress from their clients, streamline things, make it easy, and keep them engaged in their creative juices. And I love that so much. And I just want to say this event that you're doing right now feels like an extension of that. I love the work that you two are doing and how you're trying to serve your community and your clients. It's amazing. So for my tip, obviously I work with Actionera, and so the tip would be to use a powerful content delivery platform that has the greatest degree of engagement and delivering of your content and services and products. So if you want to do any of that, reach out to Ava or Alicia about the idea of working with Actionera, and they'll hook you up. But what I want to speak about in terms of a tip that I think will really impact people the most right now actually has to do with regaining your focus. How do you get your focus and your clarity back? Because I think the biggest threat to your ability to move forward in this day and age is information overwhelm. Feeling overwhelmed in so many different capacities, so many different arenas. We are being bombarded with things all the time. And it is so important to be able to simplify and focus. And it may seem counterintuitive, but the skill set for being able to do that is to know how to and what to ignore in your life so that you can stay focused on the path that's going to help you move forward. And a big part of doing that is by leveraging your efforts, by outsourcing, by utilizing other individuals in your community. They're there to support you and to lift you up so that you can stay focused on the path that's going to move you forward to create the greatest engagement and ripple of change in this world that you want to have. That's my tip.
Thank you, Matt. And I know you're being humble, but we know that apps are more utilized now than web pages. So yes, that's where we're moving into. That's where we're also supporting our clients, is that they have an effective tool that's always in the hands of their clients. So thank you, Matt. And with that, Ron is someone that we've problem solved a lot. I'm going to give it to Alicia to introduce Ron on the next tip.
Yeah, Ron, so would love to understand 1 to 3 tips from you on how individuals can connect better with their clients and with their community. So I'll hand it off to you, Ron.
Yeah. So I'll have 2 tips for people. So one is, the more complicated you make it when you're small, it's going to be impossible to operate it when you're big. So we try to take that, that train of thought whenever we interact with the customers. Let's make it as simple now, because as your business scales, as you bring more hands into the process, things will start to break if it's not simple. So that's the first thing. And that kind of speaks to all the loud noise, right? All the different things that people are throwing at you, all the different solutions. Keep it simple. Let's solve 1 or 2 true pain points that you actually have that will add time back into your calendar so that you can get doing the things that are actually going to make a difference in your business, right? So that's tip number 1. Tip number 2 I want to say is that there's 4 roles that I think that Chat Advice plays very good in when it comes to the idea of like something I like to call like the replacement ladder, right? So the first thing that an entrepreneur is probably going to replace is the admin position, right? And if you operate your business by texting your customers and you hire an admin, there's going to be a disconnect with that rail that they're going to be able to help you out in. So if you're using a business texting platform that you can add users to help be able to interact with your clients as they're coming in. Let's say, for instance, right now, if I had you text the word LAT to my number 470-375-9088, you would fall into a text sequence that would me know that you're coming from LA Tribune, me know that you're going to get my calendar so that you can book time with me and we can talk about your specific situation. And everyone knows where that person is coming from. And we're able to make sure that we go, hey, we actually had a great conversation with this business owner, Alicia. There's actually some other things that we can do with them. I'm passing them right back to you. So it makes that idea of collaborating with businesses very easy, whether I'm in front of them at a networking event or whether I'm in a virtual. The second thing that people try to replace is the success role, right? Once you start getting to a bigger and bigger business, you love your business. You're giving white glove service to all the people that are right in front of you. But can you really do that as your business is scaling? Can you expect employees to be able to have that same enthusiasm with your customers, right? So by you having that texting business platform like ours, you can add users that are in that success role to help with the onboarding process with customers. The third one I'll say is marketing. We're not a marketing company, but we work with a lot of marketing agencies, right? That now have an option, another tool, another thing that they can offer their customers by being able to do promotional texting, being able to automate some aspects to something that every customer is going to have on their phone, the texting app, right? So that is the 3 things I would say replace. The 4th one, then I would say, is sales. People don't like that word. At the end of the day, sales is finding a problem that someone has, a solution that you have, and being able to connect those things. And whenever we send text messages and we send Zoom links, whenever we're sending in-person meeting links, me knowing that person is clicking on it, booking it, they're getting the reminders. It's that connectivity that actually closes deals. And there's something that came from a mentor of mine recently, which is a company that we work with as well, is that he tells me time kills deals. So we take that approach whenever we interact with our customers. We want to be quick. We want to get them we want them with interacting with us to be as efficient as possible so they can get in front of the people that matter. And that's their customers, regardless of whether it's your audience or whether it's a customer that you're going to replace a plumbing pipe, in their home. So it doesn't matter. They all have the same issue. And that's connecting with your customers the easiest way. And that's why texting is something we really believe in.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
So much,
And Ron, you're the perfect close to this. I love how you said taking a problem that someone has and finding a solution, presenting that solution and making that all connect. And that's what we all do. I love that this panel is all about that. And if I can summarize, the one thing that I fell in love with Ron's application that's now part of the LA Tribune CRM is that everything can be automated, so it can be text 1, text 2, text 3, text 4, text 5, and depending on what you text, it will have its own automated response that can support the client right there without having to wait for another person to be available or whenever I see my text. So that's what I fell in love with. So Trevor, Matt, Ron, thank you for partnering with the Los Angeles Tribune. Thank you for being a part of our LA Tribune CRM solutions. And we honor what you do. We thank you for the way you solve business problems and the way you solve businesses and provide solutions. And of course, Alicia, thank you so much for being the brains behind all of this and putting this together. So with that, we're going to transition to our next panel. We are grateful for all of you. And Alicia, what are your thoughts about this panel as we transition to the next one?
I think it's exactly what you said, Ava. It's really creating solutions and solving problems. And I think it's taking that holistic view of what are all of the touch points, what are the engagement points, and really centralizing. Yes, time kills deals, like Ron said, but it's also about connectivity. It's huge. And an information overload place and time that we're in this experience and in this life, it's really important. So thank you so much to Trevor, to Ron. and to Matt for joining us today. And Ava, I would love to hand it back to you to introduce our next guest.
You know, it's amazing how people just drop, right? Like in a live broadcast, this is how you know we are live. So on our next panel, you know, talking about businesses and solutions, you know, we have some genius minds who are just orchestrating solutions in a new quantum way. Well, quantum is not new, but it's newly accepted. So I will actually butcher this panel if I introduce them. So I'm going to ask them to introduce themselves and tell them what they're excited about and what they're doing, and in the avenues and the discoveries that they're venturing into. So I'm going to start first with bringing in Jeremy Hoffman, the founder and the CEO of Quantum Spa in Beverly Hills. There was a soft launch opening that was done about a day ago. It was just a beautiful concept. And Jeremy, you know, what are you excited about in this new realm of quantum? And you turned it into a spa. And I would love for you to also introduce your guests. And as you introduce them, I'll bring them up on the stage.
Wonderful. Yeah, thank you, Ava and LA Tribune, for having us here. And of course, the incredible team here and all those who are tuning in live. And yes, so one of the companies it's the Quantum Wellness Spa. We made it a little bit shorter, and the first location will be in downtown Los Angeles. So I'm really excited to share more about that. Along with me today is Tony, the Dream Maker, one of the most incredible humans that I know at connecting humans and making things happen. I don't know what I would do without this guy, you know, as a partner and a teammate here. So I'm excited. And then Chance Dite as well, our head of business development. He's an incredible genius, business mind, health and wellness expert. You know, he's done everything from doing the functional medicine to planning out incredible businesses from water to agriculture. And now, of course, as we bring this Quantum Wellness Spa into, you know, actual physical representation.
Physical matter.
And
there you go.
Sir James.
Yeah.
Someone bring Sir James up on screen.
Oh, yeah. Hey, James.
And with that, I'm going to also bring Rex Sykes.
I'm a technological dinosaur, so I got my mic on finally.
So we're going to go around the panel. Rex Sykes is one of our master hosts. Is an NLP master for over 45 years, created Mind Design, which is a combination of many things brain related. And I would love for you to facilitate the intelligence in this panel, because the intelligence in this panel combined can change the world. And so let's bring that out today and find out, you know, what are the different solutions that they are creating for the planet right now? Because I know that they're all individually creating different solutions that drives them to make the planet, our planet, a better place. Would love to have you facilitate that, Rex.
Wow. Well, you know, it's wonderful to be surrounded by brilliance, because it makes me look good. But I won't know as much as these gentlemen do, I'm sure, about each of their areas of expertise. So if we could start by maybe a few words in each, you know, what is your, for the audience, what is your most committed, most dedicated purpose in terms of what you're trying to accomplish and what you're trying to create?
Wonderful. Thank you, Rex. Yeah, mine personally is to revolutionize how we look at social wellness, being able to create solutions that help regulate the nervous system, that help us, you know, solve the problem of loneliness and get back to living more impactful lives.
Wow, that's beautiful. I mean, wellness obviously needed, and when you said loneliness, I was just touched because of all the people who could use a friend, need somebody to be with, to connect with. So thank you for that. Who wants to go next? I'll just open it up that way.
All right. Well,
I'm
not a drinking tolerant.
Yeah, go ahead.
We'll go ahead.
This is like a Brady
first.
Bunch.
Yeah, Hollywood Square.
Sir James.
You give geniuses the ability to go on their own, and they all kind of not sure which way to go. So, Sir James, thank you.
Well, thank you. Right now, I'm focusing on the effect of the brain and the mind on reality. because I think even if you look at the word quantum, which basically is a measure of energy that's relative to the task at hand. And so what we're trying to do is expand the quantum that people are connected to. And so we're all hardwired to connect with other people. That's how we've been able to survive as a species, far beyond whatever every other species has been able to do. But the thing is that when people have a firm foundation of what affects the mind, how we deal with stress or trauma, then they can really start finding solutions that weren't available to them before. So what I like, and we just premiered a movie this weekend in Irvine, California, called Beyond Physical Matter, which had 15 really, I mean, Jeremy was on it, and some of the biggest and brightest and incredibly intelligent people. And it's really exciting because the way that society is going right now, it's at a tipping point. It's either going to turn out horribly wrong, or it's going to be, the next step is going to be really, really exciting. And I think that the more that people like you, Rex, and Jeremy and Chance participate in this educational process to help people become the best and the brightest, then we're going to see some really exciting times.
That's a great answer. And, it's kind of an exciting time, whether it goes not so good or so good, because it keeps us on our toes.
I couldn't agree more.
I'd rather be in the exciting time. Thank you.
Well, I agree. I'd rather be in the upside of things, but I mean, it's still, but we get to figure that out. I mean, that's the cool part about all of this, and your help and Jeremy. And so now we'll go to Chance, and then we'll give Tony a voice again. Chance, thank you, by the way.
Yeah, it's great to be here. So to your point, I think we are at a tipping point in terms of culture and just global impact. And honestly, what an amazing time to be alive, to have the opportunity to contribute to the pendulum swing in the right direction, right? So I'll go a more macro level. My role, assignment, objective here on Earth is a kingdom ambassador. So what that means is to bring heaven down on Earth. And a lot of these different avenues that we've talked about are vehicles to do that, whether it's mental, whether it's psychological, whether it's the physical with the wellness stuff. All of that stuff ultimately brings the human being back to remembrance, which we actually have a piece in our spa called the Remember Zone, that people tap into that genetic coding that's deep inside of us that we have access to if we just tune in and listen, to help humans connect on that and to have the mastermind effect of the ripple when everybody comes onto the same page and has that same intention at the love frequency and in that kind of intention and zone. There's a massive impact that we can have, and that's part of why we chose LA too. It's a central hub of a lot of the cultural impact on a global scale, and if we can have a positive impact there, we can trickle that out through the city, through the community, and then out globally. But yeah, that's the main objective, is to bring humans back to the original intention, right? So that's it.
Yeah, I'm a firm believer that if you believe the Bible story or any creation story or whatever, that we were designed to live in a paradise and have, and realize how abundant it is. And somehow we kind of got off that track. So I applaud you for wanting to return us to, heaven on earth. I do appreciate that. And Tony, thank you.
Hey. Rex, thank you for having me on again. Ava, thank you for the text. You were wonderful on the red carpet the other day. Everybody's here. Everybody disappeared. It's okay. I'm the only Hollywood Square. It's an honor to be here. I like to joke with Jeremy a little bit because he's so damn handsome. Can I say damn? We're at his wellness spa right now, and it's incredible. It's literally like the largest standing rooftop in America. And if you were there the other day at the after party after our wonderful premiere that Sir James was in and so forth, and this wonderful crew, it was just an incredible Beyond Physical Matter moment, right? And so I'm here as we speak, and I can't see him, so I can't joke as much. I was going to say his hair matches his shirt, and his shirt matches the wall. You can, kind of go like that. Where's Jeremy? Right? But I love this guy so much. He's so brilliant at such a young age. These young guys under 30, they 30. It's incredible to me. We had a great opportunity to meet the other day, and it was, insightful. And I'm very stoked about, honestly, like this next generation, of just getting this word out about like the quantum and achieving and believing. I get the calls from all kinds of people, whether it's the pro athlete, the gold medalist, the billionaire, or my next door neighbor, about filling a gap, right? And so what juices me is like, Simon wrote that famous book, It Starts with Why. I believe it starts at what? It's fueled by why, but at the end of the day, it happens with how. You need the who to get the how, right? And so if you look at your life as like a baseball diamond, right? And you're just filling gaps, right, to win the World Series, you're the pitcher of your life, and you just need a good catcher, maybe that's the CMO, and you need a good first baseman, maybe that's an influencer. But you might be like one Golden Glove shortstop winner away, right, from winning a World Series, right? And you all win together and everybody eats, and that's what it's about. So I mean, what really juices me is where we're at in this place and time and space is that people are understanding that they truly can create their life, the life that like a design life. Tim Ferriss wrote the book many years ago, right? The 4-Hour Workweek. People have built upon the secret, the 4-Hour Workweek, and these principles that were brought out in the 2000s and obviously prior to. And we're seeing them come to fruition where more and more people on a mass scale are doing them. And that's why I'm excited about this movie. It's what I'm excited about just in general. So I'm excited about the spa. And it's always an honor to be here, So very grateful, Rex. Thank you, and Abba too.
Thank you. I want to throw out
Rex, one of the things that I want to say, Rex, I just wanted to interject because we have about 5 minutes on this panel, and I wanted to maybe give each one 1 minute, because one of the things that we always do is we want to give value to our audience, and we'd like to ask you, what's the one thing that you could tell our audience they can do to quantum leap their 2024 and make it the best year yet? I'm going to start with Jeremy. What's that tip that you can give our audience to quantum leap their life?
Yeah, I had the honor of writing a chapter in a book called Healthopedia, and my entire chapter was on being the victor instead of the victim of your life. And through my own story, we can so easily become the victim, not taking responsibility of how we are showing up and how we are living our lives. And without going into the whole story, to keep it short and concise, the end of the chapter I wrote, you can do the yoga, you can eat organic, you can do the plant medicine, you can do all of the therapy in the world, you can do all of these different things. But if you're still playing the victim in your life, if when someone cuts you off in traffic, you still resort to anger instead of compassion, and when your kid knocks a glass of water over and you're frustrated, and instead of being understanding that it was a mistake and you can take responsibility, when we truly understand that life is happening for us, not to us, that life is an opportunity of growth and of experience, we can start to understand that this life, I believe, is interactive. We get to learn. And to Rex's point, that doesn't mean it's always rainbows and butterflies. Sometimes there is challenges. Whichever the pendulum swings, we have the opportunity to live and grow from. And I believe at the core, as one piece of advice to anyone listening, is to learn how to regulate your nervous system through breath, through cold, through grounding, through therapy, whatever it is. Learn to regulate that nervous system so that you can be in control of how you respond to the environment all around you in every moment.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you.
Good.
Thank you.
Very powerful. That's powerful. Tony, I'm going to go and head to you. Oh, actually, Tony gave his tip. So let's go with Sir James. Sir James, what's that one tip that you would give?
People need to really master their mind. And I think that people don't know how to do that. So the first thing you have to do is understand how the autonomic nervous system works, just like Jeremy was just saying. And we have two parts. There's a sympathetic, which I call the warrior, and there's a parasympathetic, which I call the guru. When you're in your warrior mode, that's fight or flight, and your body floods with adrenaline and cortisol, which is really bad for your body. If you're in your parasympathetic, you get all of the healthy hormones like endorphins and melatonin, serotonin, dopamine, oxytocin. All of that makes us brilliant. It makes us be able to connect and communicate. So in order to get out of the warrior and get into the guru, just like Jeremy was saying, I'll give you 5 real quick tips. 1, smile. 2, breathe. 3, cold showers. That reboots your system and you'll forget whatever you were upset about. 4 is eye movement. If you look all the way to the right for 60 seconds and then look all the way to the left for 60 seconds, you will reboot your brain. And then finally, sing. Sing in the shower, sing in your car, sing in whatever you want, because that will activate your parasympathetic guru and you will calm down. And that's how we're going to get together as a civilization and quit fighting each other.
Wow. Again. And
Okay.
Chance?
No, I was saying that's powerful. And Rex, I'm going to give that to you.
What?
Yep.
Go ahead, please, Chance.
Yeah, I'll jump in. So these are all on point in the incongruence, right? It's it really comes down to, and I'll use something that I choose every morning, but it's direction and focus is the main thing. All of this stuff takes intentional focus to actually spend the time on this and spend the focus on it. The prior panel talked about distractions, and we're loaded with distractions all day. We have it in our pockets, the constant notifications. So the ability to sit and be still is a dismissed quality that I think is a simple solution. Even a lot of the stuff that Jeremy talked about, a lot of these things are free and simple to have major shifts in your life, but a lot of that comes with focus. So seek first the kingdom of his and his righteousness. So it starts with the mental, like Sir James talked about, but to wrap all that up, the best way to get traction on all that stuff is to master your morning. First thing in the morning, you need to set up that routine and get into practicing all of this stuff. As many of these chunks as you can do in the morning to set the foundation and the platform for the rest of your day. Then when things come up, you could take captive those thoughts and be in the right path in terms of like being able to handle stuff. Like Mike Tyson says, everybody's got a plan until you get punched in the face. And that's what life will do. You will have a plan, but then when you get punched in the face, do you have the resilience and the foundation that is built on stone and rock to be able to handle that, dodge it and take it, or take it right in the dome, and then be able to move on past that and maybe even appreciate it. Maybe you needed it, right? To the perspective point of Jeremy. So mastering your morning is a key piece of that, the breathing, the meditation, the writing, absorbing words of knowledge and wisdom from people. I think that is key and paramount for the rest of your day, which then leads to the week, then the months, and then the years.
Well, that is wonderful. We're going to have to take a hard break here, but I wanted to say, I just wanted to say before we do that, you independently and collectively are helping all of the people raise their consciousness so that the very kinds of things that we're trying to do here at the Tribune and you're trying to do, it works together so that people, to Sir James' point, more and more people can learn how to take control of their mind, and more and more people can end up with heaven on earth. Thank you.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
And welcome back. And Parisa, I'm so excited to see you again. And what an awesome panel that was. A great conversation about the quantum, right? And there's so many different ways to interpret that word and so many different places to take it. But of course, here at the Quantum Leap 2024, that just means making sure that you have a powerful 2024, both for your life as well as for your business. And I'm very excited because, you know, we want everyone in our community here to wake up feeling awesome. And we thought to ourselves, well, who's the speaker that can help make sure that this community continues to have an awesome life, continues to have an awesome business? Well, we were actually able to book Mr. Awesome himself. So with that being said, we want to welcome Mr. Awesome, Eric Swanson. Of course, he's a multiple-time best-selling author. He's a good friend of mine. It's always a pleasure to see you, Eric. And we have about 5 minutes with you in this leadership hot seat, where you're going to share some tips, share some wisdom, share some tools that folks at home can take and start applying to their lives and applying to their businesses. So Eric, I want to welcome you and give you the floor so you can start sharing with our audience how they can make 2024 their most awesome year ever. Floor is yours.
Absolutely, man. Hey, so good to see you guys. Oh, I love you guys. Los Angeles Tribune, first of all, is amazing. So Mo, you bring up a really good point. Like, it's all about leading yourself with a group to go to the next level, right? And sometimes, I mean, I don't know about you guys, but how many of y'all wake up in the morning and you're like, you know what? I want to make $1 million, and then you're like, yeah, but I still want to sleep till noon, right? It's like the dichotomy, right? People are like, well, I want to be positive, yet there's so much negativity in the world. So how do you change that? And what I decided to do years ago, I got my start with Brian Tracy, and I've shared stage with you name it, tons of the leaders on the summit the last 4 days here. From Les Brown, I had the pleasure of working with Jim Rohn back in the day and sharing stage with them, talking about attitude adjustment, right? I was so nervous when I met him, by the way, but that's a whole other story. The point is, we all need to grasp our awesomeness, and we all are experts in so many different fields, right? In our own expertise, and it's really shining. And I was on an interview the other day, and they were talking about, why did you get into speaking? Why did I get into speaking and writing and all this stuff? And I realized that it's not only having a voice to get out there and share your voice for 2024, but it's actually the deficiency law. And Brian Tracy taught me this years ago, Mo, and Parisa, good to see you. Brian Tracy taught me this years ago. He said, look, there's a law of deficiency. And that means, let's say now you guys are in perfect shape. I see you all. Like, oh my gosh, you're in perfect shape. But let's take, for instance, you say to yourself, well, I'm not feeling like I'm in perfect shape. And then you have this deficiency, and you're like, you know what? Maybe I should eat better. Maybe I should start working out, right? Start a healthier habit or plan. Well, that's the deficiency law. So if we went ahead, and I noticed this, by the way, that in the world, I looked around and I said, wow, look at all these people who have voices, yet they're not using their voice. They're not using their God-given amazing talents to move to the next level, right? And so that's really what it comes down to, is harnessing your awesomeness, finding out what your awesomeness is. Okay, so for me, it's really high five. Like, I literally high five myself. I don't know if you guys have done this before. I call it the 60-second morning mirror. I wake up in the morning, I go to the mirror of success, right? The mirror where you're brushing your teeth in the morning, every morning, right? And you have an eyeball to eyeball conversation with yourself, and you say to yourself, you're the best. You're awesome. You're going to change people's lives. Today's going to be amazing. And then you have like literally a 60-second conversation with yourself. This is what I do every morning. And then towards the end of the conversation, you high five the mirror. Have you ever high-fived a mirror before? you never fail, right? You set yourself up for success. It's a brilliant idea. Another technique that I do, and I totally implore all of you to do this, I literally write thank you notes. Now, how many of y'all write thank you notes? Of course, all of us do, right? Handwritten thank you notes, and to your clients, your prospects, and so forth. I do it for myself, to myself. So every night, I get a thank you. I wish I had one on me right now. I'm not in my office today. I'm actually at a satellite office, but in my office, I literally have a thank you card. Okay, it says thank you on the front, and every night I write in magic marker inside the card. I say, Eric. I address it to myself. I go, Eric, you are awesome. I want to thank you so much for changing people's lives, including your own. And then I put I love you, right? And then I put salutation, right? I put you. So I'm literally writing a note to myself, and every morning I see that in front of my coffee maker, let's say, and I say, I don't need coffee. I just need myself to go out there, right? So if we harness this, and Mo, we're speaking the same language. It's great having all the attributes that you can possibly get, all the knowledge in the world, but what are you going to do with it is the question, right? Moving you to the next level in 2024 is having that leadership role for yourself. You lead yourself first, and people will come and follow as long as you're doing the world a great service. So that's what I love to do.
Thank you so much, Eric. And, we got to bring you back on for a full hour in the future. This was really a teaser for an upcoming program that we're going to have with Eric coming very soon. So any final words of wisdom you'd like to share with our audience, Eric, a minute or so, please.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks so much for the kind words, Mo, of course. Just make that decision. life is all about decisions, right? We either do this or do that. Well, pick up that or pick up this, right? I got rid of 3 things in my life. I got rid of drinking coffee or caffeine. I like espresso, but I do the decaf now. I got rid of alcohol, and I got rid of, as you're taking a big cup of coffee, I love that, Mo. And I got rid of negativity. Those are the 3 things that I got rid of. So pick 3 things that you're going to get rid of and be a better human being for 2024. What are the 3 things that you can get rid of out of your life that are not serving you?
Incredible. Thank you to my friend Eric, Mr. Awesome Swanson. We'll have you back again shortly. And I see so many incredible people in the virtual auditorium, and Eric did such a great job sharing wisdom. Thank you to Eric. I see Joe Ingram. I love Mo's office. I'm going to see if I can use the law of attraction to manifest Joe Ingram from the virtual auditorium here live on stage. Look at that. And we're going to also be joined by Dr. Bill Janishak, the ambassador of joy, Barry Shore. Ashkan Tabibnia is also going to be joining us. Hopefully he could put that cell phone down here and engage. And Parisa, I'm excited because we're also going to welcome in Rex Sykes to join the conversation here. And this is a truly remarkable group of people. I mean, I don't even know where to begin when it comes to the group of people that the folks here see on screen. Every single person here on screen is an accomplished leader in their own right. Whether it's Barry Shore, who created legendary, iconic brands from scratch. He took his, the invisible, made it visible, and had major exits in his career. Dr. Bill Janishak, who's a doctor, not just in chiropractic, but 2 or 3 other modalities as well. But we're not going to get into all of that today. Joe knows what I'm talking about. Joe Ingram, the sales genius, one of my mentors. I've known Joe for about 10 years, and I've learned a lot from him. And, of course, Ashkan Tabibnia, another one of my mentors who I've learned a tremendous amount from. So, Rex, Parisa, the 2 of you are going to be part of this dialogue as well. We're going to go one by one, each person, and ask them to share directly from the heart. What are you inspired to share with our audience? Hang on, don't interrupt me when I'm talking, Rex. And share from the heart about what is a way that you can help the folks watching at home make 2024 their best year in life, their best year in business. Go ahead, Mr. Rex Sykes. Let's start with you.
I wanted to correct you because you're wrong. It's not Barry Shore. It's Barry Shore.
Absolutely. So, Dr. Bill Janishak, how can the folks at home make 2024 their best year in life and business? Floor is yours.
Well, thanks, Mo. I appreciate that. From my perspective, I mean, we got a lot of personal development gurus over on the LA Tribune as per usual. But I'll step back and go back into my world. And the world is taking care of your body. I picked a theme for this year, and the one-word theme for me is to move. We just don't move enough. And this is talking about not only your body, but your brain, but your goals and your aspirations, and move your dreams back into reality. That's going to be the biggest thing. But you've got to take care of your health because, I always talk about, I joke that I said I have more degrees than a thermometer when it's working with the baby, when we're working with the bodies. We can take care of the physiology, the neurology, everything else, but all that only holds our dreams and our aspirations because there's a spirit that's inside of us, and we've got to take care of that body to move to wherever you want to go. And that's highly personal to every individual, but we've got to do that. We just, the world's kind of against us in that point. We're getting fake foods. We're getting caught up with, industries that claim that they're trying to do us benefits when they're only kind of screwing us in the back end for their own benefit. We've got to take the bull by the horns and have that courage, which is also directly related to how you're moving and why you're moving, to create what's inside our minds. We've done a lot of these forums and summits and stuff, and the audiences that are attracted to the LA Tribune and all the speakers are phenomenal. Big dreamers, big thinkers, great entrepreneurs, and they're really making headway in the world. And so I kind of sometimes feel like I'm speaking to the choir, but if you follow those aspirations, you just had, Mr. Awesome on, and we've got all these great speakers right in this portion that allowing people to dream, that you're going on, you've got all these things in your head that you want to get out, but you've got to move, and you've got to be healthy enough and have enough physical energy to support your emotional and your spiritual energy as well. And that's getting out and exercise. Do hard things. If we don't do hard things, we never grow.
Incredible.
It's the old adage with the butterfly in the cocoon. If they don't struggle to get out, those wings don't get strong. And the stronger the wings, the longer the flight. So
thank you, Dr. Bill Janishak. And Dr. Janishak is also my doctor. And so I personally endorse him and the work that he does in the field of chiropractic. Now, about 2 events ago, we had Dr. Janishak on a panel for about 30 minutes. And, because of the time restraints we had on that virtual summit, he didn't really get much more than about 1 minute in. So it's good to see you. You've smartened up now, Dr. Bill. Now, when we give you the floor, you take as much time as you can, because you're not going to repeat the same mistake twice. So I can appreciate that about you. And we're going to have each person here answer that same question. How can the audience make 2024 their best year for their life as well as for their business? We're honored and humbled to have the ambassador of joy with us. His friendship means the world to me, and I want to thank you for being such a good friend to not just myself but also this community. Mr. Barry Shore, if you could please tackle the question. Floor is yours.
Good day, beautiful, bountiful, beloved, immortal beings, and good-looking people. Now, Mo, how can I make the categorical statement that all the thousands, tens of thousands of people all over the world that are tuned into this are all good-looking? Because by definition, if they did tune in to this amazing live global broadcast event, it means they're always looking for and finding the good in life. That's the definition of a good-looking person. Now, I am privileged to be looking at Parisa at the moment, so I'm tuning out the ugly guys around her and just focusing on the real beauty in the room. So that's very nice. I want to dovetail on what Dr. Bill just mentioned and just applaud his movement. I'm going to give a brief story. I'm going to answer your question, Mo. What I think people can do to make this year the best ever in their life is to utilize self-talk the way Barry Shore understands it. How does the ambassador of joy understand self-talk? Listen to this acronym. You ready? Self. You recognize that you are a soul experiencing life fully. Talk. Teaching always love and kindness. Teaching always love and kindness, especially to the self. When you do that, guess what happened? Miracles! And the genius of miracle is a word. Dr. Bill, you're going to love this. The word is smile. Joe, are you smiling? Smile stands for seeing miracles in life every day. Seeing miracles in life every day. So to your point, Dr. Bill, most everybody here has ever heard me before. You know the story. I'll make it very brief. I was standing up in the morning just like everybody watching, completely healthy. In the evening, I was in the hospital, completely paralyzed. I was a quadriplegic overnight. Not an automobile accident, not a spinal injury, a rare disease took over my body and made me a quad. All I could do was communicate by blinking my eyes. 144 days in the hospital, 2 years in a hospital bed. I couldn't turn over by myself, 4 years in a wheelchair, braces on both my legs, and here's my ankle. I'm still paralyzed from the waist down. I can't get up from this chair, but I walk with a 7-foot walking one. I'm a triped, not a biped. Can't walk up a stair by myself. Can't walk up a curb. I have help 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, but you hear my voice. Positive, purposeful, powerful, pleasant. All because of one word, smile, seeing miracles in life every day. And do I move? Oh boy, do I move. I have learned how to swim. And I swim 2 miles a day. 6 days a week. I've been doing that for 14 years. I have 9,447 miles under my belt at this moment. So I applaud what you say, Dr. Bill. Move, everybody, and learn to use that word, smile, seeing miracles in life every day, and use self-talk to your advantage. Recognize that you're a soul experiencing life fully, teaching always love and kindness. Thank you for the opportunity, wonderful Mo. I can go
I
on.
will hop in here.
I'll go
I'll
on
hop in here. That
There's
was
plenty more
amazing.
behind this.
No, I want to speak to the swimming part. I am a former swimmer and I swam for, plenty of years. And the fact that, and I know this is a huge part of your story, but I just want to presence that piece. The fact that you've allowed yourself to be challenged by something, like challenge yourself to dive into something, pun intended there, that is something that was not your world and your realm before. That
Right.
many miles every day, that's a lot.
I swim 2 miles a day, 6 days a week. I have to use special devices. I have special things on my legs so I don't sink. I have paddles in my hands because you see, they don't close. I use a snorkel, but who cares? Takes me 100 minutes. 100 minutes without stopping. Hello, and I'm 75 chronologically, 48 metabolically because I move, Dr. Bill. 28 mental acuity because I work with a lot of 28s on the internet. And my SOW, everybody has to know what an SOW is. You know what an SOW is, Joe? Sense of wonder. I'm an 8-year-old. My sense of wonder is I'm an 8-year-old, curious, looking around, wanting to know, always growing. That's the genius of being alive every single day. Everybody on this panel will attest to that. You're an 8-year-old and you have a sense of wonder. The world is yours. And therefore you can be in service and bring bounty to everything you do.
Wow. I want to jump in here because I want to say that between all of the people here, I've been enriched because they're so cool people. Parissa and Barry, you share the notion of conditioning your body and your mind, both swimmers, but also your attitude and your heart. So this is a beauty. Joe and Bill recently provided the world with the hero's journey, an exploration of people being able to transform and to live their lives successfully. And Ashkan, I don't know anybody more wonderful in terms of connecting people in the world and edifying, uplifting, and inspiring them, to be their best. And going back now to Barry, the ambassador of joy. So right here, this is an amazing collection of people positively influencing the world. And, the Tribune, we're grateful to have you here. You posed that question, or Mo posed the question of the, what are you going to do for 2024? And we had Bill and we had Barry. So we will go to Joe and then to Ashkan. But thank you for being here. And then Parissa, you can answer.
No,
Will do. Go for it, Joe.
She already talked about swimming. So that was her contribution that comes in. So, all right, guys, here's the thing. I want to be brief to the point. Let's get it out here. 3 things I need you to focus on for business and for personal growth and for you to amplify yourself in this market today in 2024. The first thing I need you to do is develop a strong value proposition. Okay. And what we always do is sit down and go, okay, what value do I bring to the marketplace? What can I do? I want you to stop and write it for both personal and for business. Give me an actual value proposition that you bring to the table for people. So that has to be something. And I'm not talking elevator pitch. I'm saying you sit down, deep dive and say, what do I bring to the table? Why would somebody want to meet me? And what could I help them with? Because that's my innate expertise. Okay. That's going to help you with number 2. Number 2 is to build a strong network. You need to sit down, grab people that are of like mind. But if you don't know what your mind is like, you cannot find it. And you end up with all the wrong people coming around you because they're attracted to what you have, which is typically opposite of what they have. And then you end up with a bunch of people that drain you day in and day out. And I know everybody on this panel, we have lived through this. Okay. And then the third thing is continuous learning. I want you to stop and invest in, for your business, sales training and development, for yourself, get into personality traits, get into understanding, anything that will help you to learn yourself at a deeper level. When we get off of the surface that we all live at and just try to skim across the top, we will find a lot more value in ourselves and therefore demand a lot more value into our circle. So the circle we typically run with is supposed to be small. I want you to know that, right? You're allowed to have a small amount of friends, and then you have a bunch of people that know you or acquaintances that can reach out to you at that time. But keep the circle tight, keep it small, because that's the only way to keep yourself true to who you are, and that'll keep you more authentic to the people that are outside of that circle.
Wow.
So that's what I got. Thank you, guys.
Powerful. And thank you for that. And Ashkan, you are so incredible in terms of adding value to people, connecting them, and then uplifting them and presenting them to other people so that other people can benefit from them. You are so wonderful in your ability to connect people in that way. What say you?
First of all, I want to thank Los Angeles Tribune that has become a world trendsetter in quality programming, in personal development, and more. And this is like fourth year. These conferences now 5 days. Pentagon. It's just in parallel with Tony Robbins. It's just so amazing. And a big shout out to Morok for his vision and what he has created, the conglomerate. A big shout out to Ava and Rose and the whole team behind. And of course, shout out to wonderful panelists here, all of you guys. What a wonderful nuggets. Joe just mentioned specifics how we can do. For me, the advice that I have for you guys is let 2024 be less of goals, less objectives. Focus on yourself. Slow down, because a breath. We take one in, one out. You can take one in, but 3 exhales, but you have to inhale again. So bring back the silence, slow down, the art of retraction, and go back to yourself and ask yourself this question. What is my story? What is my legacy story? If you don't have a story and you have a bio, just as what our master here of joy, the authority, said, his story. Forget your bio, write your story from the behind till now, and that's your hero's journey, who you are today, and then present that to the people. If you have not written a book, it's a great idea to write a book about your own hero's journey. Stop worrying about other stories, other people. Work on yourself, right? And then you do that, clarity comes in. I love what Eric Swanson said. Have a mirror conversation with yourself. Say hello. Understand who you are. If you have an organization and if you have a company, it could be one company, you can have a conglomerate with divisions. Ask questions. Why did I created it? Was it for me? And why this company is for others? And then you come to the third level, that are the products that you offer, services. And when you have a clarity, that's called the trifecta effect. When you know about you, your organization, and the things you offer, each one is independent. Sometimes you come in with your story. Sometimes you come with the story of your organization, like Los Angeles Tribune, what Morok has created. Sometimes you just come with your what Joe said, with your offer. And this is what I offer for you guys to take time, slow down, write down this year, and actually get to know yourself. Find your own hero's journey, because we have all challenges. And remember, at the end, how do we know who we are? Just in the area of talent and skills, we are actually divine, and we have been given gifts. Like, again, Barry here, because I know him, he knows his gift of innate ability to be happy, smile, and joy. Find your 3 innate abilities that God has given you. Also, write down the 3 skills or talent that you have acquired because of your choices, went to school or what you paid for. And also write down the 3 talents or the skills that you have acquired through your challenges. That's 9. And then rewrite your story based on that. And I want to actually gift this roundtable, Morag, everyone's here, to my father's memory. He was my hero, right? Because we have all hero's journey. Even though he was born blind, past blind, he was a mystic. He know all the Persian poetry, he know ethics, philosophy, every single system in the world by heart. And the best thing he taught me, he says, Ashkan, sometimes I will live with this. He says, the first training I had with him, he says, close your eyes. I said, I'm sorry, Daddy, you cannot see. Because exactly, first lesson, I have never seen you for 86 years. He never saw anyone. And then he left, very happy. He never complained. You know what he taught me? He says, now that you don't see, actually, now you can see everything. Now you can feel everything. There's no inhibit, because when you see something, it's only what you see. And that lesson been great. And somehow today I'm wearing his watch. He used to always open this up and touch, and just I don't know why I have it on today. Sometimes I miss him, so I have it on. So this year, make it about yourself. Less people, less new clients, less goals, less I want, and focus on what you have. Because sometimes in a pursuit of what we want, we lose what we have. Could be our health, our own time, our family, our children. We forget our some of our friends that need us. Not everybody is so social like us, bubbly. And what Los Angeles Tribune has created worldwide, each of you, this is my action item. I want you to go and just follow Rex and he will do it. Take the 5 days. That's what I'm going to do. That's what I did 4 years ago. Take the 5 days over 40 hours, write a paragraph, put the links, and share it on your Facebook, LinkedIn. So some people who are alone at home, they don't get excited. They have a chance to see this. And maybe from the 150 speakers story, one of them can change their life, and that would be a good thing. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you for that, Ashkan. And we feel your father's presence here with all of us right now, because your father's lesson was a lesson that this forum, that the Los Angeles Tribune is all about. And that's teaching people from around the world the distinction between sight and vision, right? Many people have sight. It's a physiological phenomena, but not everyone. In fact, very few percentage-wise number of people on this planet have true vision. And your father was a visionary, and he instilled that same spirit of being a visionary inside of you. And that's how you live your life, with the vision of your father. So God bless him, and we feel his presence and we honor him today. And we only have a few short minutes before we go to the next segment, but each person here on the panel is going to share their closing words before we move on. And again, I want to thank you, Joe, for introducing me to my doctor, Dr. Bill Janishek, who we'll start with. And, Dr. Janishek, when I first met you a few years ago, I had a really bad pain on the right side of my neck that no one could alleviate. Joe Ingram recommended I visit you. I went to your office a few years ago, didn't know who you were. You had me lay on my back. You rubbed me for a few minutes, and I haven't felt the pain ever since. So I wanted to thank you for working your magic. I'm going to give you the floor to share your final words with our audience. Dr. Janishek.
Well, thanks for the kind words, Mo. It was just magic. That's all it was. But what we did was with your neck, and the same thing as I said, it was just to get it moving. Our natural state is to progress and move. Just like your neck, it was stuck. We don't like to be stuck. We get depressed when we're stuck. Humans are tribe animals, and we like to move forward. Progression is happiness. Action cures all. I have a T-shirt that says that. So just go back to moving. Whatever you're thinking about, whatever you're doing, whatever your personal goals are, move forward. Go confidently in the direction of your dreams.
Wow.
Next.
That was nice. Very nice.
I would drop the mic, but I don't have it with me, so go ahead.
Wonderful. All right, well, let's move to Ashkan.
Well, my closing word would be slow down, breathe, right? Take a moment for yourself. Have gratitude and thank people around you, and acknowledge people. These are my 3 takeaways for you today.
Beautiful, beautiful. Barry?
Internalize, utilize, and leverage this acronym for joy. JOY stands for Journey of You. Love the journey of you. Joy.
Wow. You know what I want to do before Joe and before Teresa and Ava and Mo answer the question or give their final thoughts? I want to hear from Joe.
All right.
And Alicia. Sorry, I didn't.
You said that.
Make up your mind, Rex. Is it Joe or Alicia?
No, it's Joe,
you can't
but
have
I
it both ways.
didn't see
Who do you
Alicia.
want to speak first?
Joe, but I just
Okay.
also said hi to Alicia.
Oh, beautiful. Go ahead, Joe.
Alicia, Rex said hi. So when we look at this, this is what I want you guys to understand. Okay, when it comes to this year, my closing thought is make sure to feed yourself first. Okay, we want to invest in ourselves in every aspect of our life, but feed yourself first. And sometimes you got to pay for a good meal. So get out there and make it worthwhile.
Now we have Teresa, Alicia, Ava, and Mo.
I'm here for that. I will take myself out to a good meal. And I wanted to show really quick. My journal, on the front of it says, it's your story, write it down. So I thought that was really special. Something I read in every single day. So totally felt your share, Ashkan. And my final thing that I'd like to say is that it's something that actually my dad instilled in me, and probably the thing that resonates the loudest for me with him. And it's what I live by, is that my reps matter, that your reps matter. What you do daily, what you do consistently matters. It holds value, great value. So allow yourself to identify what it is that you want, what it is that you desire, what it is that you'd like to go forward toward or be the embodiment of, and commit to the things as consistently as possible to get there. And know that no matter what, each rep you take, each rep you make, they matter, because what you do holds such immense value. And if you forget that, go back to that. Be like, this matters. What I'm doing matters. I don't need to see results now, but what I'm doing matters. Those are my thoughts.
Incredible.
Thanks, guys.
And before we close out with Alicia and Ava, if the ladies don't mind, I just want to chime in because I've been so inspired by this group of folk. And in the Jewish tradition, there's this idea in the mystical approach of Judaism called the golem. And this is something that has also been sampled in fiction, like The Lord of the Rings, etc. And what it is it's this phenomena where if you have negative thinking, and if you continue over time to have negative thinking, those negative thoughts actually manifest into a real physical monster. And so what we want to do here at the Los Angeles Tribune is our role in the world of media is to help people not create monsters in their lives with their negative thinking. And so we are all about positivity, and we are all about helping people see the world for what it is, a beautiful place full of possibilities. And that's why we love entrepreneurship, because entrepreneurs, by their very nature, are solutions-oriented people. And so this is why we love to speak with entrepreneurs like the folks on this panel, Joe Ingram. And Joe, I've got to introduce you to our team, Ava and Alicia, who are working on this incredible CRM that we want you to be a part of. We're developing something called the Wizard, Joe. It's a original CRM for anyone that wants publicity, that wants media, that wants to have exposure and influence, and they can now communicate with what we have, a AI wizard chatbot for all of their business needs. So with that being said, I just want to thank everyone. Ava, Alicia, if you want to chime in before we move on.
I love what you
Well, I'm just here for the virtual hugs.
Okay,
Barry always
that's
offers a
you.
virtual hug at the end, so I'm up for that.
So I think Ava has an internet delay, but just want to say thank you all so much for joining. Like Teresa, I journal often, and this one says good vibes because energy is important. And so, and Barry, just loved your energy today. Joy is so important. We were speaking about it earlier today in one of our panels. We just want to say thank you to all of you for joining us and sharing with our audience. And thank you to our audience from all around the world for tuning in. We wish you an amazing Quantum Leap 2024 for all. And always remember, good vibes, good energy. It's created from the inside out, in spite of what might be going on around you, not despite of it. Because the one thing when we can't control anything else that's going on around us is our energy from the inside out.
Thank you for that, Alicia. We're going to go play a clip from a couple years ago that was sent to us by Lisa Nichols. And this is such an inspirational clip. And then Kaya will be returning with his segment with Marianne Williamson. So Lisa Nichols and then Marianne Williamson to close out. Thank you so much. God bless.
Well, we're going to do a hug together.
Yes.
Let's do a hug.
Barry, go ahead. Let's do our hug.
Okay, wait a minute. Everybody, hug stands for heartfelt, unlimited giving. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
Hi, Lisa Nichols here. And I wanted to thank the Los Angeles Tribune for the Lifetime Achievement Award. I'm grateful. You know, during my career of over 21 years, all I've ever wanted to do was to help transform, help impact, up-level, elevate the lives of those around me. When I started my career over 20 years ago, I never knew that I'd be here. I was a woman from Los Angeles wanting to change my life and my son's life. And when I found that education, motivation, inspiration, and action led to transformation, and when I began to have my own transformation, all I wanted to do was to help as many people as possible to have the same experience or their own experience similar. I know that 2020 was a year of uncertainty, unexpected and unwanted change. 2020 was a year of unacceptable, made polarized. 2020 was a year of release, relinquish, reset, recharge. 2020 was a year that we all navigated through, but we made it to 2021. We made it to 2021 still with hope, with dreams, with belief. In spite of global and national upheaval, we've pushed through it and we are here today. I'm honored by this award because it's an award that's acknowledging resiliency as well as commitment. And each and every one of us have that. I'm grateful that I can inspire someone else to keep getting up. I say oftentimes, I didn't avoid being knocked down. I simply was always committed to getting back up. And as I kept getting back up, I continued to have more faith in my ability to get up. And then I was able to strategize on how to avoid so many knockdowns. So I want to thank you again. I want to thank the LA Tribune for seeing in me something that adds value. I want to thank the Quantum Leap Forum for seeing in me something that adds value to the lives of those around me. I am who I am because of the energy that lives and the vibration that flows through Los Angeles. I am and will always be an LA girl, no matter where I live, where I am, or where I serve in the world. So it's an honor to be able to do good work besides good people like you. I cannot wait until I can turn a virtual hug into a physical hug. I'm your sister in prosperity and in possibility. And from my heart to yours, I say thank you. I believe in you and I love you. Be well.
I think that the factor, the consciousness is a factor in our ability to create abundance is a big deal for any of us who have a kind of holistic view of the world. It has me, however, in also seeing that the times I've made the most money in my life, my goal was not making money. My goal was simply doing the right thing. And back in the days when you were talking about the activism, there was certainly no money involved there, but I was also writing my book about Return to Love, my first book. And I didn't even have bestseller in my consciousness. And I certainly didn't have in my consciousness what you could get in life on a material level if you had a bestseller. And I made more money from that book than in any book I've written. So there was a kind of innocence at that time in the way I viewed those things. And it's kind of like I've never lost weight when I was trying to lose weight. It's an interesting thing. So I've thought a lot about this. And I wrote a book called The Law of Divine Compensation talking about this. So I think money, obviously, we know, and all of the stuff that you're talking about, Napoleon Hill wrote about, it's energy. And I think that we call forth abundant energy by creating abundant energy. And I think that that's the ultimate, that has been in my life, the ultimate source of economic abundance, when I've just been doing something for the right reason. Just doing something because I thought at that time, wow, this would be the most beautiful thing I could do, the greatest gift I could give. Love came out. I've been working for years on the AIDS with AIDS patients, etc. The last thing you thought about in all those support groups was ever charging for me. I think it came out and it did me. It almost felt to me, I remember thinking, it was like the universe paid me on the material plane. It was like I was being paid for writing a book. But I felt metaphysically it was something. There was energy coming back to me that I had put out where money wasn't even involved. So I think sometimes we need to think more in terms of abundance than money specifically, and money is one form that the abundance comes back to us.
You have so many fans that are chiming in, whenever you speak, just the room goes silent and everybody connects to their hearts. It's just been such an impact. So how important do you think is it that newspapers and the media actually brings positivity in the world and lift people up rather than always focusing on the problems we have in the world?
Well, I think that the context of positivity is very important, but I also think that it's the job, obviously, of a newspaper to tell you what's actually going on. What I find with a lot of the media, the problem I have, is they tell you just enough to get you upset, but not enough to empower you to actually do anything about these problems. So clearly we all know about media where, if it bleeds, it leads. I mean, it's just one awful story after another, but it's not educative enough. I think our media doesn't do enough to actually explain a whole picture to people. That's the most positive thing. That's the most empowering thing, not just telling you good news when in fact it's a rather heartbreaking time on the planet, but suggesting to you all the ways that good things could happen, particularly in solving the problems that we read about and that we have to read about to be educated citizens.
That's beautiful. Absolutely. Thank you for that distinction there, right? So it's a fine line of lifting people up, but also calling out the truth.
Yeah.
I remember you talked in your teachings with the Course in Miracles, you talked about positive denial versus negative denial.
Yeah.
I don't know if you want to go into that chime in. You could chime in on that, the positive denial versus the negative denial.
Yeah, I know, it's a concept from the Course in Miracles, but it applies to a lot of spiritual seekers who will sometimes say, well, the world, is ultimately, the three dimensions aren't the ultimate reality anyway, so we can ignore a lot of the bad stuff and go directly for the good news and what life could be. But the Course in Miracles would argue that that's negative denial, because there's no serious spiritual path that gives anyone a pass on addressing the suffering of other sentient beings. It's like you skip the crucifixion and go right to the resurrection. You skip the slavery of the Israelites in Egypt, you go directly to the promised land. That's denial. That's not transcendence. Positive denial is something different. Positive denial is not where you refuse to look at things and pretend they're not happening. That's negative denial. Positive denial is that you realize they're happening, but you deny their power over you. You realize that you're a powerful enough person or we're a powerful enough country, or we're a powerful enough species that we can do things differently. That's positive denial. You're not denying the reality of the problem, but you're denying the reality of the problem to keep you in a limited condition.
I so love that. That's a breakthrough for so many people. Now we're talking about individuals, and we can now expand that to your campaign in the country, being a society where everyone can win. We don't just have the haves and the have-nots. So share with us, if you don't mind, what's driving you to run for president? What's most important to you? That is, because it's a stressful journey. I can only imagine for you to take on this thing.
Really, you really can't imagine.
Oh, I know. I was in your class, so you've shared some things that most people on the outside don't know. You have literally taken on this with your heart. This suit of armor that you have is actually your heart. It's not a suit of armor. And so, what's driving you to take this on for the nation and for the world?
Well, it is about economics. It is about money. And that's why I'm really eager to talk to you on this particular platform. I think the interface here is very important. But I do want to go back for a moment to what you talked about, the suit of armor. I think a lot of people might not remember, or perhaps didn't even know, that in the story of David and Goliath, when David said, the giants were just laughing at the Israelite warriors, and the Israelites were so afraid because, Goliath was so huge and they were so small comparatively. And David said, well, I'll do it. I'll take him on. And King Saul said, well, if you're going to do that for us, the least I can do is give you my suit of armor. And David put it on. And he said, no, I can't move. I can't be myself in this. If I'm going to do this, he said, I have to do it my way. And so he gave the suit of armor back to the king. So you're right. The only real power today is the power of the heart. It's not the power of the suit of armor. It was David's vulnerability, but his wisdom. And of course, he hit Goliath 3 stones right in the center of his forehead, the third eye, the one place where Goliath does not have any defense is that he has no conscience. So you hit him in the conscience, there's nothing he can say because he doesn't have one. Now, in terms of that, that's also an apt description of how the economy works today in America. Profit is a good thing. Righteous profit is a good thing. That's what you're talking to people about. And America is an entrepreneurial country. It's part of the consciousness, and we love that. We talked about my books. I mean, I've been very blessed and privileged. I've seen the high side of free market capitalism because I see that there are 3 factors. I put in energy, and then I write the book, and the publisher gives me money. The publisher publishes the book, putting in energy. Then and they get something out of it, because when the consumer buys the book, the reader gives money that then the publisher gets, I get, and the reader goes out with value. So everybody puts in value, and everybody goes out with value. That's when an economy is righteous. It's a win-win for everyone. And that's what we should always think about in business. Is this a win-win? Am I giving, is the rate of my giving and the rate of my receiving, is there a win for everyone? That's when you've got a righteous economy. That's righteous profit. Now, I'm not trying to whitewash or romanticize that we ever had that perfect, but we used to, it seems to me, when I was growing up, we at least thought it was supposed to be that way. The corporation was supposed to care. Yes, the stockholders mattered, but so did the workers, and so did the environment, and so does everybody who has anything to do. There are other stakeholders than just stockholders. But what started to happen about 50 years ago in this country is what's called stockholder capitalism, where the idea was most important thing was to give money to the stockholders, and then they'd get very rich, but that would be good because they would create a lot of jobs. They were the job creators, it was called. And then all that money would trickle down and lift all boats. Well, it's now been almost 50 years. Clearly, it has not lifted all boats, because within that economic mindset, their business model was not job creation, it was job elimination. So the more money got put over into the hands of the stockholder, it was at the expense of the workers. You fire who you can, you squeeze money out of people, you remove benefits, you you squash unions, and it's had a devastating effect because it's moved $50 trillion away from 90% of Americans. So money and abundance and profit, all that's great. The problem in America today is not that some people make money. That's a good thing that people can make money. That's what you're talking about here. The problem is that not enough people ever get a chance to. They're just locked in. And that the American dream is not that you can make it or you can make it or I can make it. The American dream is that we are all keepers of a sacred trust. We have responsibilities here as well as rights. And that responsibility is to create a society where, to the best of our ability, everybody has a shot at it. And millions of people who are locked out today are children. We have millions of American children who go to school in places where they don't even have the resources with which to teach a child to read. And if a child cannot learn to read by the age of 10, then the chances of high school graduation drastically decreased, and the chances of incarceration drastically increase. We have a permanent underclass in this country. We have the highest level of poverty of any advanced democracy, and that includes, of course, child poverty. 1/3 of our workers live on less than $15 an hour. And we have major cities in this country, most major cities, it's over $20 an hour just to be a living wage. So I think those of us, I think part of the value of what you're doing, Kai, and what's important, once we sort of feel like we're in the game, because if you're in the game, if you're in the club, if you're in the flow, it's so cool, right? And while working on it and doing our entrepreneurial things and making some money, that's beautiful. But it's not supposed to stop there, because once you get to a point where you feel, yeah, it's working for me, the whole point is to then take responsibility, because this is not just about you. And that's very much a part of why I'm running for president.
That's amazing. I'm going to invite you to take this where you want to take it. I have a question. You can divert to that, to other causes and what's most important to you. I remember a lesson that you taught about what is an area where you can bring the true self, your spiritual self, right, into more than any other area. And you talked about your career and your vocation. So you can talk about that if you want, or you can talk about basically some of the things that you want to change beyond what you've already shared, because I know we have a limited time, and I want this to be the highest, best use of our time in you communicating to the American people what you want to communicate. So I'm going to invite you to take the floor and really address anything that's most important to you on your mind that you want to change.
Well, we're talking about the role of consciousness in creating money. And we want to talk about the role of consciousness in creating a new world. And in order for us to change things on the outside, we're going to have to change some things on the inside. Because when you only approach a problem, this is true in our individual life, but it's also true in our collective life. If we're only addressing a problem on the level of the external, if we're only solving a problem on the level of the symptom, then there'll never be a real fundamental solution to it. Now, the 21st century is different than the 20th, just like the 20th was different than the 19th. It's a different worldview. And the worldview in the 20th century was very mechanistic. The world was a big machine, and in order to fix it, you just had to tweak the machine. Anybody who's trying to create wealth knows there's more to it than that. There's more to it than that, right? It's also how you think. It's also your attitudes. So I think that what's happening in the world today, and yes, money is part of it, because economic injustice is so much a part of the problem. I think that we're bringing to bear on the problems of the world a new sense of self. But that new sense of self has got to be one that recognizes the importance of justice, that none of us are going to get there unless all of us get there. I was back in the 70s. That was the time when, the feminism of that time was first, what I was growing up with. And there was a real sense of sisterhood. And I don't see that so much today, unfortunately. But that sisterhood thing meant none of us are going to make it unless all of us make it, unless we're there for each other. And I think in the 21st century, we're seeing that about the society. None of us are going to be safe unless we try to make everyone safe. You can drink a lot of green juice, but if they're poisoning the water, the carcinogens in our food, PFAS in our water, toxins in our air. There are so many things now that you can't wall yourself off from. You can't say, well, I'm going to live over here in my bubble. And also money can't save you either. You can't just say, well, I have enough money that I can escape any of the bad stuff happening. You can escape a lot of it, but not all of it. Not when there's a real crumbling of our society. And that's what's going to happen unless all of us really fundamentally change and really say, I'm living my life not just for myself. I'm thinking not just for myself. I'm going to think about what would be right for everyone. Because ultimately, unless we create a society that's more just and compassionate for everyone, then everyone's going to suffer.
Wow, you are brilliant.
Powerful
You are
stuff.
amazing. And we did want to ask, though, you have so many beautiful ideas for change in our country, and there are many, many problems. But what should the American people, what can you and I and each of us be focused on in order to make these changes? How do we take Dr. Hill's vision and your vision and merge these so that we create this positive world that you'd like to do? And with that in mind, I'm going to ask a two-part question, if you don't mind. And so we're thrilled to have you here.
Thank you.
What can we do, and how important is that to you and to all of us?
Well, you're asking me that question at a time when I'm running for president of the United States. So you'll have to forgive me for the fact that I have an idea.
You truly do.
One thing you might consider is going to Marianne2024.com and being part of my campaign. You talked about the LA Tribune. I'm in San Francisco right now. I'll be speaking in LA at the Saban Theater on the 23rd. I'm in Berkeley tonight. So anybody can go to Marianne2024.com at the events page. But in all seriousness, because the topic is money, the corruption of our political system by money is the worst thing of all. The undue influence of money actually now at this point of corporate money specifically takes precedence over the safety and the health and the well-being of the American people. We're the only advanced democracy that doesn't have universal health care. It's only because of the greed of the insurance companies. We're the only advanced democracy where people are rationing their insulin only because of the greed of the pharmaceutical companies, carcinogens in our food, because of the food companies. I mean, it's really terrible what's happening in this country. If it has to do with profits for gun manufacturers, or profit for big ag, or profit for big food, or profit for big oil, or profit for big banks, or profit for military industrial complex, and it's ruining people's lives. And people are dying because of it. You have 68,000 people in this country who die every year because of lack of health care. On the other hand, that money, especially since a Supreme Court decision called Citizens United, is that which runs our political systems. So for someone like myself, who's saying what you're saying, yeah, a more just world where humanitarian values and democratic values take precedence over short-term corporate profits. In order to do that, you would be not taking corporate money. And that's why if somebody really believes that this campaign has something to contribute, then I hope they'll throw some money into Marianne2024.com. The money that it takes to run a campaign, any political campaign, is just obscene. And ultimately, that's what I don't know if my generation will be able to fix that. I don't know when we will be able to overturn Citizens United. We certainly won't be able to with our current Supreme Court. But I think the generation after ours will ultimately pass a constitutional amendment establishing public funding for federal campaigns. Because I think that that's really everything we're talking about here today, isn't it? Money can help heal things. Money can do good, but also money can do a lot of harm when it's used for purposes that actually, oppress people economically.
How can we help you? I mean, besides the money, and we ought to be given.
Well, I need volunteers and I need money. If somebody goes once again to Marianne2024.com, and if even $5, I think a lot of people feel, well, what could my 5 do? What could my 20 do? Somebody else could give up to 6,600. It's whatever is correct for someone. But I think with anything with money, it's what you invest in your heart and what feels true to you. But it is participating. If you feel that this is good, then you've got to make it happen. We've got to invest in it, because otherwise huge corporate entities are just driving the show. But also I need volunteers. You know, if you go to marian2024.com and you hit the volunteer button and you give us an hour, sometime phone banking. It's fun, by the way. You talk to people, you help collect signatures if that's what's going on in your state. But I think we're talking about an agenda. You know, it's interesting because what we're talking about, you know, the majority of Republicans as well as Democrats want universal health care. And the majority of Republicans as well as Democrats want tuition-free college and tech school. So ours is an agenda that's considered moderate position in any other advanced democracy. And if it sounds to your mind and to your heart like, yeah, then I hope people will go to the website and get real and work it and contribute and support and volunteer and do whatever you feel moved to do. It won't happen of itself. And the thing is, the institutional resistance to a campaign like this is very great.
As a woman, right, I am just absolutely thrilled that you are fighting for the mission that you're fighting for. Like, I know how difficult it is, you know, especially being myself in the media as a woman, right? And I couldn't imagine more how it is for you where you are. And I love that, you know, you bringing positivity into this country. You know, we believe in educating our public, you know, and making sure that our public, you know, our people are educated, that they're inspired, that they're motivated, you know. So with all of that, you know, how important is it, Marianne, for you, for each of us citizens to like really be on our feet, encouraged, inspired to take action? Like you said, you know, you're looking for volunteers, you're looking for people who can make phone calls and things like that. How important is it for us to like really be able to stay on positive news and be able to focus our minds on positive things?
This is no ordinary time. We're living, there's a great rumbling. We're living at a time where one world is falling apart and one world is struggling to be born. Everybody can feel it. Everybody can see the things that are falling apart. And you can see where people's lives are falling apart too. But you can also see where good things are happening and people are trying to bring good things forth. So the way I look at it is we have to be death doulas to that which is dying, and we have to be birth doulas to that which is being born. But we have to recognize the urgency of this moment. You know, when I was young, they used to say, if you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. And I think that really applies to the times in which we live. We must be very mature. We must really show up for our country and for our world right now. Whatever it is. Now, I believe that politics has to be part, not all of it, but has to be part of the formula for repair, because public policy is doing so much damage in certain situations. But whatever it is we do, whatever our career, that we just seek to rise up and play it at a higher level. There is so much to depress you right now. I mean, even with what's going on with Israel and Hamas, and there's so much to be heartbroken about right now. There's so much, and so many people are going, oh, it's over, you know, forget it. We have to work against that. We have to generate the energy of revitalization. We have to generate ourselves. We have to generate the energy of hope. Hope is born of participation in hopeful solutions. So how important it is, it's everything. It's whether or not our democracy survives. It could even be whether or not our species survives. So I doubt that anyone who is taking a class like this doubts the urgency of this moment. People get it. The issue is, what can I do? And obviously, I'm not saying my presidential campaign is, you know, the be all and the end all, but a presidency is a big deal too. What you're talking about with your newspaper, what Kaya is doing with his project, even teaching this. It's about all of us trying to live at the sort of highest level of vibration that we can, demonstrating to others that this is serious, this is real, we're grown-ups here. I think there's been a lot of infantilization. This generation is just, we've kind of had a crisis of adolescence, and this is a time for us to really rise to the occasion. This is not a time for us to talk about our problems all the time. There's a time and space for that, but this is the time for us to truly reach for our greatness, not only in our personal lives, but in what we're co-creating together.
Thank you. What a wonderful answer, Marianne. Totally encouraging, absolutely encouraging. Thank you. Sir, yeah, I'm going to give you back the mic.
This has been an incredible, incredible interview, Marianne. Thank you so much. We have such gratitude.
Thank you. And you also, good luck with the newspaper.
All of it. And about that and anything we can do to support, you're making a huge difference in the world. Thank you for, being an advocate for so many things and for so many people that are suffering in so many different ways, and really bringing back some equality and some balance and a voice to people that have felt for many, many years voiceless, and speaking to getting people back to who we are. You always talk about this, the self with the small s versus the self with the big S, the higher self, this higher self that we're all part of. And so tapping into that and bringing that more ecological, more holistic approach to leadership in this country and in this world. And we are a shining example of that to the world. And we get to be that with your leadership. And by the way, first president, why not you? Why not now? Why not you? Let's go.
Need a mother in the White House, and you can.
We need a mother in the White House.
If I could quickly add that I want to thank you, Marianne, and Kaya for making this happen, because it's your connection and your relationship that brought this about. I mean, just a wonderful opportunity for the world to hear you on our platform. We just love it. Thank you for being.
You so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. God bless. And let's continue to grow and thrive together. And let's all support Marianne at marianne2024.com. Donations from $5 to $65 to $6,500, donating your time, energy, resources, so that you can help this woman help us become an even better country, an even better nation. Thank you. Thank you. And we'll see you very soon, Marianne.
God bless you. Thank you.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
And welcome back. And Rex, you did such a great job there with Marianne Williamson and Parisa. Great to see you again. And we have just one more speaker before we formally close this 5-day event. And when we sat with the team, I thought, well, who's the perfect person to take the 5 days of over 120 speakers and wrap everything up in a beautiful bow? And of course, I thought about my friend Michelle McLean, because what I know about her is that she's been a transformational leader for many years. And she's helped people not just mentally, but also physically and spiritually. And so we thought, who's the perfect person to follow up here with Marianne Williamson and wrap up the whole event? And so with that, I want to bring up Michelle McLean. Zero pressure, Michelle. No pressure, right? So we're going to give you the floor.
Never.
You're going to do a 5-minute leadership hot seat with Rex Sykes and Parisa Rose. Earlier today, we saw an awesome leadership hot seat with Mr. Awesome, Eric Swanson, and now we're going to see one with you. So Rex and Parisa, you two are going to dissect this beautiful mind for the next 5 minutes before we officially wrap up. Rex, first question goes to you.
Oh, you're muted. You're muted, Rex. Oh, and Rex
What did
is
you do
out.
to him,
Maybe most
Michelle? Michelle, I told you to be careful with the way you look at people. You have a very powerful energy. So let's try. Let's see if he's still alive. Are you still? Oh, I don't know, Rex. Are you still breathing?
Rexation.
Can you hear me? I don't know. What
Yes,
happened.
we can hear you.
So
Floor is yours.
Michelle and I had a conversation a while back, and I said, that is so awesome. You must share it. Could you, if you're willing, talk about the shoes in Africa?
Ooh, I wasn't ready for that one. Okay. Yes, I can do that. And first, I just want to say this is the best channel to tune into, no matter where you are, no matter what time, where you are in your life. I have never tuned into a more powerful channel, media station, journalism, like whatever it is that someone's needing in their life. I really feel confident they can come to the Los Angeles Tribune. Anytime I'm involved, I'm always uplifted. I'm always educated to a whole nother level. There's just people that go exceedingly levels of education that come to this channel to provide such great information. So I just want to first give the kudos over to Los Angeles Tribune and the team and everyone here. I'm continuously amazed by the way this channel continues to evolve. So just incredible. So to tap into what Rex was talking about, I had the great opportunity of being invited to go speak in Kenya. We did a Kenya tour, and it was the greatest experience of my life, being able to go speak to some of the universities there and take my experience, my life experiences, and who I am, but then also go to see what exists there, right? So Rex and I had gotten into a conversation, right? And what I got to see, I'm not going to go into, I don't have all the time to go into what I saw and what I experienced fully. I will say, you know, I was on stage speaking to some of the universities, some of the students, right? When I got off stage, I said I needed to, you know, be escorted to the bathroom, take me to the bathroom, and they literally brought me to a hole in the ground. You know, I'm in like heels and everything, and it was just that was kind of one of my first, I don't want to say a culture shock, you know, but it was a very like, wow, this is, and they just thought it was completely normal for them. You know, that was just one moment that I just broke down in tears, because I was just like, this is just how they yes, kissy cat. Oh, my car's been off too long, sorry. Been working and making magic happen, you know. So but one of the most profound experiences was whenever I was,
We lost you.
is my audio still connected? I make sure you guys can still hear me.
Now we do.
They literally would share one pair of shoes per four kids, you know, and I was just like mind blown by that, and they were so happy to just do it. But I just thought about, okay, well, what would happen if, you know, they all got shoes, and they all, like, my mind just started going into all these possibilities and just all the things that we could change and we could do for them. We could make them better. We could make them happier. All these things started flooding my mind. And then the next thing I thought about was, I was like, well, but they were so happy. They were so happy, right? They had one pair of shoes per four students, you know, and I'm thinking, okay, we're going to make them happy. We're going to give them more things. We're going to make them happy. And then as I started just kind of looking around, though, it was more so, I started to realize, like, we were the ones that kind of had it backwards, that we're over here consuming and buying so many things. And a lot of you guys probably in the audience have heard this kind of story before. Some of you it's not new to, but just to experience it firsthand was it made me think, like, they're the ones that had it figured out. They were the ones who didn't have all the material and the consumerism, chasing the next, like 30 pairs of shoes, you know, like in my experience, right? Thinking, okay, more things are going to be what make you happy. More things is what you need. More things are what you're missing. You need the next this, the next that, the next this. And I just realized, like, that's not, what if we ruined, I mean, and this is just my own personal thoughts and feelings that were going through my mind of, like, what if we ruined certain people's hearts and experiences because we think that our culture had it right. We thought we had it figured out. We thought this was the right way to do life. Yet this is where the most depression and obesity, this is where a lot of the other, you know, a lot of major issues exist, because we're lost in the consumerism. We're lost in the heartless, chasing heartless things. And it just, it was a very heart-changing, life-changing experience.
May I interject? Because what impressed me so much when you shared the experience was your heartfelt feeling, how you expressed your emotion, that there were 4 people who shared one pair of shoes, and that when one said, hey, I'd like the shoes, the other one went, yeah, sure, and didn't go, well, wait a second, I'm not done yet. That the willingness to share between them, you know, was the way you expressed.
You know, Rex, I just also want to point out that there are folks in the virtual auditorium joining us live from Kenya that have remembered Michelle and are saying hello to Michelle. In fact, Ian is joining us live, and he was there in Kenya when you were speaking at the university, at Kisii University, and he's now part of this global audience. We've reached over 30 different countries here at the LA Tribune with our virtual summits, and so you never know who's tuning in. And it just so happened that Ian has been listening and watching, and he's been in the virtual auditorium, and now he's surprised by your appearance, Michelle. But I just wanted to point that out and say hello to the wonderful Ian Munya Kenye from Kenya. Mr. Munya Kenye, we would love to extend an invitation to have you join us here on the broadcast at a future program, so you can also be one of the speakers here. I just felt it in my spirit to send that invitation to you, Mr. Munya Kenye from Kenya. So I just wanted to point that out, Michelle, in case you missed it.
Amazing. Yes, one of the most beautiful experiences. I would say everybody gets to, being cultured is also a very big support to the evolution of the planet. Getting to witness what actually matters was something that really, stuck with me.
Beautiful story, beautiful experience.
I think that's so special, Michelle. As soon as I saw his comment hop up on the screen, I was like, wait a second. This is a moment. It's one of those like full circle moments that like is such a blessing, I'm sure, for you to experience, but it was a blessing for me to witness you speaking so heartfelt about it. Then to see him respond to it, it's just, that was special for me to witness.
Absolutely.
I love this. I love that we all are together.
We're going to have Ian Munya Kenye live with us soon, Michelle. And please, any final closing words, Michelle McLean? Floor is yours.
I just wanted to say there's something magical about how things tend to come full circle. And it's almost like when you just, I practice a lot of surrender and allowing things to happen, right? And trusting whatever you call your higher power, trusting in that. Like these little magical moments happen, right? So now Ian's going to be on here and who knows where it's going to lead. It's just these magical little moments that, when you just say yes, when you surrender, when you're willing to trust. And always leading like the Los Angeles Tribune is known for, right? Leading from integrity and leading with a positive direction always.
Well, we're sending you a lot of love and appreciation, Michelle. Thank you for joining us and helping us wrap up this 5-day program as our final keynote speaker, because, you're one of the most special people in this community, and we thought it would be very apropos to have you wrap everything up with a beautiful bow tie. And we, of course, didn't plant Ian Munya Kenye in the virtual auditorium. That was a completely organic development. So we want to thank you, Michelle.
Absolutely.
Beautiful. What a powerful segment. And let's go ahead and bring back Ava and Alicia as well. And I just want to hear some thoughts about that segment before we formally wrap up this 5-day program. Let's start with you, Alicia.
Full circle moments and synergy. I think energy attracts energy, and it was just such a beautiful moment to see Michelle and to see Ian just come together in that way. I mean, that was touching, and I think it's a testament to all that we're doing. And I felt like that quantum leaped my heart. Like that was just such a loving and caring moment. And so I think that's just a testament to all of the energy that we brought through Quantum Leap. So thank you all for joining us today.
Absolutely. Miss Rose.
I'd like to highlight one of the things that Marianne said. And that was to really not be like afraid of your greatness, but to allow yourself to really step into it, because it doesn't just impact yourself, it impacts everyone else. So really taking a moment, stepping back, stepping within, looking within at what your greatness is and allowing yourself to be great, whatever that greatness is, and allow it to impact everyone else, because that's how we all are experiencing this life.
Thank you for that, Parisa. Rex.
I want to go back to what Ashkan said about breathe, inhale and exhale. Everything in the universe, mammals, reptiles, birds, insects, inhale and exhale. Trees, plants, all inhale and exhale. So that saying that for everything there's a season, there's a time to toil and a time to rest, a time to celebrate and a time to mourn. The same thing is true. Is know your place, know what's going on, become aware, and pursue your goals and your dreams, but also pursue your authenticity and your joy and your ability to relax and be at peace. You don't have to stress out to change. You don't have to beat yourself up, to get ahead. You can do that with love and grace and peace and joy. And And I want to thank that reminder coming from Ashkan and all of the wonderful speakers and all of the
Absolutely
people here at the Tribune.
And Ava's going to close out the 5-day program here momentarily. And before I say that, I want to say that if you have experienced a breakthrough in your life, a breakthrough in your business, if you're one of the folks from over 30 countries that have registered for either this or any one of our other summits that we've now been doing worldwide for millions of people, we want to thank you, because you yourself, by working on yourself, are making the world a better place. And you're joining us on our collective mission to redefine the role that newspaper companies have in your life. You see, this is not just a one-way street of you taking information and putting it in your mind. You can actually connect with newspaper companies and you can actually change the world. And we're changing the status quo. And that's our mission and our vision. And I want to thank all of the speakers. We had over 130 speakers for this summit, 150 speakers in the last summit. And so if you are one of the thought leaders, believe me, we will know about it. And so we're very excited. We're going to have another major announcement soon for the next summit. We're doing something very new and innovative. And we're working with a lot of folks in the government to do something very special here at the LA Tribune coming soon. And with that being said, I just want to thank all of the speakers. I want to thank all of the folks watching at home in our virtual auditorium and all of the people that will see this on replay, because the majority of people that will be impacted by this program haven't even seen it yet, right? About 10% of the folks watch it live and 90% watch it on replay. In fact, here's something incredible about the era that we're in. There are virtual summits that we as a company produced 4 years ago that are still watched today. And so unlike the traditional ways of going about impacting lives with seminars and events, with what we're doing using modern day technology, there's somebody that'll watch this in 20 or 30 years, maybe even 100 years, and experience a breakthrough in 2080, right? That we don't even know about and we can't conceive about. The same way that there are speakers who spoke in 1960 somewhere and their clip is now on YouTube. They couldn't conceive of that. And so who knows where technology will lead, but we know that these universal principles that are taught on our programs are timeless. And so I want to thank everyone in helping us on our mission and our purpose to redefine the news. Mark Twain said that the two most important days of your life: 1, the day you're born; 2, the day you find out why. And I want to thank everyone here for continuing to be a purpose-driven leader. And Alba Manuel is going to wrap up our wonderful 5-day event with closing words from the editor-in-chief of the LA Tribune. And of course, Doria Cordova is still going to be a good-looking senior by 2080. And I believe her. Because Doria Cordova ages like fine wine. She just gets better every year. It's amazing. I don't know what your secret is, Doria, but Alba Manuel, if you want to close us out.
Thank you. Of course I do. Of course I absolutely do. I want to thank all of the speakers who came and gave generously. There's a whole trove of resources and tools that our speakers who came and gave their time generously also gave, that we're giving out to our audience to register at quantumleap24.com, because the resources and tools are definitely, life-changing. That even though some of our speakers spoke for a few minutes only, they've given their resources fully. So make sure that you're registered. That's one. Second, thank you for our audience, for those of our audiences. From what Mo said, this is just the production. The post-production starts from when we close this, and we've got a team that's committed, dedicated to reproduce the reels, to reproduce, the contents of this that will go to the ends of the earth. That moment with Michelle and Ian was so surreal. Talking about being clear with our purpose, with our intention, that just really brought tears to my eyes, grounded me to the intention and the purpose of why we're doing what we're doing in the Los Angeles Tribune. We are bringing information that people would otherwise not hear about, not have access to the farthest ends of the earth. People that come from third world countries who wouldn't have access to this, who now has access to it because of the global broadcast of the Los Angeles Tribune and all of the generous speakers that have come on our stages. So thank you so much. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for making the comments, because it all helps with algorithm. And thank you for, for your love, for all of the generous support that you've given throughout the last 5 days. So we're all in this together. We're all sharing this to the ends of the earth. Follow us. LA Tribune Leadership is where we put our contents, because it is for the purpose of bringing information that otherwise would not be available to the ends of the earth, that we're here for, that the Los Angeles is here for. So thank you so much.
Thank you for that, Alva Manuel. And just in closing, I'll say there's a lot of people who wrongfully give me credit to be the leader of the Los Angeles Tribune. The real leader of the Los Angeles Tribune is Alva Manuel, and she's my leader, and I follow her. And I want to thank you, Alva, for everything that you do. And you're really the visionary, and you're really the leader here at the LA Tribune. People just don't know that. So I'm going to spill the beans and share that little secret with the world. So we love you and appreciate you, Alva Manuel. And of course, your wonderful husband, Alan, who's in the virtual auditorium, who's another one of the secret weapons that we have here at the LA Tribune.
Well, Mo, let me give this back to you. Let me give the flowers back to you. I don't actually know of any other leader who elevates women like Morak does. And this is why Morak's surrounded by women, right? Like, the Los Angeles Tribune give voices to women. And even as in his leadership, I have seen it in my personal life, how he always pushes me to the next level, pushes me to the next level, and to the next level. And when I say push, it's with confidence. Like, he trusts me to make the mistakes. He trusts me. He creates the space for us, for our team, to be able to explore, to be able to have our independent creativity, not manipulating or bossing the team around, but really giving us creative independence. And for that, Mo, I'm so grateful for you. Are the spirit behind the Los Angeles Tribune from 1886.
Thank you.
So
God bless you, Alva.
Definitely.
And my philosophy on that, and hopefully the folks can learn something from this, is I believe the greatest expression of love is when you help a person grow. That's my personal philosophy. And so if I care for people, and of course I care about everyone I work with, 90% of the people I work with. And here's the thing. If you are in my life, I can do one of two things. I can either make you feel better, or I can make you be better. I have no interest in making people feel better, right? I'm not the guy for that. I want to help you be better. Now, sometimes both of those things can happen simultaneously, and we try to make that happen as often as humanly possible. But sometimes it's tough to be better, right? Sometimes growth has its challenges. Our NCAA champion here, Parisa Rose, she talks about do the reps, finish your reps. Well, when you go to the gym, it's tough sometimes to do the reps, right? But you're doing it because you're growing. And so it's a lot easier to eat hot Cheetos and, watch a TV show, Eastbound and Down on HBO. That's a lot easier. But you're not going to grow doing that. And so I want to thank you, Alva, for recognizing that. And I think that's the final message I'll share is, help the people in your life, not just to always feel better, but help them be better. Take that principle back to your families. Take that principle back to your businesses. Take that principle to your community, right? Because I think we live in a society where numbing has become so easy. It's very easy to escape. You can click a couple buttons and get food delivered at your door. You can push a couple buttons and watch a movie instantly, and there's no shortage of content for you to consume. And so escapism has never been as easy, right? Escapism is constantly dangling itself in front of everyone's face. Here you go. Why don't you just escape and numb yourself? And we don't encourage that here at the LA Tribune. We encourage people to be self-reliant. We encourage people to think for themselves. And just a quick final legal disclaimer, these programs are done for educational and entertainment purposes only. So if you heard anyone give financial advice or medical advice, check with the doctor and never do anything that violates any laws of your land. And so I want to thank everyone here for the support, and stay tuned. Go register at quantumleap24.com for a major announcement. If you're curious about what that major announcement is, register at quantumleap24.com and be a part of the announcements that we do here at the LA Tribune. And so with that being said, God bless everyone. God bless all of our partners, all of the folks that worked hard at the summit. Michael Silvers is not here, but we appreciate the work of Michael Silvers. We appreciate the support of Bill Walsh, of David Fagan, of James Dentley, of all of our friends and supporters that have made this journey possible. Rex Sykes.
Mama Dame Doria.
Dame Doria, of course. Dame Doria is my sister. And Rex, can you share a final inspirational or motivational statement before we wrap up, please?
Take the time to love yourself and love yourself for the time you have.
Rex, this was your best, by the way, this was your best performance ever, Rex. Day 5 of Quantum Leap 24. You've done 100 different shows for us. You've co-hosted. This was your best performance. So I just wanted to point that out and appreciate it. I don't know if you had Red Bull today or what it was, but you did a great job today, Rex.
Can I close the Rex line?
Yes.
If you consider a blessing, then everything is indeed a blessing. And with that, celebrate
Beautiful.
everything.
We'll see everyone tomorrow, the bonus day 6. I'm just joking. God bless.